You're listening to Radio Tenbond, the best station to pass the time by while at work or driving. Stay tuned. An editor for a small-time magazine publisher is put in contact with a man claiming to have interesting pictures for their upcoming runs. Are they proof of stranger happenings in this world, or clever deceptions? It's up to you to decide. This is Anomaly.
I'm a production editor at a small independent publisher in the US. I won't say which or where, so don't ask, as I'd like to keep my job. The pay isn't that great, but it's an easy gig, and I like the people I work with. A lot of what we publish are what you'd call coffee table books. The kind people flip through when they're bored, but almost nobody ever reads from cover to cover. Bland pictorial histories of certain cities or states that sell well in regional gift shops. The occasional book of maps or a biography. A few museums outsource their gallery catalogs to us. That kind of thing. The work is boring, but it's steady, and we get enough jobs and our books make enough money to stay afloat, which is a lot more than most small presses can say these days. Because we've been around for a while, our name is somewhat known to history buffs and people who think they're an expert on such and such town in nowhere, Idaho, or some esoteric topic nobody really cares about. We get a lot of unsolicited manuscripts from people that really shouldn't be writing books, and unsolicited CDs full of photographs from people that shouldn't be taking pictures. Because we're small and don't have a separate acquisition editor position, the job of going through this slush pile gets passed around the office. Very rarely does someone actually find something worth pursuing and pitch it to the rest of us, but our senior editor/publisher gets the final say. For the last 9 months, I've been working more or less non-stop on a book that everyone at the office was pretty excited about. Our copy editor found it during his turn with the pile. An old guy I won't name had contacted us out of the blue and offered us the chance to publish his rare archival photo collection, provided we treat the subject matter with the respect and seriousness he felt it deserved. To use his term, and what was going to be the book's title, the photos were all anomalies. That is to say, they depicted something out of the ordinary or otherwise inexplicable. Something that usually had an equally interesting story to go along with it. Most of them were from the first half of the 20th century. Like I said, it's not the kind of thing we normally publish, but the few samples the guy sent in with his pitch letter were pretty compelling. And once we had seen the rest of them, heard a few of the stories, and realized that none of these pictures were widely known, we knew we had something that would get people's attention. The format was going to be simple and classy, with a lot of white space and breathing room. Each photo would appear as a high-quality print on the right-hand page, followed by a blank left-hand page, and then a couple paragraphs to caption each photo on the following right-hand page. From the very beginning, the guy was a nightmare to work with, and the job took forever because he refused to send in more than one document at a time. He would send me certified mail. I would get it, scan it, and mail it back certified. And only then would he send the next one. He seemed to think he had an extremely valuable collection and was hugely paranoid about losing it, so he only risked one item at a time. In the end, we spent so much money on mailing cost that it would have been cheaper to fly me out to where the old guy lived with a scanner and a laptop. We were maybe a third of the way through the production process when this fucking guy pulled the rug out from under us. Somebody had offered him a large sum of money for the photos, way more than we were offering for the book rights, on the condition that the book gets shit-canned and the photos stay out of the public eye. We demanded he come in for a face-to-face and tried to reason with him and cater to his pride and desire for scholarly acclaim. And for a few days it seemed it had worked. But when he got back home, he flip-flopped again and started cursing out me and my senior editor on the phone, demanding we shelve the book. He hired a lawyer who came up with some BS to void his contract, and then he threatened us with a lawsuit that would bankrupt us if we had went ahead with the project and lost. To add insult to injury, the law firm sent this annoying little IT guy to our office to make sure the materials were wiped from our computers. Because the vast majority of it existed on my machine, and I had spent literally months of my life on the project, I felt, and still feel, the most violated and bitter about the whole thing. Somebody should benefit from all that work, hence my reason for coming here. Unfortunately, I don't have the high-resolution scans I made of the photos, but I did keep working drafts of the original captions and 14 medium-res placeholder thumbnails that Quark created as I was laying out the original version of the book. Don't ask me why we're still using Quark. It's what we know and what we paid for a long time ago. I'm not supposed to, but I occasionally take home the working Quark files to tweak on my home machine. The full file, with full-res images embedded, gets way too large and unwieldy to bring home with me. Most of the time I'm just experimenting with fonts and layout options anyway, so I don't embed the images until the end. Anyway, after all this shit went down, I discovered that I had a working file on my home machine of what we had done so far. So, I printed a PDF, and then stripped the text and images from that PDF file. You folks will be the beneficiaries of that. Just to be clear, I don't claim anything with regard to the veracity and provenance of these photos. I'm not here to convince you they're real. I'm just putting them out there because I think they deserve to be seen and not hidden in some rich prick's private collection. The Collinwood Fire. This is the last known photo taken inside the Lakeview School in Collinwood, Ohio, before it was consumed by fire on March 4th, 1908, killing 172 students, 2 teachers, and 1 rescuer. The fire started when a ceiling joist ignited from a nearby steam pipe. Flames blocked escape routes, leading to panic and a stampede that trapped a large number of victims in a stairwell, where they were cooked alive. Additional casualties were incurred when burning students jumped from 2nd and 3rd story windows. Everyone in this photo perished, except for Mr. Olson, seated at the far right in the back row. The spectral artifacts in the photo remained unexplained. Charlie Noonan's last interview. Charlie Noonan was an amateur folklorist who traveled throughout the South and southwestern U.S. during the early years of the 20th century, collecting tall tales and stories of the supernatural. According to his wife, Ellie, Charlie was told a story one day by an Oklahoma farmer about a strange woman who lived alone in an isolated property in the Panhandle. The farmer claimed the woman was not a woman at all, but something else. Something that hid its true nature beneath a headscarf that was never seen without a large dog by its side. Noonan was apparently intrigued enough to try searching for the woman during one of his research road trips. He was never seen again. Ellie Noonan was later contacted by a Tulsa pawnbroker who remembered reading about her husband's disappearance in the papers. After finding his name engraved on a camera sold to him by an itinerant, the pawnbroker returned the camera, and Mrs. Noonan had the film inside developed in the hopes of finding a clue as to his whereabouts. This was the only photo on the roll. Unfortunately, neither the location of the property nor the name of the farmer who told him the story was recorded in Noonan's notes. The death of John Yulstead. This prophetically torn photograph depicts a regimental color guard of the Union Army 1 month before they marched into the Battle of Antietam, September 1862. The gentleman on the far right, named John Yulstead, had the right side of his face and right arm blown off by cannon fire and the start of those hostilities. It is unknown exactly when the damage to the photo occurred. The Axeman of New Orleans. Edouard Martel was an unsuccessful French photographer and inventor who traveled throughout the US during the first 2 decades of the 20th century, trying to drum up interest and investors for a device that added timer and automatic exposure features to Kodak's popular line of folding Brownie cameras. During his travels, he took thousands of automated photos to test and refine his invention. Often, he would wake up early, set up a hidden camera in an inconspicuous spot on the streets of whatever city he happened to be in, and then walk to a nearby cafe or bar, so that he could capture candid scenes of daily life to remember his travels by. The best of these photos were selected for Martel's one and only gallery show in Paris, 1924. Unfortunately, Martel died penniless and unknown in 1955, and it was left to his daughter, Jeanne, to sort through the boxes and boxes of photos he left behind, to see what should be kept and what could be discarded. During this process, she came across this photo, taken in New Orleans on the morning of October 28th, 1919, a few hours before Martel boarded a steamer ship and returned to France. It turns out that Martel hated motion blurs in his photograph because he thought they would reflect badly on the speed and accuracy of his lens mechanism. This prejudice made him cast aside and overlook what was probably the most important photo he ever took. What makes this photo so special, though? The night before it was taken, the notorious and still unidentified serial killer, known only as the Axeman of New Orleans, had committed his last murder, hacking Mike Pepitone to death in his bedroom and then fleeing the scene just as Pepitone's wife was discovering the body. Could this be him returning to his residence? It's impossible to say, but if it is, the image appears to belie the legend based on the shaky testimony of Pauline and Mary Bruno and prevailing prejudice of the time, that only a black man was capable of such savagery. The Grand Caverns Cryptids. This photo was taken in 1895 by an amateur spelunker/photographer named Orrin Jeffries, while exploring an unmapped section of the Grand Caverns in southwestern Virginia. At the time it was taken, Jeffries was conducting photographic experiments using super long exposures to see if anything at all could be captured in total absence of light, otherwise known as cave darkness. He would situate himself on level ground, extinguish his lantern, and then open the lens of his homemade box camera for as long as he could stand the darkness. During one of these experiments, he heard something approach from the deeper recesses of the cave. Frightened, Jeffries abandoned his experiment and set off one of the Blitz-Litz flashes he used for taking traditional photos underground. According to the report he later gave to a local newspaper, Jeffries saw 3 humanoid creatures staring at him from the shadows and took off running in the other direction and didn't stop running until he was topside. Several days later, he returned with 3 other men to retrieve his box camera. This is the image that was recorded on the film inside. The Harlow Twins, 1938, Evergreen Park, Illinois, outside Chicago. Billy and Stevie Harlow were riding in the front seat with their mother, Tammy, when their Ford sedan collided head-on with a Chrysler. During the collision, the car spun in such a way as to impact 2 additional vehicles. Tammy Harlow survived, but the boys were ejected through the windshield and killed instantly. A crime scene photographer from the local paper took this shot, as a crew of volunteers worked frantically to free John Downing, the driver of the Chrysler. It appears that little Billy and Stevie stuck around to watch. The Sorensen tragedy. The Sorensens were a Danish family who immigrated to the United States sometime between 1905 and 1906. They arrived with their eldest child, Anders, seen on the donkey, and settled on a farmstead in Missouri. 3 more children, Simone, Frike, and Mathilde, center, right, and in the wagon, respectively, soon followed. This photo, taken in 1916, captures all 4 of the children a few weeks before the tragedy. The 3 eldest kids were apparently playing fort in the hay barn and must have fallen asleep. Their father, Nicholas, drove a wooden hay sweep into the pile and dismembered all 3, in locations accurately suggested by the flaw in the photo. Mathilde, the youngest, was inside the house with her mother at the time and not hurt. According to the son of a neighbor later interviewed by the author, the donkey later died in equally hideous fashion by getting its head caught in a barbed wire fence and nearly decapitating itself in the frenzy to get free. This final detail could not be corroborated. The Spectre of Viola Peters. Viola Peters was a well-born spinster who lived alone in the small rural town of McKaysfield, Georgia. She was much loved by her community for her charitable contributions to the Baptist church, the soup kitchen, and the local orphanage, especially during the Depression, when those institutions subsisted almost entirely on her largesse. In July 1935, Viola was brutally raped and murdered by a drifter named Tom Cullen, who had worked briefly at the nearby copper refinery. Cullen proceeded to stay in Viola's house and savage her corpse for an additional 17 days before he was caught and captured. A posse of enraged locals stormed the county jail, took Cullen, and lynched him from the old bridge over the Toccoa River. This photo was taken by Garrett Killian, a witness to the lynching, and caused quite a stir when it was published a few days later in the Atlanta Constitution. To most, it suggested that Viola's spirit achieved some measure of peace by attending her killer's execution. But some twisted minds saw in her forlorn countenance a longing to get one last look at her one and only lover. The ghost of Sarah Eustace. Danvers State Hospital, formerly Danvers State Lunatic Asylum, was a Kirkbride-style psychiatric hospital built in 1874 on what was then an isolated site in rural Massachusetts. Like all Kirkbridge asylums, it was famous for its Gothic architecture and its use of now outdated medical techniques to treat insanity. Danvers is often cited as the birthplace of the prefrontal lobotomy. Danvers has several other claims to fame. It was the inspiration for the fictional Arkham Sanatorium that appeared in several stories by H.P. Lovecraft, and which, in turn, inspired the Arkham Asylum in the fictional Batman universe. It was also where the cult horror film Session 9 was filmed. That film put the vast network of tunnels beneath Danvers to good cinematic effect. It's no accident the filmmakers chose to use the tunnels, as rumors of their haunting had dogged Danvers for over 100 years. The most famous story concerns Sarah Eustace, a patient who escaped her ward in 1955 and snuck into the tunnel system. Despite multiple searches and a week-long lockdown of the asylum, Sarah was never seen again. It was assumed she died down there, lost, thirsty, and alone. A nurse at Danvers named Gail Malloy became obsessed with Sarah's story and spent many of her off hours searching the tunnels for her remains. Though she never found a body, she did snap this photo in late 1966, which suggests Sarah Eustace walks the Danvers tunnels to this very day. The Stevenson family portrait. Who says ghosts don't have a sense of humor? The Stevensons were a wealthy Boston family, proud of the industry and longevity with which most of the clan was blessed. This portrait, taken in 1945, was an effort to gather the oldest Stevensons together with one of the youngest. Amelia, aged 102, was granted the honor of matriarch, while little Ophelia was the token child at 18 months. What the Stevensons did not realize until this photo was developed was that they had been joined that day by one of their deceased, James Pullman Stevenson, 1835 to 1932. Seated at the left between his niece Ginny and his cousin Alfred, was easily identified by several of those present and remembered fondly as a rascally uncle known for pranks and dirty jokes. The disappearances of Mrs. Yurno. During her later years, Josephine Yurno would take a walk every evening at dusk around her beloved neighborhood in Norwich, Connecticut. On November 12, 1935, she set out as usual, but never returned. Extensive searches were conducted by a large team of volunteers and the Norwich police force, but no sight of her was ever found. 3 years later, Mrs. Yurno was found squatting in front of a neighbor's house without a mark on her body and in perfect health. When asked where she had been, Mrs. Yurno was unable to understand the question. From her point of view, no time had passed at all. Against the advice of her neighbors and her doctor, she refused all medical treatment and resumed her life as if nothing had ever happened, including her nightly strolls. Another neighbor snapped this shot of her in the fall of 1938. Clouds of smoke from piles of burning leaves give it an appropriately eerie feel. On the same date in November 1940, 5 years after her initial disappearance, Mrs. Yurno vanished again. This time, she was never seen again. The fate of Sally York. The 1912 threshing of little Sally York, age 9, in the cotton loom of the North Fork Textile Mill was one of a handful of such accidents that helped legislators push through the Keating-Owning Act of 1916, the first child labor law in American history. From the time of the accident until the mill's closing 40 years later, workers consistently complained of cold spots, strange noises, and sudden taps on the shoulder when nobody was near. The mill's foreman never paid these complaints any mind until this photograph surfaced in 1932. It was taken by a traveling photographer named Benny Johnson, who promptly sold it to the North Fork Gazette for an unprecedented $10. The mill had shut down for the Christmas holidays. It was empty at the time. The photo was later blamed for the closing of the mill. However, the Great Depression was the more likely cause of that. Lily Palmer's eyes. Lily Palmer was not quite 4 when she experienced what her doctors would later call an acute onset of sensory hallucinations. This photo, taken by Lily's mother Annette on Halloween night, 1952, purportedly captures the arrival of her disorder. Lily and her Filipino nanny were setting out for a round of trick-or-treating when the child suddenly screamed and began to claw at her eyes. It was some time before she was calm enough to speak, but when asked what she saw, Lily repeatedly spoke about things crawling in her eyes. Several days later, while unsupervised in her bedroom, Lily punctured both of her eyes with one of her mother's knitting needles. After receiving medical treatment, she was evaluated and committed, and remained institutionalized for the rest of her life. First at Bellevue, on the east side of Manhattan, and later at the Rockland Psychiatric Center in Orangeburg, where she remained until she died of a heart attack in March 2001. A call to one of her former caregivers at Rockland confirmed that Lily's episodes were most traumatic on and around Halloween night. But for the majority of her life, she could be heard begging and pleading with the staff to help her get these things out of her eyes. The Trinity Deception. This is one of several famous photographs taken of the first ever nuclear detonation, conducted by the U.S. Army on July 16, 1945, in the White Sands Proving Ground, located in the Jornada del Muerto Desert, about 35 miles southeast of Sirocco, New Mexico. The setting off of this implosion-designed plutonium device, the same method used in the Fat Man device dropped on Nagasaki, ushered in the atomic age and the eventual arms race between the United States and Russia. Only a handful of people were aware that this photo was cropped before it was ever released to the public, and they are all now dead. One of them was the original photographer, who gave the author a copy of the original on the condition that it be kept out of the public eye until such a time that the citizens of the world could handle the ramifications of what it depicts. The author remains uncertain whether this criteria has been met, but given that he likely owns the last extant copy, he has decided his responsibility rests with the truth.
That was Anomaly by Rembetis. The snowy mountains of Russia are a harsh place, but when a group of hikers goes missing, with odd circumstances surrounding their disappearance, was it more than just the cold? Speculation runs wild in Dyatlov Pass incident.
In the winter of 1959, 9 university students died mysteriously while hiking in the Ural Mountains, located in the former Soviet Union. Details never leaked to the public. That is, until well after the fall of the Iron Curtain, due to the unusual circumstances contained in the report. The bodies of the hikers were found not far from their camp, which had been nearly destroyed. Investigators followed footprints to what looked like to be the site of a small bonfire in the first 2 bodies. Inexplicably, they were clad only in their underwear, despite the bitter Russian winter. It was as if some force drove them from their camp before they could even dress. 3 more were found in another location, looking as if they were trying to return to their doomed camp after their companions succumbed to hypothermia. None of the bodies were dressed for winter, some without even shoes, and others with only strips of cloth on their feet torn from the clothing of the already dead. If the circumstances were unusual, the autopsies proved to be completely bizarre. One of the students had major fractures to his skull, and another 2 had their ribs completely smashed. No external wounds or trauma were found. Medical experts compared the injuries to a high-speed car crash, stating it would be impossible for another human being to create injuries of their type without any external wounds. Another camper, a young woman, had her tongue missing. While investigators initially suspected foul play, no footprints were found near any of the bodies other than the student's own. Adding to the mystery as well, the bodies were all shown to have high levels of radioactive contamination. 9 years after the incident in the Ural Mountains, another group of hikers were found dead, this time in the Caucasus. The incident occurred in late summer this time. However, many similarities were present. The hikers' campsite was found destroyed, and the campers were forced to flee with little or no provisions. Rather than being spread out, the bodies were all found within a dozen yards of each other in a nearby clearing. The scene was described as horrifying by the police. The bodies were positioned as if thrown at great speed, and postured as if their bones had been smashed to splinters. The results of the medical investigation were immediately sealed by the Soviet government. Again, each of the 6 bodies presented high doses of radiation, despite a normal background radiation level near the site of the deaths. During autopsy, the medical examiner discovered that the initial description of the hikers' bones being smashed was incorrect. Their entire skeletal structures were missing, despite having no external wounding whatsoever. High levels of calcium and other nutrients were found in their blood and surrounding tissue. It was as if something had somehow rapidly liquefied the victims' bones. Crime scene photos also revealed the clearing that the bodies were found in was not natural. Topographic maps were taken only months before and had shown the area to be a lush forest. Entire trees were smashed to splinters in a path more than 20 meters wide and over a 200-meter area. Despite the Soviet crackdown on all information, it eventually leaked out, as all such information does. Leading occult experts have gathered all available facts and came to a single, terrifying conclusion. No man or man-made device could have acted with such deliberate force or in the ways uncovered. Of all research available, only one entity could have been responsible. Something that was not meant for our Earth. Something that struck fear into the heart of a certain insane Arab.
That was the Dyatlov Pass incident. When a group of Russian scientists in the 40s deprived test subjects of sleep beyond normal measures, they soon discover the sick and twisted beast that lie below the surface, waiting to be freed. This is the Russian sleep experiment.
Russian researchers in the late 1940s kept 5 people awake for 15 days using an experimental gas-based stimulant. They were kept in a sealed environment to carefully monitor their oxygen intake so the gas didn't kill them, since it was toxic in high concentrations. This was before closed-circuit cameras, so they had only microphones and 5-inch thick glass porthole-sized windows into the chamber to monitor them. The chamber was stocked with books, cots to sleep on, but no bedding, running water, and toilets, and enough dried food to last all 5 for over a month. The test subjects were political prisoners deemed enemies of the state during World War II. Everything was fine for the first 5 days. The subjects hardly complained, having been promised, falsely, that they would be freed if they submitted to the test and did not sleep for 30 days. Their conversations and activities were monitored, and it was noted that they continued to talk about increasingly traumatic incidents in their past, and the general tone of their conversations took on a darker aspect after the 4-day mark. After 5 days, they started to complain about the circumstances and events that led them to where they were, and started to demonstrate severe paranoia. They stopped talking to each other and began, alternatively, whispering to the microphones and one-way mirrored portholes. Oddly, they all seemed to think that they could win the trust of the experimenters by turning over their comrades, the other subjects in captivity with them. At first, the researchers suspected this was an effect of the gas itself. After 9 days, the first of them started screaming. He ran the length of the chamber repeatedly, yelling at the top of his lungs for 3 hours straight. He continued attempting to scream, but was only able to produce occasional squeaks. The researchers postulated that he had physically torn his vocal cords. The most surprising thing about this behavior is how the other captives reacted to it, or rather, didn't react to it. They continued whispering to the microphones until the second of the captives started to scream. The 2 non-screaming captives took the books apart smeared page after page with their own feces, and pasted them calmly over the glass portholes. The screaming promptly stopped. So did the whispering to the microphones. After 3 more days passed, the researchers checked the microphones hourly to make sure they were working, since they thought it impossible that no sound could be coming with 5 people inside. The oxygen consumption in the chamber indicated that all 5 must still be alive. In fact, it was the amount of oxygen 5 people would consume at a very heavy level of strenuous exercise. On the morning of the 14th day, the researchers did something that they said they would not do to get a reaction from the captives. They used the intercom inside the chamber, hoping to provoke any response from the captives they were afraid were either dead or vegetables. They announced, "We are opening the chamber to test the microphones. Step away from the door and lie flat on the floor or you will be shot. Compliance will earn one of you your immediate freedom." To their surprise, they heard a single phrase in a calm voice respond, "We no longer want to be freed." Debate broke out among the researchers and the military forces funding the research. Unable to provoke any more responses using the intercom, it was finally decided to open the chamber at midnight on the 15th day. The chamber was flushed of the stimulant gas and filled with fresh air, and immediately voices from the microphones began to object. 3 different voices began begging, as if pleading for the life of loved ones to turn the gas back on. The chamber was opened, and soldiers sent in to retrieve the test subjects. They began to scream louder than ever, and so did the soldiers when they saw what was inside. 4 of the subjects were still alive, although no one could rightly call the state that any of them were in life. The food rations past day 5 had not been so much as touched. There were chunks of meat from the dead test subject's thighs and chest stuffed into the drain in the center of the chamber, blocking the drain and allowing 4 inches of water to accumulate on the floor. Precisely how much of the water on the floor was actually blood was never determined. All 4 surviving test subjects also had large portions of muscle and skin torn away from their bodies. The destruction of flesh and exposed bone on their fingertips indicated that the wounds were inflicted by hand, not with teeth, as the researchers initially thought. Closer examination of the positions and angles of the wounds indicated that most, if not all of them, were self-inflicted. The abdominal organs below the ribcage of all 4 test subjects had been removed, while the heart, lungs, and diaphragm remained in place. The skin and most of the muscles attached to the ribs had been ripped off, exposing the lungs through the rib cage. All the blood vessels and organs remained intact. They had just been taken out and laid on the floor, fanning out and around the eviscerated but still living bodies of the subjects. The digestive tract of all 4 could be seen to be working, digesting food. It quickly became apparent that what they were digesting was their own flesh that they had ripped off and eaten over the course of days. Most of the soldiers were Russian special operatives at the facility, but still, many refused to return to the chamber to remove the test subjects. They continued to scream to be left in the chamber, and alternatively begged and demanded that the gas be turned back on, lest they fall asleep. To everyone's surprise, the test subjects put up a fierce fight in the process of being removed from the chamber. One of the Russian soldiers died from having his throat ripped out. Another was gravely injured by having his testicles ripped off and an artery in his leg severed by one of the subject's teeth. Another 5 of the soldiers lost their lives, if you count the ones that committed suicide in the weeks following the incident. In the struggle, one of the 4 living subjects had his spleen ruptured, and he bled out almost immediately. The medical researchers attempted to sedate him, but this proved impossible. He was injected with more than 10 times the human dose of a morphine derivative, and still fought like a cornered animal, breaking the ribs and arm of one doctor. The subject was injured during his fight. His heart was seen to beat for a full 2 minutes after he had bled out, to the point where there was more air in his vascular system than blood. Even after it stopped, he continued to scream and flail for another 3 minutes, struggling to attack anyone in reach, and just repeating the word, "more," over and over, weaker and weaker, until he finally fell silent. The surviving 3 test subjects were heavily restrained and moved to a medical facility, the 2 with intact vocal cords continuously begging for the gas, demanding to be kept awake. The most injured of the 3 was taken to the only surgical operating room that the facility had. In the process of preparing the subject to have his organs placed back within his body, it was found that he was effectively immune to the sedative they had given him to prepare him for the surgery. He fought furiously against his restraints when the anesthetic gas was brought out to put him under. He managed to tear most of the way through a 4-inch wide leather strap on one wrist, even though the weight of a 200-pound soldier was holding that wrist as well. It took only a little more anesthetic than normal to put him under, and the instant his eyes fluttered and closed, his heart stopped. In the autopsy of the test subject that died on the operating table, it was found that his blood had triple the normal level of oxygen. His muscles that were still attached to his skeleton were badly torn, and he had broken 9 bones in his struggle to not be subdued. Most of them were from the force of his own muscles that had exerted on them. The second survivor had been the first of the group of 5 to start screaming, his vocal cords destroyed. He was unable to beg or object to surgery, and he only reacted by shaking his head violently in disapproval when the anesthetic gas was brought near him. He shook his head yes when someone suggested, reluctantly, they try the surgery without anesthetic, and did not react for the entire 6-hour procedure of replacing his abdominal organs and attempting to recover them with what remained of his skin. The surgeon presiding stated repeatedly that it should be medically impossible for the patient to still be alive. One terrified nurse assisting the surgery stated that she had seen the patient's mouth curl into a smile several times whenever his eyes met hers. When the surgery ended, the subject looked at the surgeon and began to wheeze loudly, attempting to talk while struggling. Assuming this must be something of drastic importance, the surgeon had a pen and pad fetched so the patient could write his message. It was simple. Keep cutting. The other 2 test subjects were given the same surgery, both without anesthetics as well, although they had to be injected with a paralytic for the duration of the operation. The surgeon found it impossible to perform the operation while the patients laughed continuously. Once paralyzed, the subjects could only follow the attending researchers with their eyes. The paralytic cleared their system in an abnormally short period of time, and they were soon trying to escape their bonds. The moment they could speak, they were again asking for the stimulant gas. The researchers tried asking why they had injured themselves, why they had ripped out their own guts, and why they wanted to be given the gas again. Only one response was given. I must remain awake. All 3 subjects' restraints were reinforced, and they were placed back into the chamber awaiting determination as to what should be done with them. The researchers, facing the wrath of their military benefactors for having failed the stated goals of their project, considered euthanizing the surviving subjects. The commanding officer, an ex-KGB, instead saw potential and wanted to see what would happen if they were put back on the gas. The researchers strongly objected, but were overruled. In preparation for being sealed in the chamber again, the subjects were connected to an EEG monitor and had their restraints padded for long-term confinement. To everyone's surprise, all 3 subjects stopped struggling the moment it was let slip that they were going back on the gas. It was obvious at this point that all 3 were putting up a great struggle to stay awake. One of the subjects that could speak was humming loudly and continuously. The mute subject was straining his legs against the leather bonds with all his might. First left, then right, then left again, for something to focus on. The remaining subject was holding his head off his pillow and blinking rapidly. Having been the first to be wired for EEG, most of the researchers were monitoring his brainwaves in surprise. They were normal most of the time, but sometimes flatlined inexplicably. It looked as if he were repeatedly suffering brain death before returning to normal. As they focused on papers scrolling out of the brainwave monitor, only one nurse saw his eyes slip shut at the moment his head hit the pillow. His brainwaves immediately changed to that of deep sleep, then flatlined for the last time as his heart simultaneously stopped. The only remaining subject that could speak started to scream to be sealed in now. His brainwaves showed the same flatlines as one who had just died from falling asleep. The commander gave the order to seal the chamber with both subjects inside, as well as 3 researchers. One of the named 3 immediately drew his gun and shot the commander point blank between the eyes, then turned the gun on the mute subject and blew his brains out as well. He pointed his gun at the remaining subject, still restrained to a bed, as the remaining members of the medical and research team fled the room. "I won't be locked in here with these things. Not with you," he screamed at the man strapped to the table. "What are you? I have to know." The subject smiled. "Have you forgotten so easily?" the subject asked. "We are you. We are the madness that lurks within you all, begging to be free at every moment in your deepest animal mind. We are what you hide from in your beds every night. We are what you sedate into silence and paralysis when you go to the nocturnal haven where we cannot tread." The researcher paused, then aimed at the subject's heart and fired. The EEG flatlined as the subject weakly choked out. "So nearly free."
That was the Russian sleep experiment. When a man stumbles upon a hidden world of vile creatures, they soon take notice of him as well. Let this be a lesson. Sometimes you shouldn't check out what that noise was. This is the Gristers.
About a year ago, I was up at 3 in the morning, looking for creepy stories to read. You know that time, that part of the night where you're so deep into it, it feels like it will never end. Anyway, I was really working myself into it, getting immersed. You know the feeling, I'm sure. You like the feeling. That's the problem. I'm reading, and I hear a pattering sound coming from the kitchen. I had a cat, so I just assumed it was her. But then I glanced on my bed, and my cat was there. Now I was freaking out, so I was nearly trembling with fear as I opened my bedroom door. I live alone in a single-bedroom apartment with just a bedroom, a kitchen, a living room, and a bathroom. My bedroom door opens up onto the kitchen. It was pitch black, the moonlight gleaming off the linoleum. I strained my ears and listened. I heard nothing. I admonished myself for being so paranoid. It was just a random house noise, right? Or maybe a mouse in the walls. I was about to turn around and head back into my room when I heard it again. And I saw something scatter across the linoleum in the kitchen, heading for the bathroom. It was small, but it definitely was not a rat. The limbs were way too long, the torso was far too high off the ground. And the way it moved quickly, but so awkwardly. In any other circumstance, I might have laughed at it. As it was, I was scared shitless. So, I basically freeze for like 10 minutes. It was the size of the thing that convinced me to move. No matter how weird or fucked up it was so much smaller than me. It couldn't have been that dangerous, right? So I open the bathroom door. Before I turn on the light, I do a quick scan. Nothing. I flick the switch. I look around. Still nothing. I look on the ceiling, even. I throw the shower curtain open. Nothing still. What could it have been? My mind started inventing explanations. It definitely had 4 limbs. Maybe it was a big-ass spider who had lost 4 of its legs somehow. That would explain the awkward movement. It was good enough for me. I was about to go back to bed when I thought, on a whim, to use my broom to poke behind the toilet, between the wall and the base of the seat. When I did, it hit something solid, and it scurried out. It looked like a tiny human. It was pale white, pale as a maggot with dirty gray streaks running along its skin. It moved on all 4s with long, thin fingers that grasped the ground. Its skull was completely bald, and it had no eyes, and the skin looked like it had been torn away from the lower half of its face, leaving the exposed teeth and gums. It looked up at me. Well, pointed its face in my general direction, and then scurried quickly up the side of the bath and down into the drain. It moved in quick bursts, like a spider, and climbed straight up smooth surfaces like one too. After it disappeared down the drain, I just stood there, frozen, broom handle still in my hand, for a good 5 minutes. I was scared shitless. I slowly backed out of the bathroom and closed the door, and then stuffed a blanket in the crack between the floor and the door, fearing that it might come out. Then I sat in my bed and wondered what I could do. I mean, it wasn't like I could call the police or even tell any of my friends. It's not like they would believe me. So, what did I do? I made a thread on an internet forum. This was quite a while ago, almost a year. You might even remember it if you know the site. It wasn't anything special, and it didn't even get that many responses before falling off of the boards. I guess people thought I was just joking, which, really, I would have thought the same thing. My post, in retrospect, sounds exactly like the type of threads I hate. But besides all the coarse language from the responses, there was one other. I've seen them too, man. Email me, along with an email address. So I email this kid, right? Right away he responds and we start up a conversation. He introduces himself as John, and basically tells me a very similar story. One night, a few months ago, reading creepy things on the internet, he heard a noise, got up, saw the small pale man. His was a bit bigger. He said it was the size of a cat. But he also told me one other thing, that I'd be seeing more of them. He said that ever since he saw the first one, he's been seeing more and more of them, out everywhere, even in the street during the day. They were everywhere, he said, and once you noticed the first one, it got a lot easier to see all the other ones. He had no idea what they were, and he hadn't figured out their behavior yet. He said that usually when he saw them or heard them in his own home, he was reading those creepy stories, so they usually freaked him out something awful. But, he said again, he had never actually seen them do anything terrible, just scurry out of sight. But, he said, some got pretty big, and not all of them looked exactly the same. I didn't sleep that night, but over the next week, and those that followed, I found that I did get used to them. I did see more of them. I'd glimpse them out of the corner of my eye, or see the retreating rear end of one crawling into a gutter pipe, or see their tiny faces staring out at the street from the sewers. Some, it seemed, weren't even trying to hide. I live in Providence, Rhode Island, which is a small city. On my way to work one day, I take the bus. I was looking out the window and saw a pretty large one, as large as a medium-sized dog, trotting along the sidewalk. People were just walking by it. Actually, I think that a lot of people saw it as a dog. One man stopped to scratch its head. I'd always email John and tell him about all the appearances I saw. I even tried to catch some on camera, but they always heard the mechanical whirring and darted away before my camera could take a picture. I told myself I'd have to take a picture of one of the bigger, slower ones. But either way, as the weeks wore on, I became more and more used to them. Sure, they were creepy as shit, and I could never sit down on the toilet and enjoy a long one, because I was paranoid as fuck they'd climb up into the bowl and bite me on the ass. But they weren't really doing anything harmful. They unnerved me, but so do big spiders. I could live with them. John called them the Gristers, because he said they reminded him of the Grister meme on X for some reason. I'm pretty sure he meant the Grifter meme, but the name Gristers stuck. I continued my exchange with John, but I noticed that he was becoming more and more tense. It was hard to tell over the text, but really that was the only way to put it. I just figured that once the novelty of a shared experience had worn off, we didn't really have much to talk about. John wasn't really my type. He was a steroid-pumping bodybuilder in southern Florida who lived with his mother. But we started discussing Grister behavior, and he said his were starting to act a bit more differently than the ones I saw. He'd wake up at night and they'd be perched at the end of his bed, staring at him with their eyeless faces. They wouldn't scurry away anymore. He said he woke up one time because one of them had actually started touching his face. That seemed unnerving. This whole time I'd been putting out inquiries on the internet to see if anyone else had experienced this phenomenon. I couldn't be the only one. But no one came forward. Most of the threads I made about them would get little activity and be deleted eventually. So I stopped asking But I have an inquisitive mind. I wanted to know what these things did, what exactly they were. I even wanted to capture one. I left out food and mouse traps, but none of these things ever went for it. My cat started to see them too. She'd hiss at them and even chase them a couple of times. All those times I had seen her do that and assumed that she was being a dumbass cat, chasing at nothing. One night, I was walking home from work alone. I work at a call center for a police charity. My house is about 6 miles away. I had to stay late, so there was no bus to come pick me up, and I didn't really have all that many friends, so I had to walk. Anyway, I was walking past some old abandoned brick houses. Creepy shit, let me tell you. When I heard some weird, low groan. That's when I happened to notice that there was a lot more Gristers than usual here. They were mostly ignoring me, but they were scurrying in and around one particular brick house. The groaning sound seemed to be coming from the alley beside it. Now, a lot of Gristers was creepy enough, even without that low groaning noise. But what made me decide to investigate? I don't know. Maybe a morbid curiosity. I'm always looking for some creepy gore stuff to post on the boards. I thought that maybe the groaning was some kind of wounded animal. So, I approached the side of the house, noting that the windows were boarded up. The groaning, I should have known then it was no animal. It was a low, creaking, gurgling sound. It didn't sound like any fucking animal I knew. So I snuck down the alley, and when I saw what was making the noise, I nearly pissed myself. It was a fat, humongous Grister, at least 8 feet wide, completely unable to move, with rolls of fat hanging down over its legs. It had no neck, just 14 chins leading up to its macabre exposed jaw. Dirty drool ran down its chin to cover its obscenely huge belly. Small Gristers crawled in and out of the rolls of its fat. It rubbed itself with a pudgy claw, making that groaning, gurgling sound, which seemed almost sexual. In that moment, it was terrible. I know it doesn't sound like it, and objectively, I can think that a fat, cooing Grister rubbing itself might sound pretty funny actually. But in the presence of the thing, all I felt was a sick revulsion and disgust. But I kept in mind one thing, that I'd been looking for a picture of these things. So I busted out my camera phone and snapped a picture. I wish I hadn't. If I hadn't, I think maybe I could have lasted a little longer. The second I snapped the picture, the thing stopped groaning and swiveled its head towards me. All the Gristers did, in fact. They all started hissing and screaming at me. A horrible fucking sound, like rusty nails on a chalkboard. I was thoroughly freaked out. To put things mildly, I lost my shit. I ran out of there as fast as I could, ran all the way home. Gristers didn't seem so harmless to me now. That noise they made was straight out of hell. I didn't feel safe with the lights off anymore. I flipped all the lights on, scaring the shit out of my napping cat. I slammed the bathroom door shut and stuffed a blanket around the cracks again. Then I sat down on my bed and looked at the picture I had taken. There it was, clear as day. That huge Grister. Just looking at it made me feel sick. Of course, I was going to post it on the internet. I loaded it into my computer and sent an email to John with the subject, "Will you look at this fat fuck?" Then I immediately came to the forums and began typing up my thread, explaining myself, explaining the Gristers, explaining the photograph. I was just ready to post when John sent me a message. "Don't show this shit to anyone." I stopped. I replied to John, asking him what he was talking about. He told me. He said that he thought he had figured out what was making the Gristers around him more hostile. He said that he thought that when they figured out that you could see them, they started getting more aggressive. He showed me scratches he had all down his arm from them clawing at him at night. He said that he'd seen a lot more of the bigger ones hanging around his house at night. They watched him through his windows. They knew he could see them, and they didn't like it. And now, I was pretty sure they knew I could see them too. So what did I do? In the end, I didn't post the picture. I wasn't too intimidated, but it probably saved a lot of you. I didn't want to trigger anyone else into being able to see these guys if it had dangerous consequences down the road. I didn't notice any behavior changes right away. For a while, in fact. For about 2 weeks, the Gristers just acted the same way as they had before. I was beginning to think that John's problem was his own thing, and that the Gristers didn't know or didn't care that I could see them. And then things started happening so fast. I woke up one night, and there were 4 of them, just perched around my bed, staring at me. I freaked the fuck out and swept them away, and they just hissed that terrible noise at me and ran away. I emailed this to John, who I hadn't talked to otherwise. He didn't respond. We hadn't talked since I told him about the picture, and even rarely before then. After 2 days, during which the Gristers began touching me in my sleep, I got an answer. John was dead. His brother had the password to his email and was letting all his internet acquaintances know. He had committed suicide, sliced open his wrists in the bathtub. John didn't seem like the type to commit suicide to me. Had things with the Gristers really gotten that bad that they drove him to that? We didn't really know each other very well, but he hadn't mentioned anything to me. His brother said he hadn't left a note. I gave him my condolences. Now I had no one to talk to about this. I started looking online for more references or anything. All the while, the Gristers were getting more and more aggressive. I'd look over my shoulder, and there would be 1 or 2 on the windowsill, just staring at me. One time I opened the door to my apartment. I live on the 3rd floor, and there was one about the size of a large dog staggering around at the bottom of the stairwell. Pale face flashing in and out of the darkness, baring its teeth in a growl at me. Pale limbs flashing as it bound up the stairs. I slammed the door shut. I didn't go to work that day. Then I saw it on the news. The house that I had seen the fat Grister at. I would have skipped right past the news story had I not seen the picture of the house. The article was titled, 8 Found Dead, 3 Alive in Rape Dungeon Raid. Apparently some sick fuck had been using the basement of one of those abandoned houses as a place to keep women prisoner and kill them when they felt like it. It was a terrible story. one of the things one of the survivors said really struck me. We were just so terrified all the time. We never knew when he was going to come in and decide to kill one of us, when he was going to really hurt us. We were just so terrified all the time. Terrified all the time. And the Gristers had been all over the place. And when I first saw one, I had been reading those horror stories. Pretty freaked out. Same for John. Were these things drawn to fear? Then I read that 2 of the survivors were being sent to a mental hospital for hallucinations. Did they see the Gristers? I stopped sleeping. I didn't want to wake up to those things staring at me. I stopped eating too. Whenever I wasn't at work, which was more and more often, as I called out many times when I saw Gristers, bigger than a cat, sniffing around my building for me. I was locked in my room, trying to hunt for information on the internet about these things. I just couldn't find anyone who has actually seen them. The Gristers were getting more violent. They were starting to scratch me and bite me in those few scant hours that I actually did nod off. I'd always freak out and sweep them away, and they'd just hiss at me. After about a week of this, I came home from work and found my cat dead. They had peeled all the skin away from her skull, giving her a look of shock. I quit my job. I cried for days. I don't have many friends, and I really love that cat. They're not stupid. They don't talk and they act differently from us, but they do have intelligence. I went out for food last week. It was the last time I will ever go out. I was sitting at the downtown bus station, shivering, looking all around me for Gristers. When the bus approached, I got up to get on, and out of nowhere, a Grister the size of a normal human just bent over, walking their weird, loping gait, slammed into the back of the woman next to me, and threw her in front of the bus. She had no chance. I saw her slide under the wheels of the bus. I saw the blood gush out of her mouth. Everyone freaked out and panicked. As people rushed to her aid, the Grister turned toward me and grinned. I dropped my groceries and screamed, running back to my house, sobbing all the way. They're toying with me. And that's when I finally realized why there wasn't anyone I could really talk to about Gristers. How many times, when people commit suicide, do you hear it reported that they were suffering from hallucinations? Read the reports of people who have been in terrible, frightening situations, like that rape dungeon or a war. How many of them suffer from hallucinations? Sure, a lot of them are actual hallucinations. But some of them are the Gristers. And eventually, they figure out that you can see them, and they start fucking with you. And I don't think everyone who they kill is driven to suicide. I don't think John committed suicide. I think they're smart. I think they know how to make something look like a suicide. You'll hear about it sometimes. You'll read in a report about how someone killed themselves, but something just isn't quite right about it. Like a man who went out and bought a new couch and then cut his wrists on it. I'm convinced there was nothing special about John and me. I don't think there's anything special about anyone who sees these things. I think you're just more likely to see them when you're really scared, since that's when they're drawn to you. I can hear them right now. It's about 3 in the morning. It sounds like a really big one is outside of my apartment door. It sounds like it's trying to gnaw its way through the wood. And so I'm taking the easy way out. I'd rather have a nice sharp knife slice my arms open than have my skin torn by those teeth. So please, this is my warning to you. Stop reading these stories. I know you love it. I know you love frightening yourself. But you've got to stop. Every time you read it, every time you get that feeling of dread in your stomach, you're drawing the Gristers to you. And if you don't stop reading, at least, please, never check out those sounds in the house when you do.
That was the Gristers. A stepbrother who torments his sibling finds religion after the death of his mother, but is it one of grace? Or are there more sinister intentions below the surface? Find out in By the Edge of the Water.
I never loved my stepbrother. Truthfully, I couldn't even say I liked him. But by no means did he deserve his fate, whatever it may have been. I'm committing this last memory to paper, as best as I can recall it, before the pills and therapy snatch them away forever. We became a family when I was only 6 years of age. My mother died when I was barely out of infancy, and my father, in loneliness and grief, turned towards the first woman who showed an inkling of interest, or at least tolerance. After a long and tumultuous romance, they tied their vows and almost immediately began to make each other miserable, a theme which would resonate between my new brother and me. Daniel wasn't a literal monster, but in the eyes of a younger sibling, he may well could have been. 2 years my senior, I grew up dreading the inevitability of a daily teasing or beating, knowing the hopelessness that he would try to make my everyday miserable. One instance sticks out in particular now, perhaps resurfaced by the irony of the recent events that have caused my incarceration. We grew up in a small town, out in the middle of nowhere, and our backyard consisted of a massive forest which stretched as far as a child could wander. I spent many hours in the woods, and where most children might feel lost or scared in the wilds, I felt safe from the conflicts that ravaged my home, away from Daniel and the evil woman he called Mother. Not too far into the woods, just up a hill and through a thick bramble, was a pond of decent size, old and stagnant and covered in a green film of algae. While most of the forest was a comfort, the pond always bothered me. I hated everything about it, from its sickly green appearance to the faintly putrid stench that the still water produced. But as it was wide enough to cover a large stretch of the forest, it was necessary to pass by it during my hikes. One day, while I was unaware, my stepbrother decided to follow me. He stalked me through the forest as I explored, just out of sight, like a predator on the hunt. As I paused by the pond to gather stones, Daniel silently closed the gap between us, creeping between the trees as he approached. I never heard him coming. The next thing I knew, I was pushed through the air and tumbled down into the water, crashing through the layer of algae and into the dark cold of the pond. I panicked, struggling for air, desperate to escape the murky water that I was sure would swallow me and leave nothing to be found. As I fought to breach the surface, I found I was being held down, forced to hold the last bit of air that burned to escape my lungs. Every terrible fear I knew felt like a reality, waiting for me at the bottom of the pond. Finally, when I was all but sure that I would die, I found myself released. I broke the surface with a gasp, every muscle in my body screaming for air and the comfort of the shore. When I reached safety and had come to my senses, I became aware of an uproarious laughter behind me. I turned and saw what I should have expected. My stepbrother, cackling like a madman at his brilliant ambush. Of course, when I arrived home, his mother would hear nothing of my side of the story. Daniel told her that I fell in, and his best clothes were ruined trying to save me from drowning. The thrashing she gave me for my lies was one of the worst I'd ever received, and I was forbidden from ever venturing into the forest again. As I said, I never loved my stepbrother. But there was one time, and perhaps only one time, that I felt close to him. It only took the death of his mother. It happened when we were 17 and 19, respectively. While she was walking home from the liquor store late one night, a drunk driver swerved just a few inches off the road and struck her in the side. As she fell, her head landed on a guardrail, killing her instantly. Our family is just full of little ironies. In his grief, Daniel turned to God. I myself was a devout agnostic, finding no fault in faith, but many in religion. At the time, I supported his newfound devotion, believing it would be a positive influence in his life. After all, I couldn't think of any religion that would condone his prior behavior. At the very least, perhaps I would earn some well-deserved apologies for a childhood of mistreatment. He found a church near home, one that I had never heard of, the Church of the Shepherd and Prior Day Saints, and spent most of his spare time engaged in study. As he had recently moved away into a nearby apartment complex, I rarely saw him anymore, and I was happy to no longer suffer his presence. I focused on my schoolwork and looking after my father, who had once again fallen into depression and drink after losing his second wife. My stepbrother came by every few weeks to see how we were doing, and I quickly noticed a great improvement in his character. As I had hoped, he expressed deep remorse for his childish behavior and often sought to make amends. On occasion, he would bring us small gifts or take us out to dinner, little tokens of gratitude for putting up with him for so long. However, Daniel treated any information about his church like a closely guarded secret. When pressed for details, he would casually deflect my questions, often changing the topic as quickly and politely as possible. I learned almost nothing about his congregation, and could barely ascertain the specific branch of faith they followed. In passing, he would sometimes make references to stars or shepherds, which I assumed must have been a reference to the story of the Nativity. Another time, I overheard him on his phone talking to who I assumed must be his pastor, referring to the King of Kings, another metaphor I attributed to Christianity. Still, my brother was a private man, and I assumed, at first, that his reluctance to talk about his church stemmed from a desire to not impose his faith upon us, a position that I, at the time, was happy for. Then, almost 6 months to the day of his mother's death, he told us that he planned to be rebaptized. Of course, my father and I approved. He wanted us present at the ceremony, which would be held the following Saturday at a lake not too far from home. I found myself feeling anxious as the date approached, as I was not accustomed to the ritual and pageantry of religion. The idea that dunking a man underwater could absolve him of his sins seemed like a quaint and ridiculous notion to me. But I wanted to appear supportive. After all, anything that would help my stepbrother become a better man, it had to be something worthwhile. The day came, and my father and I arrived, dressed in our best clothes, which, given our finances, weren't much to speak of. My father was so proud. He managed to stay sober for the ceremony, which was a small miracle unto itself. There were fewer parishioners present than I thought there would be, only about a dozen in all, not including the pastor and my stepbrother. The pastor was an older man, I estimated somewhere in his late 40s from his balding head. He was sporting a robe that was all black, save for a small crimson emblem emblazoned near his right breast that, from a distance, appeared to be a cross, wreathed in flames. He was pale, almost sickly, and wore spectacles that looked like they were designed in some earlier century. Yet what stands out in my mind now, above all else, was his smile, a grin that stretched from ear to ear, like you'd imagine a shark would wear before feeding. Daniel approached us out of the crowd, looking as pleased as I had ever seen him. He moved in for a hug, which I modestly returned. "I'm so happy you both could make it," he exclaimed, making no attempt to hide his joy. "This is a big day for me, a huge day. Today, everything turns around. I swear it." He paused, and then, "Brother." The words took me back a bit, and for a moment, I was left speechless. In all the years I had known him, we had never been willing to consider each other as true siblings, and this was the first time I had heard him call me as such. I'm happy to be here, Dan." I stumbled over my words, still not ready to extend the same courtesy. Though, in time, I thought, maybe one day soon I could. "I'm terribly sorry to interrupt," the pastor exclaimed from the lake's edge, "but we do have appointments to keep, Daniel." "Excuse me, Father," my dad said, a little shocked, as was I, by the pastor's rudeness. "We just got here and we'd like a few words with—" "No, Dad, it's all right," Daniel said, cutting him off mid-sentence. "There are rules we have to follow. It's okay. We'll be done in just a minute." He turned from us and returned to the group. Noticing them now for the first time, I saw that none of them were wearing clothes that one would consider appropriate for such a special occasion. In fact, all of them were wearing the same outfit. A bland, black and white wool garment that would have looked more at home in an Amish country. I began to wonder if my brother had joined some kind of cult, but I followed them anyway, down to the water's edge. As my stepbrother began to wade into the lake, hand in hand with his pastor, he paused and looked back towards my father and I, with a look that I can only describe as concern, or perhaps even remorse, and said 3 words that I cannot forget. don't be afraid." Before I could ask what he meant, he turned back and walked out into the water. As he moved deeper, the crowd around us, without cue, began to sing a strange hymn that I had never heard before. Ominous, but at the same time uplifting. The inflection in their tone was closer to a chant than a melody. It was around that time that I realized they were singing in perfect Latin, that I knew something was terribly wrong. Disregarding my stepbrother's warning, I felt an intense desire to flee, to run into the water and rescue Daniel from what I was sure to be a horrible mistake, to escape into the woods and leave this surreal scene as many miles behind us as possible. But even as this instinct grew, my feet felt rooted into the spot, my eyes transfixed on the ritual, unable to look away. While the pastor was now in the lake past his waist, Daniel was slightly taller and crouched down into the water to stand with his head just below the man's shoulders. He looked up to the pastor, his face awash in awe, as the man raised his hand above my stepbrother's head and began to speak. "We are here today to cleanse our brother Daniel of his sins," he started, "to wash his spirit clean in this holy lake, and present him to our Lord as a man of faith renewed, his soul reborn, his devotion absolute." He closed his eyes then, and with a look of utmost concentration, uttered a chant in another tongue, one that I still haven't been able to place to a region or time in known history. Even without knowing their meaning, I could sense a power in those words, one that no other religion could claim authority over. It lasted all of 30 seconds, but to me it felt like an immeasurable time. And then, with a swiftness I wouldn't have expected from a man of his advanced age, he lowered his hand to the scruff of my stepbrother's neck, and with his other arm, submerged my brother into the lake. In preparation for this day, I had watched other baptisms on the internet, so I would know what to expect. I knew that my brother shouldn't have been under the surface for more than half a second. A whole second, if the pastor wasn't quite as quick as the younger ministers. When, at 6 seconds, Daniel was still being held under, my father began to yell. I honestly couldn't tell you what he screamed at the pastor. The next minute of my memory is still terribly muddled by what transpired. When I try to remember, there are small gaps, little details that I've forgotten, as if my mind is still trying to come to terms with what surely must have been impossible. What I do remember is terrible, though, and I hope that these abstractions are merely my psyche trying to cope with the reality. But this is what I recall. As my father stormed off into the lake, the choir of strangers around us ceased their singing and, aside from the sound of my father's ranting and splashing, it became unnaturally quiet, and the air became as still as a crypt. I remember then my father ceasing his advance, stopping mid-sentence as he became aware, as I was, that there was something utterly dark and unholy transpiring before us. It was then that the pastor looked up from where he held my brother, who had now been underwater for a full 20 seconds, and slowly shifted his gaze onto me. He smiled, still, but that vaguely off-putting grin had transformed, twisted itself into an expression of simple, unmistakable malice. His eyes were as black as pitch. "Daniel," who by now was surely drowning, began to thrash in the water, his death throes kicking up waves that disrupted the perfect silence that had descended on the lake. My brother was a strong man, young and healthy, yet this old priest held him under the surface like he was a child, his grip unrelenting. He was dying before me, and yet my horror still held me in place, unable to move. The struggle did not end, as far as I could tell, so much as it was interrupted, originating from the spot where my brother was fighting for his life. I noticed a dark stain spreading slowly across the surface, a jet-black substance that seemed to have the consistency of ink or oil, branching into a tendril-like form that seemingly moved with purpose, defiling the water as it crept closer to the shore. There is an empty spot in my memory, a moment I'm sure I don't truly wish to remember, where it resumes. My father is gone. The next moment I can recall, I'm standing alone on the shore. The parish has disappeared, presumably taken wherever my father has vanished to, or perhaps dispersed into the forest, having found the ritual satisfactory. In the water, still, the pastor stands, still holding down my brother, whose last desperate struggles are dying down to a few futile thrashes, barely causing a ripple over the surface. Then, the last few bubbles of escaping air, I knew that he was gone. The pastor was still staring at me, his eyes the same shade as the stain that consumed the lake, his gaze never leaving mine, his smile never faltering. He wore a look of grim satisfaction, a knowing that his godless act had come to completion, and, his eyes still never leaving mine, he began to slowly descend into the depths, as if the ground beneath had opened up beneath him and swallowed him, accepting him into the dark. It was only then, alone by the lakeside, that I found I could move again. I promptly fell to my knees, and I wept. The police never found my brother, my father, or any proof of the church's existence. They even had the audacity to accuse me of their murder. But I was released on lack of evidence. After all, there wouldn't be much of a case if they couldn't find any bodies to pin me to. Begrudgingly, they sent me to the care of a local psychiatric hospital. While the staff here has treated me well, I hold a bitter resentment towards them. No one here believes my story. They call it the fevered delusions of a disconcerted mind. They try to drown my memory in pills and hunt for hidden meanings, but they'll find none. I am certain, as terrible and impossible as it may be, that what I saw, what I witnessed, is beyond the grasp of a sane mind. I know it to be true. And when I lie in my bed at night, unable to sleep, I comfort myself by thinking that my brother knew what he was volunteering for. I tell myself his faith had revealed to him that there exist gods older than man, than religion, perhaps older than time itself. Gods that lie just beyond our understanding, waiting for their chance to reign again. He knew that they were coming, and chose to willingly give himself up to them, to usher their return to our world. And I hear, as if he were standing beside me, right now, his final message. Don't be afraid.
That was By the Edge of the Water by Spider J. A local gas station worker is tasked with reviewing security tapes to try and catch his coworker in the act of stealing from the job. What he sees, though, is far stranger than workplace theft. This is the strangest security tape I've ever seen.
I work at a gas station in rural Pennsylvania. It's a boring job, but it's pretty easy and it pays all right. A few weeks ago, this new guy started. I'll call him Jeremy. Jeremy is weird. He's about 25 or 26, and he hardly speaks. But he's got the creepiest laugh I've ever heard. My boss and I have both noticed this, but it's never been a problem, so there's not much we can do about it. Customers have never complained about him, and he's always done his job fairly well. Up until a few weeks ago, anyway. That's when things started going missing. Employee theft can be a problem at any business that sells consumer goods. And there's only one person working at a time at this gas station. It's a pretty small place. About 2 weeks ago, my boss started noticing that we were short on motor oil. At first, it was a few containers at a time, then entire shelves and boxes from the back room. Pretty soon, entire shipments would be gone the day after we got them. And it would always be right after Jeremy's shifts. My boss has checked the security camera tapes from every single night he worked, but he could never catch him in the act. Jeremy would lock up at closing. Then the motor oil would be gone the next day. My boss usually takes the tapes home with him to try and catch Jeremy stealing, but his daughter had a softball game last night, so he asked me to watch the tapes for him. He offered to pay me overtime, under the table. So obviously, I took that offer. There are 3 cameras, so he gave me 3 different tapes to check. I figured it would be a long night, but I'm trying to save up for vacation, so I really needed the money. I took the tapes home, popped them in an old VCR, and sat back. 2 days ago, the last time he worked, Jeremy started at 4 p.m. Everything seemed pretty normal at first. He counted up his drawer, switched off with the girl who worked before him, and waited for a customer. The first person who came in was Mrs. Templeton. The timestamp on the video read 4:03, a regular. She picked up her cigarettes and a newspaper, and paid with a 20. Nothing unusual there. The next customer was some local guy named Ron. He drives a motorcycle, usually comes in every few days. He filled up his tank, got a bag of beef jerky, paid with his credit card, and then left. Next was some guy with a cowboy hat. I'd never seen him before, but we get plenty of strangers passing through, just like at any gas station. He got $40 worth of diesel fuel, paid with a $100 bill, and went on his way. I sat back and sighed. The only thing more boring than this job is watching someone else do it. My boss's offer was enough to keep me watching though, so I left the tape on. Everything seemed pretty normal. I had a feeling that if Jeremy was stealing motor oil, he knew we were suspicious of him by now. I didn't expect him to be dumb enough to let us catch him on camera. Things stayed boring and routine. until about 5 o'clock. At 5:03, Mrs. Templeton came back in. She must have forgotten something. But she didn't. She bought the same pack of cigarettes as before, and the same newspaper. She paid with another 20. That's odd, I thought. But then again, she's a little absent-minded. I thought Jeremy would have told her she already got her smokes, but it's not against the rules to sell somebody the same thing twice. That's when Ron came in again. He bought another tank of gas for his motorcycle again. I later checked the outdoor camera because I thought maybe he had another car he wanted to fill up. And the same pack of beef jerky. He paid with his credit card again. It's no big deal. I figured this was just a weird coincidence. Mrs. Templeton is forgetful, and Ron probably owns more than one Harley. That's when the guy in the cowboy hat came back in. I felt a chill run down my spine. Don't get Diesel. Don't get Diesel. I found myself whispering to my empty living room. But he did. He got $40 worth of diesel fuel and paid with another $100 bill. Every move he made was identical to his first visit, right down to the way he scratched his nose before he walked out. Either this guy is rich, owns a lot of trucks, and just moved into town, or something really bizarre was happening. I kept watching. Every customer for the next hour was the same as before. Every single one. I was seriously freaked out. And then at 6:03, Mrs. Templeton walked back in. She bought her cigarettes and newspaper again, and paid with a 20 again. I thought I was going to lose it. I only watched another half hour before I started fast-forwarding through the rest. It was all the same. Every customer would come in at the exact same times, exactly 1 hour apart. Now I know what you're thinking. That sneaky motherfucker Jeremy had messed with the tapes. He had run a loop of his first hour of business over and over. That wasn't the case. There are windows around the cash register area that the camera covers, and I watched the sunlight fade as time ran on. Jeremy's routine didn't loop over. He swept, mopped, restocked, and did all his duties exactly how you would expect. But the same customers kept coming in. I was panicking at this point. Something was seriously wrong with what I was seeing, and I had no explanation for it. I skipped ahead to when he locked up and walked out to his car. He hadn't stolen anything, but I kept watching just to make sure. I fast-forwarded one more time to about midnight. At exactly 12:03, out of nowhere, Jeremy's face pops up on camera. I don't mean he moved his head into view. I mean that 1 second the store was empty. The next second his face was all I could see. He wasn't looking at the camera. He was looking at me. I was sure of it. I screamed and fumbled for the remote. By the time I grabbed it, he was gone. Just as soon as he had come in. One frame he was there. The next he wasn't. My hands were shaking like crazy, but I popped in another tape. The other indoor camera shows the back area by the cash register, and I would be able to see how he got up to put his face in the camera like that. I skipped ahead to 12:03, but there was nothing. I would have been able to see him standing on a chair or something on this tape, but he wasn't there. I didn't see him enter the store at all after he left. It's like he wasn't really there. He doesn't know the security code, and no alarms were triggered that night after he locked up. What I did see, however, was that at 12:03, the motor oil vanished off the shelf. All of it. Same as Jeremy's face. One second it was there, and the next it wasn't. I turned that tape off and went to bed, but I didn't get a wink of sleep. My body is exhausted right now, but my mind is racing. That tape was like nothing I've ever seen. I work in a few hours. My boss asked me to bring the tapes back in and let him know what I found. But really, what the hell am I going to say? Jeremy works the night shift tonight, directly after me, and the plan is for my boss to come in just before I leave and confront him with me, as I'm supposed to be the one who caught him stealing. I have no idea what I'm going to do. I suppose I'll have to show my boss the tapes, but I don't want to watch them with him. I never want to see that again. I can't get the image of Jeremy just smiling directly into the camera out of my mind. It almost seemed unnatural how he looked. Anyway, I'm gonna try to get some last-minute sleep before I have to go in and deal with this. I'll let you guys know what happens. Update, 2:49 p.m. Updating from my phone. My boss just finished watching the last of the tapes. I told him what to expect, but you really can't prepare someone for something like that. He's scared shitless. I still am too. And Jeremy is due to come in at 4. We've got a little over an hour to get our shit together, but neither one of us knows what to say to him. Is he just a fucked up guy who likes to steal motor oil and scare the shit out of people? Or is he something else? I don't know if this is crazy, but does anyone think he could have anything to do with the time loop? My boss said that he never noticed anything like that in the other tapes, but the way he popped up in this one made me think he knew I would be watching. It's like he wanted me to see what he could do, like he was showing off or something. The way he smiled into the camera was like a little kid showing you a sandcastle they just built or something. I don't know. I probably sound crazy. I sure feel the part. I'm going to talk to my boss some more. We have to calm ourselves down and figure out how to handle this. I'll update again tonight, but I have a really, really bad feeling about how this is going to play out. Update, 4:33 p.m. No sign of Jeremy. Tried calling him, but his phone has been disconnected. We're calling the police. Update, 5:33 p.m. No sign of Jeremy. Tried calling him, but his phone has been disconnected. We're calling the police. Update, 6:33 p.m. No sign of Jeremy. Tried calling him, but his phone has been disconnected. We're calling the police. Update, 7:33 p.m. No sign of Jeremy. Tried calling him, but his phone has been disconnected. We're calling the police. Update, 8:33 p.m. No sign of Jeremy. Tried calling him, but his phone has been disconnected. We're calling the police. Update, 10:58 p.m. Holy shit. Holy shit, I just got home and saw my previous updates. Things make less sense now than ever. Here's what I can tell you. I went to work. Jeremy never showed up. My boss and I decided to call the police, as you're well aware. When I picked up the phone to call, though, the sun went out. I shit you not, that's what I thought happened. Apparently, I blacked out for exactly 5 hours, because when I looked at the clock, it was 9:33. I think I got stuck in Jeremy's time loop, and then I snapped out of it at the exact point I blacked out, if that makes sense. But that's when things got really weird. My boss was right next to me when I blacked out, ready to corroborate my story to the cops. When I came to, the phone was in my hand, but it was dead. Not even a dial tone. My boss was right there, but he wasn't moving. He was standing up, but frozen. I looked at the clock again, and it wasn't moving. The second hand was stuck on the 12. It was 9:33 exactly. The clock on the register, the computer screen, wasn't moving either. My phone was frozen. There was even a customer at the register waiting for my boss to get him cigarettes. I'm betting that would have been his 5th pack of the day. I got out of there. I didn't lock up, I didn't turn the lights out. And sorry guys, I didn't grab the security tapes to upload on the internet. Believe me, that was the last thing on my mind. The gas station is on a major highway, and cars were parked all along it. Except they weren't parked, they were frozen. The people inside sitting still as wax statues. I got in my car and prayed that it would start. Thankfully it did. About halfway home, time started up again. Static from the radio turned into music, like it's supposed to be, and from what I could tell by listening to the host talking between songs, no one noticed the time freeze or whatever it was. I was the only one. Well, I'm sure Jeremy noticed as well. I still have no clue where he is or what he's doing. I'm hiding in my room and calling the police again in the morning. I don't know if I ever got through to them before, or if I did, whether they took me seriously. I'm scared for my life at this point. I'll update tomorrow, if I can. Final update, 10:33 a.m. I finally fell asleep last night around 4. I have no idea how I did it. I guess exhaustion finally got the best of me. This morning, I woke up to my phone ringing. It was my boss. He had been calling me since about 6. He woke up when time turned back on last night and immediately called the cops. They came by to see what was wrong, and he told them everything. The police around here are all small-time guys. They are more concerned with the missing motor oil than anything. But my boss figured he would take it, as long as he had their attention. They decided to go looking for Jeremy. We keep all our employees' applications on file, and since Jeremy just started working here, his was easy to find. They checked the address on it and headed over to his house. And you're not going to believe what they found. The address Jeremy listed on his application was an empty lot. Or at least now it is. There used to be a house there, but it burned down in 1993. Being a small town, almost everyone remembers that fire. A family of 4 used to live there, way back when. Rumor has it that they had an estranged son who they never really talked about, but I can't say for sure if that's true. What I can say is true is that after an insurance investigation, the fire was ruled as an arson. The entire house was soaked in oil and torched with the Molotov cocktail. The entire family was sleeping when it happened. None of them survived. They never caught the guy who did it. Rumor has it that when they tried to contact the estranged son, no one could find him. Anyway, my boss called and told me this, and I freaked out. Then he asked me to come to the gas station. "What are you, crazy?" I said, but he assured me that the cops were with him. Then he dropped a bomb. The FBI were also in town, and they were going to talk to me one way or another, so I might as well come in. It was about 7:15, and I wanted to go back to bed. But I figured I wouldn't be able to sleep much more anyway. So I went down. 4 men in suits greeted me and told me to have a seat. We went over everything 2 or 3 times until they got all the details down. I told them about Jeremy, the security tape, last night at work, everything. Finally, after I finished, one of the agents said, "Ah, Christ, we've got another one on our hands." Then they made me sign a bunch of papers saying I wouldn't tell anyone about what happened. I've probably already broken the law just by posting this, but I want people to know about this. So now I'm home. I'm not sure what to do with myself. That agent's words when I told him the story, that's gonna stay with me for a long time. Anyway, I've got to go. I have some errands to run today, and then I have to go back into work to pick up some tapes. My boss and I think the new guy, Jeremy, he's a complete creep, is stealing motor oil, and I have to watch the security footage to see if I can catch him doing it. I have better things to do, but my boss is paying me overtime, under the table, and I'm trying to save up for vacation, so I could really use the money. It should be pretty simple. The oil always goes missing right after his shifts. I figure I'll just watch the tapes, catch him in the act, and that'll be that.
That was The Strangest Security Tape I've Ever Seen by Powerhawk Smash. After moving out into the countryside, one man discovers that the rain brings with it a sinister evil. This is They Come.
There's no doubt about it. We fear rain. We wear our trench coats and our umbrellas just to avoid getting hit by some lousy droplets of water. But what is it that makes us fear it? It's not something we learn. It's something deep that resonates within us. An unexplainable repulsion towards getting ourselves wet during a downpour. It is not a learned fear. It's instinctive. Instinct. A small word for such a big idea. I lived in the countryside for 4 months now, but recently I moved back to the city. The neighbors used to tell me to nail the windows shut for about 2 or 3 weeks right after I started living there. But it was the beginning of summer. With all the heat of the sun, I wasn't going to do something as stupid as that. At least, I thought it was stupid. You know that smell? The one that rises just before the rain starts falling on you. In the city, people will say it's the smell of watered earth, of the dirt getting wet, of bacteria, and plants receiving the rain. But the people have never been in the country. They haven't the faintest idea. You see, the cities, the huge metropolis, has not always been there. Mankind has been living in nature far more than it has been living in the cities. That is why we still have the instinct to fear the rain. It's not the smell of earth, dirt, bacteria, plants. It's their smell. They come out in the rain, and they seek to mate. But they cannot hold their own, for they must retreat hastily as soon as the rains give in and the water stops. I didn't nail my window shut, and as soon as the rain came, I started hearing it. Have you ever heard the tiny, almost unnoticeable hum or high pitch that TVs make when they are turned on? Have you ever felt a pressure on your chest when a low-pitched beat is heard? Those are the things that filled the air. That smell and those moans. High and low thumping moans. It's the smell they follow. I came home a bit wet, for the rain started on my way home. I started hearing those noises sometime after I entered my house. Then the scratching on my door began. I went to check it through the window, and what I saw was horrible. What at first looked like a giant worm was in fact a humanoid thing, with its lower body being one long leg or tail. Its small, atrophied arms were strong enough to allow them to crawl, slither, and its face, it looked like it had been petrified. The only thing that looked like it was in use was its nose. It moved, and as soon as I got close to the window, its face shifted towards me. The window was slightly open, and I knew it turned because it could smell me. It moved towards the window, but it wasn't strong enough to pull itself up inside, and I had enough time to close the window. Soon enough it turned, trying to sense the smell, my odor, and after a while, more came. From the hills came an entire legion of those things. 300, 400 maybe. Thoughts of monkeys running up towards high rocks and climbing trees came to my mind. These are the things we've feared since the dawn of time. After a while, the macabre sight became something I couldn't stand. The noise was so much I couldn't sleep. The things were so ugly and disgusting. Yet I could not stop watching. Soon, I saw the old stray dog that always wandered around. It was a dirty dog. It must have been 15 years old. Too old to run. Too old to live. They grabbed hold of its paws. 1, 2, 3, 5. The dog started howling. It tried to bite one, and the other. Soon they overpowered the poor animal. And then, it happened. From their chest came out a sting. 1, 2, 3, 5. They all started stinging the poor beast. After that, they all turned to see towards the east. Then they started crawling as fast as they could towards the plains. They disappeared as fast as they came. The dog lay motionless. It seemed like parts of him breathed. At intervals, parts of his body pulsated. Then, suddenly, the dog jumped to his fours and looked renewed. It started running like it was a young pup. Then it went running towards the plains and disappeared from my sight. When morning broke, I took nails and wood planks and nailed my windows shut. Not even one hole was left. I even checked for other holes in the walls. The door, too. God, I was starting to get paranoid. I left the house to get some groceries from the neighbors. They had their own farm and had a lot of things for sale. But we're talking farms here. The distance I had to travel was about a mile or two to their house. When I got there, black, menacing clouds were near. The neighbors were cold and quick. They gave me eggs, milk, some honey, and meat, but told me if I wanted to live, I should stay for the night. I remembered the last night, but I still hadn't made the connection of rain and monsters, so I declined the offer and hurried back, while the farmer behind me yelled I should stay if I valued my life. The rain started midway towards my house. I was wet within the first 10 seconds of rain. It was a real downpour. I felt the smell of rain once more. And then I heard the sounds once again. The high-pitched noise, the low thumping. I wet my pants when I saw the first of those things crawling towards me. Its nose, like a black eye, moving towards me. I dropped what I was carrying and ran for my life. Even though they crawled, they were pretty fast. I was beginning to lose my breath, when suddenly, once again, the image of monkeys climbing trees came to me. I remembered. It could not lift itself through my window. I realized I had a small hope for surviving this, but I had some hope. While I was running, I turned to see left and right. All I needed was something above the ground, something they couldn't climb up to. The farmer's barn. I could see he left his old wood ladder on the side of it. All I had to do was set it up, climb it, and then raise it so they could not follow. It was heavier than I thought, but I was truly terrified of what would happen if I didn't raise it. When I had put it in place, one of those things faster than those of its kind tried to stab me with his sting. I could see it like I was in slow motion. I grabbed the sting with both hands, while the thing kept trying to nail me with it. An egg came out of it, while I tried to keep it away from me. I pushed the thing to the side, and the egg fell to the ground. It started to move and pulsate, but then it stopped. The exterior turned to stone. As soon as that happened, I heard the clamor of those things, stronger and more penetrating than ever. I saw that the thing which tried to stab me was now writhing, like it was in pain. I didn't hesitate for 1 minute. I felt rage within me, so I started to kick it. Then I stomped its head in. I ran up the ladder, and then I raised it towards me, up on the barn's roof. I don't know how I managed to, but I fell asleep. The next morning, I was woken by the farmer's wife, yelling at me. She kept asking why I was there. I put the ladder down and found a little stone ball and the skeleton of a dog with its skull bashed in. Why had I never seen these things until now? Why did this happen only in a place like this? It all came to me. The egg, the rain, the smell of wet people. What about those flashes in my mind? Those memories of a time long gone. The people around here. The environment around here. It's all very much like the one it was some thousands of years ago. The only thing here that's changed are the houses. It's the only new thing. And those memories of the past came to me because this thing, this primal fear. We have been running from the rain and water for so long. Even when we were unevolved chimps, We ran from it, and ran from the ground as well. I left that place as quickly as I could. I only spent one more night in those plains. I heard those screams and thumps. This time, they came from my house, and my aroma alone. I had killed one of their eggs. I knew it was because of this. How else could one explain all the ruckus that happened when the infected dog dropped the egg? They beat on the door, they slammed their bodies against it. They kept moaning and scratching, hitting and weeping, smelling my fear. However, the rain stopped quickly, and they ran away. I am writing this now because I'm scared of them. I came back to the city, but maybe I should have let them take me. Instead, I've brought this plague back with me, back to the city. They are on the other side of my door, and it's raining outside. It has been for a long time. Because even now, even though we don't know about them, deep inside we still fear them. The rain won't stop. It's been 3 days, and I'm beginning to lose it. They claw the door, and I don't know how much more it will resist. They're taking it down. They smell my fear.
That was They Come. A man, trapped in his own house by an ever-encroaching ice, details his last few days before he succumbs to the frozen death awaiting him. This is Enclosing.
I'm so cold. So very, very cold. There is no more warmth left in this room. 2 weeks ago, it started, back when I could still see the sun. I live alone. My parents kicked me out after I dropped out of high school. I always hated school. The teachers, the kids, all of them. They don't understand you. And they say they do, and sometimes it seems like they actually do. But it's all false. And so-called friends, they're just people who act like they care, but turn around to stab you in the back as soon as it benefits them. As you can tell, I'm not a people person. Maybe it wasn't their fault though. Considering my sickness, I always forget to mention that part. I have serious mental problems. As far back as I can remember, I get these images in my head, terrible, awful images. Visions of murder, rape, sickness, and war. But it's worse than just images. I feel them. It's like I was there, experiencing them firsthand. From what I've been told by people around me when I've had my episodes, mostly teachers, I spasm and throw myself to the floor, scratching and writhing at everything around me, screaming all the while. Of course, I don't remember it. All I remember is the images, and I doubt I will ever be rid of them. These teachers, these idiots, thought I was merely acting out, seeking attention as it were, as did my classmates. I hated them and they hated me, leading to many fights at school. I even sent a few kids into the hospital. One hell of a childhood. I live in a dingy rental home in the slums of an unimportant city. My parents don't visit me anymore, and none of my neighbors can stand being around me for more than a few minutes. Nobody ever cared about me, and nobody ever will. And I'm content with that. It was only last month when I saw a doctor about my episodes. He diagnosed me with a wide array of mental disorders, none of which I bothered to ask what they meant. All I knew was that I needed pills, and he could give me some. I remember him prescribing me 3 or 4 different medications, but I didn't take them right away. I waited, thinking maybe, just maybe, the images were caused by a troubled childhood, and maybe I had matured out of it. But sure enough, a few days later, they came back. Suicide, bombs ripping people apart, and genocide. My mind was filled to the brim with these images, and they were some of the worst yet. I was already sobbing in the fetal position by the time my mind comprehended that I might be able to stop this. I couldn't open my eyes. I didn't want to see anymore. I remember crawling on my side towards the bathroom, trembling while trying to stand up and throwing open my medicine cabinet, spilling the assorted products on the floor. I felt around blindly for the unfamiliar shape of pill bottles, and soon found them. I ripped them open and threw them into my mouth, many of them falling onto the floor. I collapsed onto the cold tile, losing consciousness. This was a first. Then, I woke up in my bed. I must have become stable enough to get in bed at some point. I just didn't remember it. Maybe. Then it began. I was cold. With my heavy comforter, one of the few things I was able to afford, it should have kept me warm. Even on the coldest nights here, I could always take solace in sleep. I got up and walked into the living room and turned on my TV. Cable was out. Should have known. How long had it been since I paid my bills? It's still cold, I thought to myself. I walked over to the thermostat and cranked it up. I didn't bother checking the temperature. Hearing that old familiar sound of the heater pumping warm air gave me a bit of rejoice. I sat back down. But 15 minutes went by, and I was still cold. I walked over to the heat vent, placing my hand over it. I couldn't feel any warmth. I couldn't feel any air coming from the vent. But I could definitely hear it. My bills, of course. No wonder there was no heat. I could only feel the cold grate of the vent. But then why could I hear it pumping throughout the room? Might as well call my landlord, I thought to myself, picking up the phone. Dead. Doesn't anything in this fucking place work? I distinctly remember asking myself. It was one of the last things I remember saying out loud. How was I to know what was happening? I walked outside. I don't remember if it was to grab the morning paper or perhaps to soak up some rays of the sun. But it was at this time I knew something was wrong. It was dead outside. And I'm talking Sunday morning in the winter at 4 in the morning dead. There was no lights on in any of the houses. Nobody walking outside, no noise. The silence was making my ears ring. I slowly walked back in, afraid to disrupt the stillness by too loud of a step. At the time, I hadn't realized it was much colder outside than in. The rest of the day went per usual, watching DVDs for hours and reading. Only difference was the cold, which by my best efforts I could not stop. Then I went to bed, one of my last moments of peace, even though there was no warmth to be had. The next morning I woke up against the blaring noise of my alarm clock. Work? No, much too cold. I put my hand on the dresser to turn the alarm clock off. When I felt it, searing pain in my hand. My palm lurched off the dresser, bits of flesh ripping off. Cradling my hand under my armpit for warmth, I looked at the dresser. It was covered in a fine layer of frost. No, it wasn't frost. It was too perfect. It was ice, perfectly clear and smooth like glass, and nearly covering the entire dresser. Little bits of my skin and flesh were on the top, and a small amount of warm blood dripped from my palm. Even that small amount of warmth made me shiver. I had been so used to the cold of my house. Obviously, I was disturbed. I don't remember spilling a glass of water. No, I definitely hadn't. I walked out of my room and went to check outside. Maybe I could casually talk to one of my neighbors about the cold. Who was I kidding? They'd probably think I'm dicking around, trying to screw with them. Still, I needed to know why it was so cold. I placed my hand on the knob and jumped back. Frozen. I grabbed my comforter and gripped the knob, twisting with all my might. Nothing. Not a budge. I threw myself against the door, trying to force it open. Luckily, my poor rundown house was flimsy. It flew open, and I stumbled outside. Then I realized I couldn't move. My right shoe, the only one touching the sidewalk, was frozen to the ground. I could hear the sound of the ice forming the outline of my footprint along the ground. Alarmed, I pulled away with as much strength as I could muster in this tundra, barely ripping my foot free, and fell back inside. There was no wind, and yet the outside brought the ghastly cold into my house. Even the icy temperature of my house was better than the feeling of cold death outside. I stood up and slammed the door shut, leaving my shoe. Since then, every day has been constant torment. The cold is unbearable. Every day, a little bit more of my house is covered with that perfect, glassy ice. Less and less of my few commodities I can use. My bed froze solid 2 days ago. I've resorted to sleeping in the corner of my living room. But soon that wore thin, as my TV, couch, and walls were covered in ice. I didn't eat for the first few days, terrified. Soon enough, though, I realized I needed something, anything to keep my body warm. So I ran to my fridge. I opened and felt like a complete fool. How could any of my food be edible? A fridge storing food at cold temperatures in a home well below 0 degrees. Smart. The food, fruits, meats, cheeses, about all I had left were covered in at least an inch of that clear, perfect ice. almost like glass containers. I would spend hours chipping away at it, then stuffing the remains in my mouth, hoping I could survive just a little longer on the scraps. Yesterday, my entire upstairs became covered in the ice. I can't even reach my fridge, much less my door. I gave up hope on human contact days ago. In the basement, I fled, knowing I couldn't avoid it anymore. And finally, we've come to today. It's coating the stairs, and the walls around me are closing in with the ice. I stopped shivering long ago. Even my body realized that it's over. My bodily systems and organs shutting down one by one. So here I am, trapped in the last bit of my home, my world, not covered in that cold, transparent killer. I'm huddled into the fetal position, retelling the story again and again to myself. The ice is only a few inches away. I never thought about it, but I've not actually watched the ice grow. It's just covering more space every time I check. I look down and see the ice at my toes. Clever. While I was busy thinking of the ice never moving, it moves. I'm fading in and out of consciousness, and every time I awake, I slip more and more into the cold embrace of death. I laugh mildly in my head at my ironic statement. My legs are now enveloped in the ice. At least there's no more running. No more trying to survive. I'm trying to smile, but the muscles in my face won't respond. The ice is now over my stomach and around my arms. I take solace in the fact that my eyes, and more so my mind, will be the last to go. Now it's up to my chin. With the final movements of my eyes, I glance around at my glass coffin. So this is how it ends. My eyes fall back, looking straight ahead. No longer do I feel anything. The ice must be everywhere now. I'm suddenly remembering the time I sent a kid to the hospital in a 2-week coma. I pray to God that was enough for St. Peter to reject my application into heaven. I hear hell is much warmer. Hopefully that hasn't frozen over too.
That was Enclosing. After being the focus of ridicule from a local comedian, one man chooses to give this joker a sharp critique, but not without being on the chopping block himself. Can you take the joke in The Shepard Cane?
My girlfriend and I have this special spot, this nice little place that serves up food, drinks, and amateur stage performances. They named it the Stage Harbor Diner Theater. A bit wordy, but it's alright. It used to be a loading dock, but what was once a place for blue-collar workers is now a quaint setting to showcase local talent. Rachel and I first laid eyes on each other at this place, and have made it an unspoken rule that we return at least once a month. We love the open mic nights. Our small town doesn't seem to have many serious artists, and yet we have one person with dreams far larger than those of its simple residents. Jeffrey Buttfellows. He aspires more than anything to become a comedian. For years we have watched in discomfort as Jeffrey leaps out from the red curtains, all smiles and self-assurance. He joyously grabs the microphone and proceeds to tell the unfunniest jokes imaginable. His intentions are so sincere, his confidence so undeserved, and the setup so horribly timed. Even trying to laugh out of politeness is impossible. Most of the audience has become exasperated at this point. Whenever his rusted Ford pickup truck can be seen in the parking lot, the diner theater loses business. His shows always end in the same fashion. Whenever he's getting overly heckled and hissed by the audience, this old-fashioned vaudevillain Shepard Cane reaches out from the side curtain and pulls him away by the neck. The audience usually gives this shepherd's crook lavish applause as soon as it hooks him. That stick has undoubtedly saved Jeffrey and his spectators from further humiliation on countless occasions. I like Jeff, though, a true artist. With absolutely zero support, he's able to go out there and shoot for his dream, even if his own lack of improvement doesn't discourage him. I believe if all Joes had his kind of ambition, we'd be a world brimming with genius. However, my admiration changed a few months ago when Rachel and I were celebrating our 3-year anniversary. We bought a bottle of champagne and waited for another lousy attempt by our persistent stand-up. Rachel had on a screaming lemon dress that may have been a little too revealing for her figure. Perhaps it was that dress that had garnered Jeffrey's attention that night. For that evening, a couple of drunk frats from the city were at the club. I suppose they had even less patience than us locals. They would interrupt Jeff with, "This guy sucks giant balls." Other times they'd simply scream, "Next." One even threw a bottle at his head. Now, talented comics can handle hecklers with devastatingly vicious comebacks. But as you know, Jeff was not a talented comic. Realizing his material was unfit for these city boys, he looked around for something he could make funny. That's when he saw it. Rachel. All 4'11" and 222 pounds of her. He started making fun of her size. She was silent and chuckled quietly with poorly disguised hurt on her face, while the rest of the audience roared with laughter. This went on for 20 agonizing minutes, as if he had been planning it in his head all these years. Eventually, he exhausted himself of fat jokes and moved on to more neutral subjects, which left his listeners hot and bothered. Once more, the Shepard's Cane materialized behind the curtain and relieved him. Though she pleaded with me not to confront anyone, I talked to the stage manager. He had his back turned, holding the Shepard's Cane. As he turned to face me, the first thing I detected from his face was that he was blind. His eyes lacked that glint of focus. "Hey, listen, pal," I began, undeterred by his handicap. "Jeff went way too far tonight when he made fun of my girl. It was completely uncalled for and I didn't like it." The stage manager raised his hand and lowered his head in respect. "Sir, I understand completely. Well, that was the first time that I have ever heard such laughter coming from that kid. And I mean ever. I'll talk to him for you. Oh, you gotta admit the guy was due. Let's just hope the confidence boost can help him find other material." But he didn't find other material. Every night when Rachel and I came to visit, he'd direct the spotlight on her and could dish out jokes and wisecracks without repeating himself for over half an hour. He called her whale cunt, since he never asked her name, and never needed to, since she was just more of an entity of fatness to him. His growing fan base would slap their thighs and tickle their ribs amidst the satisfied howls. Even I have to admit, his normally dull act became diabolically clever. However, I certainly did not find it funny in the least. Afterwards, Rachel would be quietly depressed, yet would insist we return week after week, as if she saw it as a challenge to overcome, to not allow this man to take away a location she associated with hope and happiness. I begged the stage manager to use the Shepard's Cane once his abuse was starting to begin, but he wouldn't do anything. It seemed years of yanking Jeffrey from his beloved spotlight had simply softened the blind man's heart too much to punish him. Finally, Rachel said she'd do something. She decided to call Buttfellows to see if she could persuade him to not make fun of her weight, as it was a sensitive subject to her, and she was self-conscious about it. She had left a voicemail. The next night, Buttfellows played the voicemail for the audience while pausing and mimicking her voice. Then he gave a violent recant that had everyone in stitches. He grabbed her drink and hawked up a loogie in it, much to everyone's delight. In that moment, the idea for revenge that had been simmering in my brain finally came to a boil. I had a plan to punish not only Jeffrey for obsessively spitting out fat jokes, but also the blind stage manager for his misguided sympathy. And the Shepard's Cane was the key. I grabbed an old farmer's scythe at an antique store and sharpened it until paper could be sliced from its own weight when rested upon the blade. I then smoothed its handle with sandpaper until it felt just like the Shepard's Cane. Same wooden handle, same weight, same everything, save for the steel crescent moon on its head. I put a bag over the blade so no one at the restaurant would be suspicious. When I peered inside the stage manager's office, I saw the Shepard's Cane hanging on the wall by a nail. The stage manager himself sat on a chair, looking directly at me, but he had some headphones on and was tapping his foot to the music. I coughed. No reaction. I lumbered in noisily to see if he'd react. I put my face close to his. I could hear the soundtrack to West Side Story. Perfect. I made the switch. Jeffrey Buttfellows was on in 15 minutes. 10 minutes later, I met up with Rachel. She gave me a weak smile when she saw me. I thought witnessing tonight's show might churn her stomach at first. But perhaps later, maybe 50 years from now, when we're an old couple, I can say, "Remember Buttfellows? That awful lout who got his head chopped off for being a failure as a comedian? I did that." Rachel would smile and say, "Deep down I always knew." Then she'd squeeze my hand. That would be perfect. I decided to buy a bottle of wine to lighten her mood and my nerves, for tonight was going to be one to remember. I noted that we'd probably have to take the bottle home, since they were bound to close down the restaurant for about a week or so after tonight. Jeffrey headed down the stage and lifted the microphone up to his face. "What's up, folks? Miss me? I'm sure you didn't, my buxom lady." The spotlight irradiated our table. Rachel looked down and braced herself for the coming onslaught of verbal lashes. That night, his bits about her were merciless. He had sketches, impressions, fake stories about how her parents tried to drown her for her hideousness. How it was her Medusa-like ugliness that had actually struck the stage manager blind. I could scarcely hear the manager himself chuckle at that one from behind the curtain. I poured another glass and pulled it up towards my grimmest lips. It went on for hours like that, until finally he had to change to one of his less popular themes. Throughout all this suspense, I was on my third bottle and started feeling quite a bit drunk off the wine, as well as my thoughts of forthcoming revenge. The heckling started small since the audience truly wanted to give him a chance with other topics. After all, it was his genius who had them all laughing for hours at the same subject. Yet before they knew it, he dished out some unforgivably god-awful material that had them moaning their unavoidable disapproval. He started stuttering and repeating the punchline while tapping the microphone. "Is this thing on?" It was so pathetic. Even Rachel began booing, which was perfect. She deserved to have a hand in his death. Then, on the side curtain, there it was, lurking its way outside the curtain, hovering its shiny blade, reflected by the stage light. It was like watching the moon making its elliptical trajectory across the sky, slowly moving towards the unsuspecting buffoon. Not slow enough for someone to notice and warn him. Oh no, it was such a bizarre happenstance, no one could figure it out in time. The only reaction came from the patient and expecting murderer. I smirked and raised my wine glass to the comedic failure. I recall his eyes actually reaching mine as the crescent blade curved its way around his neck. With an overly ambitious tug, it made its way through. The blade swiftly disappeared behind the curtain. The stage manager must be confused by now. Jeffrey stood there with the microphone by his lips. We could no longer hear his voice. All we could hear was his gurgling. Blood coming from his neck, reddening his collar and his shirt. Then his head slipped off with a thud. It rolled off the stage and onto a family's table. They screamed. His body still stood on the stage, his microphone held up to the stump of his neck, which erupted with scarlet liquid. After a couple of spurts of blood, his body went limp and fell backwards, his legs kicking a bit. The crowd was hushed. "Don't worry, everyone, I'm a medical student," I drunkenly announced amidst the stunned silence. I stumbled onto the stage and got down to my knees as I checked the corpse's wrist. I spoke into the microphone, still in the dead Jeffrey's hand. "It's too late. He's dead." Perhaps out of fear and disbelief over what they had just seen, the audience actually laughed. A few were still gaping, however, but eventually they started laughing too. Maybe they thought it was a magic trick. I suppose I got a high off the initial laughter. "He'll never get ahead with that sort of material, right?" Silence. Too soon, I guessed. "That really sucked," shouted someone from the back. Most of them started booing. I noticed a pair of female twins in their teens from the family table were gazing at Jeffrey's pale face. His mouth was open, and his left cheek was caked in gravy. His eyes darted around in confusion, till they finally rolled in the back of his head. The twin shrieked again. "What's the matter?" I grabbed the microphone from Jeff's dead fingers and stood up. "Oh, come on, girls. You should know at your age that a little head can be a good thing." The audience continued to groan. The father threw an apple at me. Even Rachel shook her head in disappointment from that last one. Suddenly, I felt something sharp encircle my neck. My blood went cold, for I knew what was next.
That was The Shepard Cane by Johnny V. Detectives in Japan are on the case when a series of deaths occur after the release of a popular video game in the 1990s. Lead after lead, the culprit evades them at every step. Can you solve the mystery in Come Follow Me?
During the first few weeks of the release of Pokemon Red and Green in Japan, back in February 27th, 1996, a peak of deaths appeared in the age group of 10 to 14. The children were found dead through suicide, usually by hanging or jumping from heights. The few children who were safe before killing themselves showed sporadic behavior. When asked why they were going to hurt themselves, they only responded in chaotic screams and scratched at their own eyes. When showed their Game Boy, this seemed to be the connection to this attitude. At first they had no response, but when combined with either Pokemon Red or Green, the screams would continue, and they would do their best to leave the room it was located in. There was evidence that many of these children, both alive and dead, had prior mental issues such as moderate and severe autism, signs of mental retardation, and various other neurological issues. However, despite these problems, they never had previous outbreaks of suicidal actions or the behavior seen in the investigations of the youths. The authorities could not explain their sudden changes in behavior. There didn't appear to be domestic violence in the families, drug or sexual abuse either. At this point, it was a far shot, but now suspicions that the game somehow had a connection to these children and the deaths had begun to rise within the department. It was a strange case, no doubt, because a majority of children who had the same games did not show this behavior. The police had no choice but to pursue this lead, since they had no others. After collecting the cartridges these children had purchased, they kept them sealed away as strong evidence to look over later. They decided the first thing to do was talk to the programmers themselves. The first person they met was the director of the original games, Satoshi Tajiri. When told about the deaths surrounding his games, he seemed slightly uneasy, but admitted nothing. He led them to the main programmers of the game, the people responsible for the actual content. The detectives met Takanori Uta, one of the main programmers of the game. Unlike Satoshi, he did not seem uneasy, but very kept. He explained that it was impossible to use something like a game to cause such deaths, and also bringing up the point that not all the children were affected. He brushed it off as some kind of odd coincidence or mass hysteria. It seemed like he was hiding something, but he wasn't giving way. Finally, he did say something interesting. Takanori had heard a rumor going around various internet forums that the music for Lavender Town, one of the locations in the game, had caused some children to go ill. It was only a rumor and had no real definite backup, but it was still something to look into. He directed the detectives to Junichi Masuda, the music composer for the series. Masuda had also heard of these rumors, but again, he said they had no evidence that his music was the cause. To prove the point, he played the exact song from the game completely through with no strange effects to anyone in the room. Although they still had their suspicions of Masuda and the music of Lavender Town, it seemed they had reached yet another dead end. Going back to the cartridges they had seized from the affected children, they decided to take a more direct look at the games. They knew it was these games that gave the children the ill effects, so they took extreme caution. Putting in the cartridge and turning the console on, the game screen booted. The title screen appeared, and the option to continue or create a new game appeared. When they chose to continue the game, stats of that save file appeared. They saw the names of the children who had played, usually Red or other simple names. However, the interesting thing was the time played and the number of Pokemon they owned. On every game, the time was very low, and all of them only had a single Pokemon in their inventory. They came to the stunning reality that it could not have been the music from Lavender Town that had caused such ill effects in the children, since it was impossible to reach that part of the game in such a small amount of time and with only one Pokemon in their inventory. This brought them to the conclusion that something early on in the game had to be the cause. If it wasn't the music nor the title screen, it had to be something within the first few minutes of the game itself. They had no choice but to go back to the production of the game. Asking for a list of all the programmers from Takanori, they found, surprisingly, that one of the programmers had committed suicide shortly after the game was released. His name was Chiro Miura, a very obscure programmer who had provided very little for the game. Even more interestingly, he had requested his name did not appear in the credits of the game, and so it was not. Looking over the evidence found at Chiro's apartment, they found many notes written in bold marker. Most of it was crumbled or marked out, making it very difficult to read. The few words they could find in the mess was, "Do not enter," "Watch out," and "Come follow me," the last one being in bold. The detectives were unsure what these meant, but knew they had to have a connection. Further searching, they discovered Chiro was good friends with one of the map designers, Koji Nishino, and this was probably the only reason Chiro had been given a part in making the game. Koji Nishino, since the release of the game, had locked himself in his apartment, only leaving at night to fetch anything he might need. He told his friends and family he was mourning for his dear friend Chiro, but they didn't believe this since Nishino had locked himself up the day the game was put in stores, a few days before Chiro had killed himself. It was troubling, but the authorities finally persuaded Nishino to sit down and speak with them. He looked as if he hadn't slept in days, dark rings under his eyes. He reeked. His nails had grown black and his hair was greasy, sticking to his forehead and neck. He spoke in stutters and murmurs, but at least he had something to say. When asked if he knew anything about the children who had died after exposure to the game, and if it had any connection to the game, he answered them carefully, it seemed, choosing his words thoughtfully before answering. He told him that his friend Chiro had an interesting idea with the game, something he wanted to try since he heard the project was starting. Nishino himself knew Takanori, the director and main programmer, for a long time, so he could easily get a mediocre programmer in on the project with a little persuasion. It seemed Chiro had convinced Nishino to get him in on the project, and it worked. The detectives knew they were onto something. This unknown, obscure programmer, Chiro, had to have something to do with it. Something. They asked what Chiro's idea was, why he wanted so badly to have a part in making this children's game. Nishino said that Chiro never told him much about it, other than a few details every now and then. He wanted to insert a special Pokemon in the game, one completely different from all the others. It would serve as an extra, a kind of out-of-place thrill for the player. It wasn't, however, missing no. It couldn't be. With the gameplay time recorded on the cartridges, it was impossible for the children to have time to meet that Pokemon. Nishino, throughout the entire conversation, seemed to break down worse with every question. The detectives pushed him more and more, searching through his mind for any and every scrap of knowledge this man had on the game, and Chiro, and Chiro's intentions. It was when they asked about the notes found in Chiro's home that he snapped. From under the couch that Nishino was sitting on, he whipped out a pistol, pointing it straight at the police while backing away a few steps. Then, just as quickly, he brought the gun to his face. "Don't follow me," muttered Nishino as he stuck the pistol in his mouth and pulled the trigger. He was too quick for the police to react. It was done. Nishino had killed himself. Repeating slightly differently what was written on one of Chiro's papers. It seemed at this point, all the leads had finally died. Months later, the team who had created this original game were splitting up, becoming harder to find. It was as if they were keeping a secret. When the police finally managed to talk with anyone who had parts in the game, even the obscure character designers or monster designers, it seemed they had nothing of interest to say. Most of them didn't even know Chiro, and the few who did had only seen him once or twice while working on the game itself. Throughout all of this, the only confirmation they had was that Chiro was indeed the one who had worked on the very early parts of the game. Since the original child's suicides and the death rate had dropped dramatically, it seemed that the game was no longer giving any ill effects to children. The callback of the games that was planned was cancelled, since it seemed the game was no longer causing any harm. They began to think that maybe Takanori was right, and it was all just a very odd coincidence or mass hysteria. Until they received the letter. It was given to one of the detectives himself, quite directly out on the street. It was a woman who gave him the note, a very frail, thin, sick-looking thing. She gave him the letter quickly, telling him it was something he needed to see, and without waiting for a response or another word, she disappeared into the crowd. The detective brought it to his office and called the others in. It was a letter written by Chiro himself, but it wasn't one found at his apartment. They had thoroughly searched and cleared out the place, so wherever this letter had come from, it wasn't kept at his home. It was signed to be given to Nacino. It started off quite formal. A hello, how are you, regards to the family and such. After one or two of these normal paragraphs, they reached a section that requested Nacino to get him into the game, to get him a programming position in Pokemon Red and Green. As the letter continued, the handwriting seemed to grow more jittery. He talked about a glorious idea he had, a way to program something unseen in any game before. He said it would certainly revolutionize not only the gaming industry, but everyone. He went on to say that it was a very simple procedure to program this idea into the game. He didn't even have to add any foreign programming, but could use what was already given in the game itself. This would, the detectives agreed, make it impossible to notice any obscurities in the programming itself. It was a perfect way to hide whatever this was. The letter ended abruptly. There was no goodbye, no say hi to the family, no write back or thank you, nothing like that. It was just his name, written hard in the letter where the paper almost broke through. It was only his name, Chiro Miura. That was the nail in the coffin for the detectives. They had no more suspicions about the cause. Chiro had programmed something into the early parts of the game, something maddening. To further increase the streak of success, they discovered that the programming team had worked in pairs. Even Chiro himself. He had worked with another programmer, Sasuke Tamada. If anyone knew what the secret in this game was, Sasuke Tamada would be the man. This was their final hope of unraveling this mystery, and to close it. They learned Sasuke had provided a lot of programming to the game, and seemed to be an average good guy and worker. The detective assigned to question Sasuke was easily allowed into his home, a fair place, and they entered his living room, where the detective sat. Sasuke did not sit, however. He stood by the window of the second-story floor, looking out onto the busy street. He was smiling weakly. There are no longer any direct witnesses to the events that followed, The only remaining evidence of the conversation between the detective and Sasuke is a voice recorder that was sitting on the table between them.
Sasuke Tamada, what part did you have in the games Pokemon Red and Green?
I was a programmer, that's all.
Am I right in knowing that the programmers working on the game worked in teams?
You would be right.
And your partner, his name was...
Chiro Miura. That was his name. Chiro Miura.
Could you tell me if Miura ever acted strange at all? Any particular behaviors you observed while working with him?
I didn't know him that well, really. We didn't meet up frequently. Only every once in a while to trade data, or when the entire group was called up for a meeting. Those are the only times I ever really saw him. He acted normal, as far as I could tell. He was a short man, and I think this affected his consciousness. He acted weaker than any other man I met. He was willing to do a lot of work to gain recognition. This I do know. I think...
Yes. You think what?
I think he was a very weak man. I think he wanted to prove himself regardless of this point. I think he wanted to make himself known for something special. Something that would make people forget about the way he looked, and pay attention to the powerful mind that lay inside his skull. Unfortunately for him, however,
he didn't have much of a mind to back up that reasoning. Why do you say that?
Well, it's the simple truth. He was nothing special, even if he wanted to believe so. You can't become greatness, even if you believe it. It's impossible. Somehow I think Chiro knew this himself. Somewhere deep in there, he knew it.
Can you tell me what Chiro's part of the game was? What did he work on exactly?
Nothing. I mean, nothing important. He worked on some obscure parts of the beginning of the game. It was Oak's part, to be exact. He worked on some of Oak's parts.
I know you're aware of the children and the deaths. I know it was Chiro who did it. He programmed something in the game.
What are you implying?
I'm implying that since you worked with him, if you're hiding something from me, anything, then you could be just as responsible as Chiro is. Hell, you were close enough to him, I could bring you in right now if I wanted to.
You can't prove anything. You have nothing.
Tell me what Chiro did to the game.
What I told him to. You want to know? You really want to know, huh? Alright. Chiro was an idiot. He'd do anything for a bit of attention. Anything at all. He couldn't program worth a shit either. The one thing he could do, however, was be manipulated. You could tell him what to do, and he'd do it. He wouldn't even question it. He'd do it. Just to hear that thank you when you receive the finished product. That was his reason. That's all he wanted. I could control him flawlessly. He's a lot like Takanori. Of course, none of you knew this, but I was the one who brought up the idea of the game. The idea of the entire operation. I just told the guy what to do, and he'd follow me without a doubt. He knows nothing. Just like Chiro.
Don't take another step.
Let me tell you about a mechanic in the game. Consider it a hint, alright? If you walk around in grassy areas enough, a Pokemon will appear, and you'll have the chance to go into battle with it. It's a necessary part of the game overall, you see.
Step away from the window. Last warning.
At the start of the game, you have to walk into a grassy area before Oak appears, and you receive your first Pokemon, understand me? most circumstances, it was programmed that even though you're in a grassy area, no Pokemon will spawn. I made it different. I manipulated Chiro, told him what to put in the program, gave him all the instructions on how to do it, and he did it flawlessly. It's rare, but it can happen. Stepping into that grass, one can spawn.
Sasuke, I don't want to shoot.
Shoot me. Shoot me. You're as dumb as Chiro was. Once he found out the truth, he had to end it. It was his fault after all. He shot himself because of it. If you're so determined to finish that case of yours, if you want to know, play the damn game. Roll the wheel. And who knows? Maybe you'll learn the secret for yourself.
A shot could be heard, loud enough to distort the audio. Sounds of screaming and murmuring could be heard. The table the recorder was on crashed, ear-shattering distortion. Several more shots. Silence. Then laughing. Sasuke was laughing. And then words.
Come follow me. Come follow me.
The recorder continued until the tape ran out. There was nothing else on it. The police arrived on the scene quickly, and to their horror, they discovered Sasuke and the detective dead. They had both been shot, not after struggling. The detective had been shot multiple times, at least 10 entry wounds, before dying after being shot between his eyes. Sasuke himself had a round in his shoulder, but had clearly died of 2 more shots to his chest, straight through his heart. This game was causing a massacre. Several dozen children were dead. Nacino, the unsuspecting friend. Chiro, the manipulated toy. The detective. And now, even the creator. The cause of this atrocity. Sasuke. All of them. Dead. This game was stretching far over its original intentions. It was killing anyone and everyone who got involved. After the investigation of Tamada's apartment, there was a small room found. It was a mess of books. Out of most of the standard mathematical text, a few select ones contained handwritten notes alongside the officially printed text. The language within the notes made almost no sense. What wasn't in unintelligible language was in broken kanji. However, there were strings of numbers written together. One analyst brought in stated some of it was programming algorithm. Most of it looked like a madman's version of algebraic arithmetic. The police employed the help of multiple programmers to scrub through the game files to attempt to find anything that matched what was in Sasuke's notes. They worked with unaffected cartridges. The confiscated ones were seen as too dangerous to operate on. After several weeks and nothing being found, they finally determined it was a dead end. With no more information able to be derived from their findings, the department chief had decided to put this case away. If not for all the dead ends, then to put a stop to its death toll. The man who committed the crime was dead, so there was no longer any reason to continue the case. All the affected cartridges, all the notes, all the letters, every piece of evidence was locked away, kept in the darkness where they belonged. There were talks about the entire thing, small conversations now and then. But over the years, even these began to fade away. Eventually, the case was only a memory in the minds of those who experienced it firsthand. "10 years passed. September 28th, 2006 was the date. The department chief, the man who locked away the original evidence 10 years previous, was reminded of the awful event that occurred. Although he was no longer in the force, he still had access to files and helped in cases when he could. With the release of the new Pokemon game, it served as a reminder of the events those years prior. It made him look back to open the sealed container that held all the evidence collected. He read through the letters and the notes. He remembered the woman who appeared to the detective on the street that one day and handed him that letter that led to the change of the entire case, that led to the death of one of the finest men on the force. He wondered who she was and where she had come from. Perhaps she was Chiro's mother, or maybe Sasuke's. It was too late to pursue any of this now. Far too late. He remembered the books they found in Tamada's apartment. The lead detective had helped him go through many of them. Unfortunately, he was no mathematician, and the text was lost on him. Many of the books were still in the container. He rummaged through it to find the book that held the strange notes. It stood out in the pile, being the only one with its hardcover being riddled with damage from so much use. The text and numbers still made no sense to him. The detective could only make out a few words, all of which led to no greater understanding of the notes. As he closed the book for the last time and put it back, his fingers met the texture of something leathery, unlike the material of all the other textbooks. It was a leather-bound notebook, thin but wide. The detective had no memory of this book. It had no title, no brands, no identifiers. It should have stuck out in the sea of numerical text. As he flipped through it, it became apparent why no one brought it to attention. It had the same unreadable language that was in the math book, but a lot more of it. While still scrolling through the book, the chief noticed a page that was thicker than the others. As minute as it was, his fingers still noticed the difference. 2 pages stuck together. He flipped out his pocket knife and carefully separated the pages. As the 2 fell to the book, the detective finally could read it in full. In the ancient world, we used to commune with the dead, even worship the act of passing on. As we lost our gods and faith, death became something to fear, something to abstain from. We've lost our way, but I have found hope again in my goal to return to such a time, as the world will no doubt learn in the next coming weeks. I've found a way to offer an invitation to my renewing of the old world. Come follow me in this journey. Sasuke was more mad than the chief had originally thought. This had all the signs of a death cult, and whatever he had Chiro put in the game, it made those susceptible to these paranoia and delusions finally snap. Sealing the container again, he saw a second one directly behind it. Pulling it out, he read the note on top of it. Evidence number 2032D. He opened it and looked inside. Filling the container were exactly 104 Pokemon Red and Green cartridges, each one in perfect condition, untouched since the day they had last checked them, 10 years ago. He reached in and pulled one out. Pokemon Red. He hadn't seen one in a long time. He didn't know what to think next, but he reached in his desk and pulled out an old Game Boy. He received it a long time ago. There were some spare batteries nearby, and surprisingly, it still worked. It was his son's, but he had died a few years ago. His wife was gone too. That was then, though. Inserting the cartridge in the back of the Game Boy, he turned on the system. The title screen, then the option to continue or start a new game. Tanaka, that was the child's name, the one who played this cartridge first. He was probably dead, along with all the others. He pressed New Game, and to begin the process. It was normal, average. He walked around, talked to the character's mother, then went outside. He started walking towards the grass. In his head, he could still hear Sasuke's words from that recorder. Even though he was not there, even though he had never seen the man in his life, he could still imagine him, hear him.
Come follow me. Come follow me.
He was getting closer and closer, only a step or two away.
Roll the wheel. And who knows? Maybe you'll learn the secret for yourself.
He entered the grass. The screen did nothing at first. Nothing at all. It just sat there. And so did the chief, completely still, as if time had stopped just for them. The screen went black, and then lit up again. The iconic green background with black text appearing. The chief's weary eyes grew wide. He couldn't help but read what was out there in front of him. Tears formed in his eyes, falling down his cheeks. Screens and screens of text appeared, and he rapidly continued through them. It was his wife and his child. He could hear their voices all around them. They were speaking to him, calling to him, crying with him. They wanted to see him. They loved him, and he loved them. They beckoned to him again and again. The screen went black. The detective's eyes grew wide, his jaw dropping. The screen lit back up, and Oak was leading him out of the grass. "Come follow me," said Oak. The old detective shouted at the screen, demanding his wife and child to be returned to him. The game continued on as normal. Like his family speaking to him, more voices became apparent, all around him, dozens of voices. He turned around from his seat, looking behind him, and standing in a small room were children. Many children. Some had no eyes, some had rings around their throats, others were burned all across their body. They were screaming, reaching towards him. The children begged for their parents to be brought back, for their pets, their friends and relatives. They all screamed out for their desires, reaching for the console in his hand. The detective fended them off, keeping the Game Boy from them. It was his. His family was in there, he shouted back at them. "Come follow me." The chief looked over, and in the corner of his room, next to an old desk, was Sasuke. He stood in the corner, tall, handsome, clean. A smile was stretching across his face. "Come follow me." The chief rose out of his chair, stepping back, now against his old desk, trying to force away the children crawling towards him, reaching out for the game held tightly within his hands. He sputtered out confused words, demanding to know what was happening. Sosuke approached him with a generous smile. "I'll show you. I'll help you get away from them, you see. Just follow me." Sosuke reached down and opened a drawer on the old desk. The chief, nearly being swallowed by a crowd of children, looked inside. Sitting there, covered with dust, was his old gun from when he was on the force. He had not used that gun in many years and had put it away, not wanting to remember the things he had to do with it. But right now, he didn't see it as something that caused pain or that killed. It was a shining light. It was something that could set him free. "Just follow me." Picking up the gun and putting it in the chief's hand, he grabbed the gun and brought it up to his temple. "Just pull the trigger. That's all." The chief turned around. The children were surrounding him, grabbing his legs and pulling at him. They reached for the game. He turned back towards Sasuke and smiled. "My family. I'll follow you," he said before pulling the trigger. It was a few days before the body was discovered. It lay on the floor, blood everywhere. In one hand held an empty gun, and in the other was a classic Game Boy with Pokemon Red on the back. The battery had long died, and only an empty black screen was left. This was the final murder that the remaining authorities would allow. The last detective who was ever a part of this case personally carried all 104 cartridges away and burned them all, making sure not a single one survived. They would kill no more. However, this is not the end of the story. The code was said to have survived, and was even passed on to other language versions of the games. If you have an old Pokemon game, you can place the cartridge in the back of the classic Game Boy, turn on the system, and roll the wheel. Who knows? Maybe you'll learn the secret for yourself.
That was Come Follow Me. Many fairy tales have happy endings, but for the children in this story, it will be far more grim. This is Hornbrood.
At the far reaches of the Liquor Forest lived an old and decrepit woman in a rundown cabin. The people of Pom Pom Village held a great fear of this woman, believing her not only to be a witch, but one who also worshipped demons. This woman, being an outcast, only had one true friend, a familiar that roamed the forest. This familiar had the appearance of a male deer, but with long, twisted horns. This creature would accompany the woman wherever she went. This familiar was very protective of the old woman. When they would venture near the village, the local children would throw stones at the woman, which enraged the deer. It could see the malevolence in them. more so the wickedness that the parents instilled in them. The children were spoiled and ungrateful, but it knew the parents were the root cause of this. On one cold winter day, the familiar's rage came to a boil. A small girl took a long stick and used it to poke at the old woman. It stuck her eye, causing the woman a great deal of pain, which sent the familiar into a frothing anger. The small girl, becoming frightened of the creature, ran from it. The familiar chased her through the woods, quickly catching her and pinning her against a tree with its horns. It tried to do unto her what she had done to the woman. One of the adults had seen this transaction and yelled for help. Before the familiar fled into the forest, it slashed the girl's face. Once she was back in the hands of the fellow villagers, she lied to them, telling the adults that the woman had sent the deer to attack her. Outraged by this news, the villagers raided the forest. After finding the woman's cabin, they began to set it ablaze. The strongest men held down the buck as it watched the old woman's house burn. The familiar could hear the old woman scream from inside the inferno. This sent the creature into a frenzy. Finally breaking free from the men, it began attacking them. The deer mauled many of the villagers before attempting to find a way to save the woman in the fire. More of the men grabbed the deer and wrestled it to the ground. One produced a knife and began skinning it. After an excruciating process, the familiar's skin was sheared off, and the rest of its body thrown into the burning ruins of the cabin. The villagers returned to the town and hung the pelt as a trophy. Several weeks later, one of the girls in the village, the daughter of a baker, was transfixed with the fur, wanting to make clothing out of it. However, she knew the villagers would never sell it to her, nor did she have the money to even consider buying it. She knew she would have to steal it. As night fell, the moon rose, and she snuck her way through the town to the main hall, where the fur was hung. Once inside, she took the pelt off of its stand and quickly escaped. As she entered her house, in her excitement, she clumsily knocked over a jar of expensive chocolate, shattering the jar and spilling the sweet liquid all over the fur. The noise from the jar shattering woke the girl's mother. Finding the girl in the kitchen, having spilled the expensive chocolate and stolen the fur, the mother was furious. So much so, she threw the girl outside into the snow. The girl, now alone in the cold, with only the fur to keep her sheltered, ventured out into the woods. The thick snow and the blasting cold wind proved to be too much for the girl. She collapsed into the frozen ground, quickly being coated in a layer of snow, her body wrapped in the fur. And there she died. The night after, the chocolate that had frozen onto the fur began to bubble. The viscous liquid began to engulf the fur, as well as the deceased young girl within it. The entire mass began to take form. The visage of the familiar began to arise, though its once strong and large form was now weak and small, mimicking its host. As the body of the deer was near completion, strange human-like limbs sprouted from its back, arms and legs, whose smaller appendages twitched and moved. At last, the chocolate began to grow from its head, in long, slender forms. Once hardened, the deer now had a large set of horns. The familiar was overtaken by a sense of revenge, which led it back to the little girl's house. It bashed through the door, wreaking havoc within the bakery. This drew the mother back to the shop room, witnessing the destruction. Before she could retreat from the monster, it pinned her to the wall with its horns. The mother pleaded for her life, but the creature saw the corruption in her, the wickedness that was in many of the villagers. It remembered how they tortured and skinned it, how they burned its only friend alive in her cabin. It had no compassion left. The familiar pierced the mother's heart with one of its horns. As her body lay limp on the floor, the deer was overcome with an insatiable hunger. The familiar skin began to liquefy, the chocolate dripping onto the mother's lifeless body. It quickly learned what to do. It laid on top of her, letting its whole form melt and encase the mother's body. The chocolate mass bubbled and squirmed. Within seconds, its deer body began to reform, but larger now, having consumed more mass. More limbs sprouted from its back as another body was taken into it. The deer fled the bakery and disappeared into the nearby forest.
That was Hornbrood by Lady of Deers. After hearing a personal story from his high school teacher during a class one Halloween, our main character sets out to discover if the tale was true or just a campfire story. This is The Showers.
Every area in all parts of the world have those area-specific urban legends that just refuse to die. Whether these stories are about a haunted asylum on the outskirts of the city, a creature that lives in the nearby woods, or a ghost that haunts a lonely stretch of road outside of town, there is always a common thread within the tales. No one has ever been to these places, seen the creatures, or witnessed any hauntings with their own eyes. There are members of every generation who will proclaim that they know someone whose brother's best friend's sister went to that haunted house with 13 floors that used real blood and snakes and spiders, and is so scary that no one has ever made it all the way through. Those same people will swear by these stories without ever being able to provide a shred of evidence or a name of someone who could provide proof of the claims, simply because everyone around here knows it's a true story. The storytellers eventually pass the tales onto their children, who modify them just enough to keep up with changing times, and the cycle continues. I'm as skeptical as anyone when it comes to these stories, seeing as I was like a junkie when I was younger, constantly searching for more terrifying stories about whatever area of the country I was living in at the time. I made up and spread stories about haunted pizza parlors in New York, my cousin's encounter with the Jersey Devil, or how my grandfather encountered a feral, human-like demon creature in the woods of Colorado. I even broke the one rule with these stories by putting myself in them. This took guts in hindsight, because I had to make sure that I always told them the same way. Surprisingly, no one ever called my bluff. I like to think that I have had some contributions to various urban legends around the Midwest and northeastern states. I moved around a lot. There was always a surge of joy whenever I would wander the halls at school and hear one of my classmates retelling my stories to another of their friends, adding little bits here and there like a massive game of telephone. I knew, of course, that the stories were complete fiction, but I stood my ground whenever someone asked me about them. I would even manage to act a little bit, speaking with a shaky voice or looking scared when I would recount a situation that I supposedly experienced myself. From my introduction, it is probably apparent that I moved around the country quite a bit in my middle and high school years. Neither of my parents had anything to do with any branch of the armed forces. They simply didn't tend to hang around any given place for too long. I suppose it had some sort of effect on me, but I wasn't hurt by it or anything. I made friends very easily, was often the class clown, and because of that, was often disliked by my teachers. Again, this was never an issue, as I was usually in another state by the time the next semester rolled around. Any relationship I had with friends or teachers was fleeting. My memories of most of them are foggy at best. However, there is one teacher that stands out, though still blurry in some areas. Mr. Mays was one of my social study teachers in the early years of my high school experience. Being older now, I can understand how horrible children are to deal with around that age, and I respect him to no ends for the way that he was able to connect with his students. He seemed like one of us. He talked like us, made pop culture references that were current, listened to cool music, and sometimes he would even say hell or damn while he was giving a passionate lecture about Native American history or something like that. A teacher that swore, even a little bit, was the epitome of cool to a freshman in high school. My memories of Mr. Mays mostly stem from the way that he really got into anything he was doing. The instance that is still very vivid in my mind was, of course, around Halloween of my sophomore year. Mr. Mays had the typical teacher decorations around the classroom, smiling jack-o'-lanterns and black cat cartoons. However, on the 31st of October, when most teachers were rolling their eyes at the fact that teenagers still took dressing up in costumes on Halloween seriously, Mr. Mays took the whole cool teacher thing to a new level. We walked into the classroom and were surprised to find the blinds drawn, sheets over the smaller windows, candles lighting the room, and a single frowning jack-o'-lantern sitting on a stool in front of the desks. Mr. Mays sat at his desk, just watching the students come into class and take their seats. He didn't have to ask anyone to be quiet, because the moment everyone walked into the room, they were either too excited to care about petty conversations or too confused to bother with them. The students took their seats as Mr. Mays began his lecture. He spoke quietly to set the mood and took a seat on a chair right next to the jack-o'-lantern in the center of the room. "Today is probably my favorite day of the year, class," he said in a monotone voice. "Halloween is my favorite holiday, and I want to share with you exactly why that is." One girl raised her hand with a concerned look on her face. "I'm pushing the due date for your papers to next Tuesday," said Mr. Mays, without bothering to look at the girl, who slowly put her hand down, looking around at the other students with a hint of embarrassment. The class erupted in quiet cheers. Mr. Mays waited for the inevitable silence. He began his story immediately after the class had calmed down. I will attempt to recreate the story that Mr. Mays told the class that day, as accurately as my memory will allow. The way in which he told it rendered the horror junkie speechless, and the rest of the class terrified. The same girl that raised her hand was holding her knees to her chest by the end of it, a look of terror on her face. Mr. Mays and his friends set out on a road trip around the country after graduating from college. They took a truck, loaded it with camping gear, and set out to sightsee for the entire summer. The group went from the Poconos in New Jersey, down the coast of Florida, New Orleans to California, and up to Washington. From there, they went to the Rocky Mountains in Colorado, and then back home to New York. This concept of the freedom to travel anywhere had the entire class hooked in an instant. Having traveled many states myself, I had no trouble imagining the feel of it. Being adventurous college kids, the group didn't bring a map. There were no time constraints, so they just kind of drove in the general direction that they wanted to go, and eventually found a town to stay in or someplace that looked interesting. He told us that after spending a week in Colorado, he and his friends had to travel through miles and miles of corn, plains, and more corn. He assumed that they were either in Nebraska or Kansas when they decided to pool their extra cash and stay in a hotel for a night. They settled into a motel in some town that Mr. Mays could barely remember the name of, when one of his friends realized that they were somewhere near his grandpa's farm. He wasn't entirely sure where it was, but being adventurous college kids, they decided to get a quick refund from the motel, try to contact the friend's grandpa. They were unable to get a hold of the grandpa on the phone, so the group figured it would be fun to just show up. Mr. Mays' friend was adamant that his grandparents would take them in and feed them without a moment of hesitation. So the group set out with an hour of sunlight, seeking the salvation of a comfortable house to stay in. In Kansas or Nebraska, wherever it may have been, there wasn't a whole lot of natural markers that could guide lost travelers. Any directions given to someone who didn't live around the area basically amounted to, go up a couple miles to the corn, take a right and go down a dirt road to the other corn. There should be some wheat on your right. So, as is the case in most scary stories, the group got lost. Never wanting to admit defeat, they drove into the night, making wrong turns every 5 minutes, until they found themselves on a wooded road that Mr. Mays' friend was certain that his grandparents lived off of. Mr. Mays described the road as basically a dark path to hell. I wasn't entirely sure how true this was, because he got very excited and a bit ridiculous with his explanations of the trees that almost tried to grab the car, and the red eyes of countless animals looking at them from the darkness. Regardless, the typical horror tropes worked on most of the class. Everyone was terrified. So the group of guys drove down this dark road for about 15 minutes before they came to a clearing and a small building with lights in it, and what seemed to be a silo. They figured that, at the very least, the people who lived there would be able to help them find where the guy's grandparents lived. The whole idea of everyone knows everyone in these hick parts of the country fueled this hope. They pulled the car up near the building, realizing when they were out of the car that it appeared to be like the kind of places where one would store a whole bunch of chickens, not a home. Still, the lights were on, so they figured they would give it a try. They approached the building as a group, looking in the semi-open sliding door to find a big, empty room. Hanging fluorescent lights lit the room like it was daytime, and they couldn't see a soul. There were no cars, but one of Mr. Mays' friends was convinced he'd seen someone as they pulled up. So they decided to go inside and see if there was an office or something where someone might still be working. Why else would they have this huge place lit up like that? There were no doors on the inside of the building. Again, it was just a giant empty hall. So the group roamed around the property and over towards the silo. As they got closer, they noticed what appeared to be a cellar door. At this point, I remember Mr. Mays telling the entire class to learn from his idiocy. He told us that he hadn't seen many horror movies before that time, and didn't think twice about approaching a creepy cellar door in the middle of a dark, scary, foreign place. Mr. Mays let the whole class know that he was going to tell us as much as he deemed appropriate about the experience. He felt that we were mature enough to handle it, but advised anyone that was squeamish to leave class early. Several students quietly gathered their things and walked out the door, a couple of them being stoners who saw this as an opportunity to smoke behind the school before their next class. I didn't even give the announcement a second thought. Like I said, I was and am a sucker for this kind of stuff. And Mr. Mays was telling a story better than anything I had ever conjured up. I wanted to learn from this guy, even though I didn't believe much of the story. After the class had thinned a bit, Mr. Mays continued with the story. He told the remaining few that he and his friends opened that cellar door, releasing a smell that he only described as the most putrid thing my senses have ever experienced. The group was no longer concerned with finding the owners of the property, but was now set on finding the source of that smell. They went down the steps into the cellar, which was lit by single light bulbs spaced sporadically along the ceiling of a long hallway. No one spoke. Things had gotten too strange. The walls were lined with metal sheeting, similar to the roofing on barns. The hallway itself was crooked, and the ceiling constantly lowered and rose like a tunnel that was hastily dug and then never touched up. There were sections where the boys had to almost crouch in order to pass. The worst part, Mr. Mays told us, was the light bulbs continuously flickered, sometimes acting like a strobe light, and making it very difficult to move through the winding and unstable hallways. In hindsight, he was certain that his mind was playing tricks on him, but he remembered seeing flashes of things that couldn't be there. He continued to describe the hallway, and I was on the edge of my seat. The halls were windy and seemed to go on forever. Mr. Mays guessed that they were somewhere under the creepy forest they had driven through when they found a door. It was simple and wooden, but it looked like it belonged outside of a suburban home. It had a nice design, seemed to be freshly painted red, and had a very nice knob and knocker on it. It was a door that belongs at the entrance to a nice house, not one that would be sitting in a dirt tunnel in the middle of nowhere. His friend walked towards the door, moving carefully because of the flashing light bulb and increasing uncertainty about the stability of the surrounding walls. He turned to the group, the rest of which were nervous at the very least, and attempted to lighten the mood with a laugh before he said, "I should probably knock first." Mr. Mays' friend grabbed the steel knocker and hit it against the door several times, mockingly, but quietly uttering, "Is anyone home?" The group waited for about 30 seconds before their tension broke. The guy next to the door shrugged his shoulders and went to walk back to his friends. But as he did, the light bulb between them surged and exploded. The boys shielded their eyes and looked back to their lone friend by the door. As he lowered his hands, one of the metal sheets of the makeshift roof dropped. The edge of the sheet fell directly on the boy's forehead, slicing it open and sending a wave of blood down his face. The impact apparently knocked him out, and he fell back against the door, knocking it open in the process. The entirety of the group rushed through the dim light to their friend, Barely noticing the seemingly pitch-black room that now lay before them, Mr. Mays was the first to make it to his friend's side. He lifted the guy's head onto his arms, immediately taking off his jacket and putting it over his forehead to attempt to stop the bleeding. Once the group had calmed down, Mr. Mays noticed that the arm that had been bracing his friend's head was soaking wet. He was confused about this and was attempting to sort it out when one of his friends started talking. He said something along the lines of, "The lights. We have to go." When Mr. Mays took notice. "You know when you turn off a light," he told the class, "and everything is almost pitch black, except the light of the bulb dying out or cooling down. It was like that. But there were so many of them. At least 20 light bulbs had lit the room seconds ago. Now only looked like little stars in the darkness. That was terrifying. But that wasn't the scariest thing. There was still a very dim light coming from the hallway behind them, and though it was weak, it lit the room up just enough to see the shape of several dozen people standing less than 10 feet in front of them. Mr. Mays' friend went to say something else as one of the bulbs to their right flickered to life. The whole story up to this point had been told like a campfire story. He had the voice inflections of someone attempting to be mysterious and scary, which worked, but was noticeable. At this point in his tale, I recall that changing completely. He was no longer attempting to spook anyone. I could tell that this section was difficult for him. Either he was a very good actor, or it really was a terrifying memory for him to relive. He told us that the light bulb came to life and illuminated the group of people in front of him. In the dim light, he could see children, at least 20 of them, in just the visible light. They were all dressed in nightgowns that looked to be tattered and torn, stained dark with something. Their hair was long. Every single one of them looked like they had not had a haircut since birth. Some of the children were almost completely obscured by the length of it. Every single one of them didn't appear to have seen a shower or nice bath in their entire life. Mr. Mays told us that the most terrifying part of the whole thing was that none of the children were moving. They were all standing, staring, most of them only visible from the faint light reflecting off of their eyes. His whole group was paralyzed for several seconds when they heard what sounded like an animal in the distance yelping. The way it was described was like the sound of a dog crying, multiplied by 10. This spurred the group to life just as the children began to step forward. His friends grabbed the injured one and lifted him out of the room and into the hallway in an instant. Mr. Mays took another second to move and had difficulty finding his bearings. He reached to his left in an attempt to find a wall to lean against, and ended up finding a handle and pulled hard, never losing his vision on the children. He bolted for the door right as he noticed what he had grabbed onto. A shower head protruded from the cement wall, reaching maybe a foot into the room. There was something leaking from it, but it was too dim to tell what it was. He realized that it had been leaking onto him, but he didn't care. There were now children stammering towards him as an animal cried in the distance, and his friend was seriously injured. As he left the room, He made a point to emphasize that he could make out several more shower heads on the wall near the single, dim light bulb. "This is why I call them the showers," Mr. Mays told the class. I was transfixed, sitting as far forward as my desk would allow, bracing for more. "I slammed the red door behind me," he said, and ran through that hallway faster than I have ever run before or since. I made it back to the car, and we drove out of there like a bat out of hell. Some of the class snickered quietly at his use of the word hell. "So, when you're out there trick-or-treating tonight, make sure that you know exactly where you're headed, and don't go to any abandoned farmhouses. I mean, there aren't many around here, but you're all smart kids. Except Jerry." The class laughed, and the mood lightened as the bell rang for passing period. Mr. Mays turned the light on and thanked everyone for listening, reminded them about the paper due next week, and told us to have a safe and happy Halloween. Students all around me were abuzz with theories about the story they had just heard. "I bet it was some sort of crazy Nazi hideout," said one girl. "I think they were all ghost babies that were killed by a dog," said another. I couldn't theorize in the slightest. I was still caught up in the moment. The way that Mr. Mays had told that story, and the detail that he included in it, left me feeling like we didn't get the whole story. A couple days later, I stayed after class and asked him about it, and how it really ended, and what happened to his friend. He laughed and said that his friend was fine, and that it was honestly probably due to some of the drugs they were on at the time. Mr. Mays winked at me, as if to say, "Don't tell anyone about the drugs part." And I smiled and left. I lived in that town for another couple months, and then was rapidly moved halfway across the country to Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I twisted the story around and told it around campfires as I got older. And it was always a hit, but I always changed the ending, letting the friend die of blood loss or from being dragged away by the children. It wasn't until college that I got a chance to talk to Mr. Mays again. I went to college in northern New York. It was a fun time for me. It wasn't until sometime around my junior year that I ran into Mr. Mays at a bar that I frequented. Initially, I couldn't be sure that the person I saw, laying with his head buried in his arm at the bar, was Mr. Mays. The only trait that grabbed my attention was a sweater that he used to wear on his birthday during class. The shirt simply read, "I'm the birthday boy." I told my group of friends to grab a table and that I would join them in a second, then walked over to the man at the bar. "Mr. Mays?" I said, and the man looked up. He took a second to look at my face before he smiled, put a hand out on my shoulder, and said, "Hey there, son. How you been?" I could smell some strong whiskey on his breath, and his cheeks were flushed. The look in his eyes told me that he was 3 sheets to the wind, and probably had no idea who I was. "Mr. Mays, it's Jack. I was a student of yours for a couple semesters, like 6 years ago or something." His face changed a bit, and a genuine look of recognition set in. He took a calmer tone, smiled, and said, "How you been, Jack?" We talked for a solid 20 minutes. I told him what I had been doing for the last several years, and he told me. Apparently, he was still teaching at the same school, doing the same old shtick, as he called it. I asked him if everything was all right, and he said that they were as good as they have ever been, or were ever going to get. It took me a while to realize that I was an adult that was having a conversation with another adult. every time I had spoken to Mr. Mays previously, I had been in the student-teacher relationship. But now, I was just a guy having a drink with a friend at the bar. My friends eventually left, and I continued to drink with Mr. Mays. He told me all about his divorce and his kids, things that I never would have asked or cared about previously. But now, I cared. He was a real person to me, not just an idol anymore. This is a guy who had real problems, not the infallible teacher that I once thought he was. It had been several hours before I even brought up his story about the showers. I told him all about my history with urban legends and scary stories, and he just laughed. When I mentioned the story that he had told us years ago, he almost seemed uncomfortable. He finished his whiskey, signaled for another, and then turned to me and got very serious. "Listen, Jack, I don't know why I kept telling that story year after year." His words were slurred, or my hearing was messed up. We were both sufficiently blitzed at this point. "That was what my therapist told me to do when I was younger. I had to tell people about it, come to grips with it, or some shit." He took a big swig of his drink. "Wait, your therapist?" I said. Mr. Mays laughed heartily and looked at me. "Of course, Jack. You think something like that wouldn't fuck a person up?" I was confused, but smiled nonetheless. Things had just gotten very strange. "But, I mean, you said you were all on drugs or something, right? No one was badly hurt. You were all okay, right?" He got almost cartoonish with his sadness in the next several seconds. "Of course we didn't, Jack. Why do you think I'm here right now?" I was puzzled, quickly filled with 1,000 questions that I wanted to ask him, but I let him carry on. "Tim, he didn't make it, Jack." He laughed, but it quickly turned to tears. "They took him. I don't even know. Cops told us we were just drunk, that he wandered off and got taken by the wildlife. He didn't know. He didn't see it, Jack." I was absolutely stone-faced at this point. Mr. Mays was carrying along like I knew the actual story, but I didn't. His friend disappeared. I didn't know. I wish they'd found a body, though. Then we could have shown them. That's a bad place, Jack. I don't know anything else to say. It's a bad place. He carried on for a couple of minutes more about his friend and the fun that they had before they went on that trip, and I let him talk. It was only a few minutes later that his phone rang. He talked to the person for a second, then they hung up and Mr. Mays got up to leave. "It's been nice seeing you, Jackie. You got a good head on your shoulders, kid. Make sure you use it." He began to walk out of the bar. "Mr. Mays," I yelled after him. He turned back towards me. "Where'd you say all that showers business took place?" "Where? Didn't I mention it? It's somewhere outside Broken Bow, Nebraska. Hell on earth, if you ask me." Mr. Mays walked out of the bar after waving to me. That was the last time I would see him. I'd never be able to tell him the impact that he had on my life, or rather, the impact that his story had on me. He'd never know about the trip we took after graduation, almost mimicking the one he and his friends had made. He would never know that the things he saw at that place were real. He died about a month later. His liver failed on him. It's all right, though. His family was with him in the hospital room. He got to die around people that cared about him. That is all I can ask for a man like that. But now it's my turn to tell you what happened. Not some tall tale to scare people at a bonfire, or to impress some kids at a new school. This is an attempt to face some of the anxieties these memories bring. This is my therapy. This is for you, Mr. Mays. I didn't find out that Mr. Mays had died until a couple months after the funeral service. Initially, I was going to seek out his family in order to send my condolences. But it wasn't as if Mr. Mays and I were best friends or anything like that. So I refrained. I continued through my college career and graduated a year or so after our bar meeting. Graduating with English as my major wasn't a mistake, but it wasn't exactly something that landed me any sort of immediate jobs after college. Now, I had saved a pretty solid amount of money while I was in school, and decided that I deserved a bit of a vacation, if you will. I took my spare cash, got together with my college buddy Steve, packed up, and hit the road, aiming for somewhere in the Rocky Mountains. I had lived near Littleton, Colorado when I was younger, and remembered loving the area, so this destination was as good as any. The trip was a success. We made it somewhere around Estes Park, Colorado, and found a cheap cabin that we rented out for about a month. The days were filled with lounging, hiking, and generally things that involved little to no work on our parts. After our rental was through, we packed up again and headed on our way back east. Sometime during this trip, we had met up with a couple Estes Park natives in one of the local bars. We never typically hung out with them or anything like that. We just had conversations now and then over drinks and food. One night, these guys were paying their tab and packing up to leave awfully early. They were usually there until the early hours of the morning. When we questioned them about it, they told us that they were headed to a little get-together with some friends of theirs, and they invited us. Having nothing else to do, we hopped in the car and followed them to the party. The party itself was very low-key, and not much happened. The important thing about it was at some point in the night, we were all sitting around the campfire and swapping ghost stories. At this point in my life, I wasn't as much of a storyteller as I was in my younger years. But with a little bit of encouragement, I started on a couple stories that I remembered telling in my youth. Eventually, I made it to Mr. Mays' story about the showers. Every time that I had told it after hearing it from Mr. Mays, I had spiced it up a little bit. But out of some sort of subconscious respect for my former teacher, I went straight into the version that he had told my class in my sophomore year of high school. The group enjoyed my story for the most part, the showers being the mutual favorite among the partygoers. Steve and I left for the cabin at around 5 in the morning, and he asked me about that story on the drive home. I told him all about Mr. Mays, the class, my love for everything horror-related and whatnot. And he suggested that we try to find the place on our return trip from New York. Initially, I was reluctant, simply because I didn't feel like aimlessly wandering around through Nebraska for days, looking for some old farm building that was probably demolished at this point. But a couple of days before we left Colorado, I told Steve that it sounded like fun, We weren't going to be able to do another trip like this for a long time, so I figured that we might as well make the best of it. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I thought of it as a small tribute to Mr. Mays, a guy that, in retrospect, helped me realize I wanted to be a writer. We left Colorado and made the long, boring, and barren drive to Broken Bow, Nebraska, or Hell on Earth, as Mr. Mays had put it. We found a motel in town and hung around for a couple of days, venturing out 100 miles or so in any given direction each day after that. I had remembered Mr. Mays telling us that it was somewhere outside of Broken Bow, but I don't think he got any more specific than that. We tried asking the townsfolk if they had any information about the showers, but we were usually met with blank stares or eye-rolling when we told them what exactly this place was. The only person who seemed to know anything about it was an older lady that worked at a gas station on the outskirts of town. I don't recall her name, but this woman was just one of those cheerful old people, very helpful and generally interested in what anyone had to say to her. Steve had started talking to her at the checkout, and she asked about our license plate, commenting on the fact that we were very far from home. We had nowhere in particular to be, so Steve and I ended up talking to this woman for about 15 minutes, at which point we brought up our hunt for the place known as the Showers. Initially, the name didn't ring any bells with the woman, which made sense, seeing as Mr. Mays had just given it the name after his experience there. But when I began to describe the details that I remembered from the story, the friendly old woman interrupted me. Her tone was not scornful or mean in any way, but she became very terse and deliberate with her words from that point on. People don't deal with anything related to that sort of business around here anymore, she told us. That was all a long time ago. Following her statements, she attempted to be cheerful again, excusing herself to the restroom and wishing us the best on our return trip to New York. Steve and I returned to the car without a word. Both of us were thinking about what the lady had said. Again, she didn't seem to be angry at all. She just didn't want to hear another word about it. We were driving back to the hotel before Steve said something. I mean, if I lived in a place with an urban legend, I'd get annoyed by the questions too. I'd probably start messing with people. I agreed with Steve and kept driving, but the whole experience wasn't sitting right with me. If this was some sort of well-known legend in the area, why did no one else in town seem to know anything about it? But I managed to shrug it off. Mind you, neither of us was scared of finding the Showers. This little excursion on a road trip was more like a scavenger hunt, a cap-off to an overall relaxing vacation. Steve and I were basically like tourists, hunting for the site at which a famous movie was filmed or something like that. We went into the whole situation with little to no expectations and a fleeting hope that we would be able to find this place. We spent another day in Broken Bow before we took our next trip out to try and find the Showers. Nebraska isn't as terrible of a place as people make it out to be, but it really isn't all that exciting. We found a bar and spent some time there, and that was just about the extent of our activity on our day off. When we did get back on the road, we decided that we would attempt to stay off the main roads for as much of the day as we could. I knew that there was no way this place was going to be off the highway, and I remembered some detail about a dirt road in Mr. Mays' story, so we went looking for those. This was a fairly futile effort, though. Most of Nebraska is dirt roads. It was 7 in the evening when we came upon a small but thick forest. The trees were full and large, shrouding most of its insides in darkness. The sun was setting, and even though we had run into a few of these random crops of trees, we agreed that this one showed more promise than any of the others. There wasn't really a road, but there looked to be a path where a dirt road might have been at some point. So we drove along that. If the car was able to handle the Rocky Mountains, a dirt path in Nebraska would give us no trouble. We moved slowly and carefully along this trail, making sure to clear any fallen trees in the road or rocks that would render the car useless. It was pretty dark in this place during the day, but when night came, it was something else entirely. I had an inkling at this point that we had found the right place, but I didn't want to jinx it, so we continued onward. I didn't realize it at the time, but the little bits of light that managed to penetrate the canopy in this miniature forest actually did make it look as if the tree branches were trying to grab the car, just like Mr. Mays had mentioned in the story. I'm still convinced that he made up the part about the animal eyes, though. The most aggressive creature we saw in the woods was a dead rabbit on the side of the trail. We drove around in the darkness for quite a while before we found a clearing. We had to move several small clusters of branches out of the way before, but right in front of our exit was a giant, dead monster of a tree. There was no way we were moving this one, so we got out and turned on the bright headlights in hopes that it would illuminate the area in front of us. There is a feeling of excitement, mixed strangely with fear, when I saw what lay 50 feet beyond the clearing. There, lit partially by the headlights from the car and the crescent moon, was what appeared to be an old barn house. This wasn't a typical barn. It was larger than the ones I had seen in films. It didn't have any sort of crest. It basically looked like a small warehouse. I wasn't entirely sure at this point if this was the place we were looking for, but this was definitely the closest we had come. I moved through the bush until I was roughly 20 feet from the entrance, at which point all of the growth seemed to stop. I don't know if the owners had done something to the soil, but the whole structure had a border around it that was clear of any sort of plant life. I approached the entrance to the building, a large sliding door, as Steve came up behind me with 2 flashlights in hand. I grabbed one of the lights from his hand. Mine was little, but pretty bright. I grabbed the metal door with both hands, holding the flashlight in my mouth, and gave it a tug. It moved slightly, creaked a little bit, but there was no way I was doing this by myself. Steve came up, set his flashlight on the ground, and grabbed the door. We pulled at the door with all that we could muster. Once we had managed to move it a couple of inches, it must have latched back into its track because it slid very easily, stopping hard with a loud and echoing thud when it was completely open. Steve picked up his flashlight and walked behind me. I had already moved inside. The inside of the structure was exceptionally bare. I wasn't entirely sure how far we were from the nearest home or small town, but there wasn't even the slightest bit of evidence that anyone had been in this building for years. There were no broken beer bottles or empty bags of chips. There weren't even any animal droppings or eager plants that managed to grow here. The room was expansive, larger than your average farm, but not the warehouse-sized monstrosity that I believe Mr. Mays had described in his story. I was sure that it was simply a holding area for farming equipment or something similar at some point. I'll be honest, I was disappointed. I wandered near the entrance while Steve ventured into the expanse of the darkness. As I was running over the details of the story, something struck my memory. In Mr. Mays' story, there was a silo near the barn. I ran outside, my eyes adjusting easily because, at the very least, it was brighter outside. I looked in all directions, running around the perimeter of the building. Surely if there was ever a silo near this place, there would be some evidence of it somewhere. But despite my hopes, there was nothing but a cluster of thick bushes on one side, brush and dirt everywhere, and the forest that we had come from. I walked into the building, frustrated and tired. Steve was still excited, eagerly running around the inside of the building. Even if I could just find a shower head or a pipe, then we'd know it was true. Just keep looking. I didn't want to ruin his excitement. I told Steve the story several times, but obviously he didn't realize that this just wasn't the place. The building was weird, yes. It was out of place and oddly pristine, but it just wasn't the location of the showers. I let him explore for a little bit before I called him over. "This was probably as close as we're gonna get, man," I said. "This isn't it. Remember the silo?" His face went from excitement to disappointment in an instant, much like a young child who didn't get the presents he wanted on his birthday. I patted him on the shoulder. "This is still pretty cool, though. I mean, we could still tell people we found it." I was reverting back to my old habits quickly. Steve laughed. "Yeah, I guess we could. It is definitely weird enough. We should get some pictures as proof, you know." I agreed with him. "I'm gonna go grab the camera real quick," he said as he bolted out the entrance of the building. I was left alone in there. It was very quiet. I could hear the faint sound of Steve running through the brush into the car. Once he was far enough away, everything was quiet. I remember not even hearing the wind or the chirping of crickets as I walked deeper into the dark, flashlight in hand. I was convinced that there had to be something. As I approached the far corner of the room, the sound of my feet scratching against the dirt was interrupted by a soft, hollow thud. I stopped. I put my foot down hard against the ground and heard it again. I stopped one more time, realizing that the floor I was standing on was covering something hollow. I walked to the nearby wall, looking carefully at the floor to try to spot any holes or gaps. As far as I had known, it was solid ground that this thing sat atop. So I was convinced that I had found a hatch or a basement or something. I heard Steve coming back through the brush as I shouted for him. I was about to tell him I was standing on something hollow when I hopped a little bit, trying to recreate the sound. The second that my feet made contact with the floor, I felt it give out beneath me. The memory of the fall is fuzzy, but I do recall hearing wood splinter. I remember seeing the light from Steve's flashlight falling away into complete darkness. It wasn't a long fall, but I must have fallen in a terrible position, because I know that I lost consciousness for several seconds at least. When I woke up, I was staring at a bright light. For an instant, I had thoughts about approaching the fabled light at the end of the tunnel. I heard Steve call out to me. I managed to lift my head up off the floor, just enough for him to sigh a breath of relief. The pain in my head was immense, but it was outweighed by the pain shooting through my knee. I knew I had a concussion, but the pain in my knee was just so much more pressing. I looked around until I found my tiny flashlight, then sat up and reassured Steve. "I'm okay, I just hurt my knee. I bumped my head too, really hard." "Thank fuck, man, I thought you were dead. Imagine that though, dying in fucking Nebraska." His words made me laugh a little bit, but I stopped myself. The slightest shaking hurt my head, made me incredibly dizzy. "Alright, hold on. I'm gonna go get a rope," Steve told me. "It should be buried in my backpack," I replied. After that, I could hear him sprinting away. The silence that followed was uncomfortable. After the sound of Steve's feet scraping the floor above me faded away, I was only able to hear that buzzing that occurs in total silence, intertwined with the pulsing in my head. I pushed myself over to the nearest cement wall, braced myself against it, resting and breathing deep in an attempt to calm myself. The cement was unnaturally cold against my back. It was summer, so I only had a t-shirt on, but it felt like ice even through that. Again, this observation was primarily made after the fact. In the moment, it just felt good to lean against something. I sat there, waiting for Steve in the underground basement, and I began to feel uneasy. I felt like an idiot for falling down here. I felt pain from my injuries as well. That all seemed to fade into one emotion in an instant, when I heard what I could only identify as breathing somewhere to my left. I convinced myself that it was my injured mind playing tricks on me for a few moments, until I began to rapidly replay Mr. Mace's story. When I had first heard it in that classroom years before, I was more impressed than I was scared. But now, sitting in a dark basement in the middle of Nebraska, it was something else. Dread. The kind that comes with life-threatening situations you see coming, but are powerless to stop. I pointed my flashlight to my left, the direction from which I thought I heard the sound. The light didn't reach over the other wall. It was too far away. But I was comforted to see absolutely nothing there. I breathed deeply for a couple more seconds before I heard another noise in the darkness. It was very quick, and I can't be sure it wasn't my own body moving around without my noticing. But I thought that I heard a scraping footstep not 10 feet in front of me. Before I could react, I heard the breathing to my left again, closer this time. There's no way this was real. I hadn't seen so much as a spider web in this building, and now I was convincing myself that something was next to me, and it was breathing. I was angry at myself for getting so worked up. I told myself that while in silence or darkness, the brain will make sounds to fill the gap, or make you think you see something that isn't there. I channeled my inner skeptic in order to calm myself, and it worked. It worked until I saw a flash of something in front of me. I can't be entirely sure what it was, but I heard the accompanying sound of feet scraping against the floor, and I began to swell with dread again. I decided that the best course of action at this point was to turn off my flashlight, assuming that if they couldn't see me, they couldn't get to me, whatever they might be. The bulb of the flashlight powered off and faded as it cooled. I simultaneously pushed back against the cold cement wall in an attempt to stand. I managed to get up on my feet, foot, and found that I couldn't stand to put any pressure on my injured knee. I limped to the corner, humming to myself, trying to break the deafening silence. I called for Steve as loud as I could manage, but heard no response. He was probably in the back of the car, still hunting for the rope. There had to be a ladder or something, somewhere. I moved along the cement wall, keeping my whole body against it and the weight off my injured knee. I had traveled what I guessed to be about 10 feet when my head made hard contact with something in front of me. I stumbled to the ground. My concussion must have amplified the pain because it was blinding. I reached both hands to my forehead when I felt something warm and wet with my fingers. I searched for a cut anywhere on my forehead, but couldn't find one. I desperately searched for my flashlight as I sat up and tried to get back against the wall. I grabbed the light in my right hand, bracing against the wall with the other. I turned it on and pointed into the darkness where I was just lying. The floor was wet, but the dirt had muddled the color of whatever the liquid was. I tried to get my eyes to focus on the puddle, tried to convince myself that it was my blood when I saw another drop fall into the puddle. When I heard the drip noise again, and saw yet another tiny ball of liquid fall into the puddle, I think I knew, even then, exactly what the source was. But I was endlessly trying to convince myself that I was wrong. I lifted the flashlight up and pointed it at the source of the liquid. What stared back at me was a pipe that protruded at least a foot out of the cement wall. The metal was rusted and cracked. Little bits of the liquid began to seep from them. At the end of the pipe was a simple shower head, aimed down towards the ground. You know that feeling when your stomach drops? In this case, I think mine actually did, because I vomited immediately. I ignored the pain in my knee and shuffled along the wall as fast as I possibly could. I heard noises, but I can't be sure if it was just the sounds of my own movement or something around me. I managed to duck under the next shower head. This one was higher up on the wall and seemed to be leaking the same liquid that the other one was. I felt like I was moving along something infinite. Every now and then, I would have to duck or move under another metal bar, another shower head. They began to pour more profusely, but the liquid was too thick to come out easily. The room began to smell. I remembered immediately the way that Mr. Mays had described it. I grabbed my shirt and put it over my nose, trucking onward. But I didn't stop to smell for an instant. It smelled like vomit. It smelled like shit. It smelled like burnt hair. It smelled like rot. I was still moving against the wall when I fell onto some sort of outlet. I hit the dirt ground hard, adrenaline coursing through my veins. The pain still managed to break through though. My flashlight was still in my hand. I aimed it and examined my surroundings. Sitting in front of me was a doorway. There was a door there, though it looked aged now. It had a nice little design on it, a doorknob, and a knocker that looked like a snarling demon. Red paint was peeling from it, flaking off and falling to the ground in front of me. I was crawling now. There was no way I could run. The walls and ceiling were lined with metal, the kind that you would see on the roof of a barn. Large pieces of wood seemed to brace the sheets, holding this makeshift tunnel together. I couldn't risk sliding against that and possibly cutting myself on the metal, or hitting the wood and causing a cave-in. So I crawled. I pulled myself, running into walls every now and then because the path seemed to curve like a snake. I had no idea where I was in relation to the hole that I had fallen through, but I told myself there was an exit at the end of this. Had I not been crawling, I would have surely hurt myself far worse. There were parts of the tunnel in which the ceiling dipped down to maybe 3 feet above the ground. It wasn't a cave-in. The ceiling was lined. Someone had built it like this. I kept telling myself there was nothing behind me, but I swore that I heard feet scraping only a few inches behind my own. My jeans would brush against my leg every now and then, making it feel like someone was touching me. And even now, I don't know if someone was touching me or not. I crawled and crawled until I reached an upslope. With joy, I looked ahead of me. There was a cellar door. The door was made of wood. I knew this because I could see light through them. I couldn't be sure, but I thought it might have been the light from the car. I crawled all the way to the door and threw my shoulder into it. It budged, but it didn't open. I began to scream, but my throat seared with pain. The most I could manage was a harsh crying noise. It sounded like a dying animal. I collapsed in exhaustion and pain, my eyes staring up at the slits of light before me. I was so close to being out of there. I could taste it. It was in that moment of silent defeat that I heard a noise that was, without question, something moving in the tunnel. It sounded like something was being dragged across the floor. It would move, pause for a second, and then move again. I had nothing left in my stomach to throw up, but I began to gag. I gathered myself slightly and tried to steady my hand enough to focus the flashlight into the tunnel. What I saw. I know what I saw, but I can't convince myself that it was actually there. I can't stop telling myself that I was hallucinating. I saw a child in a dirty sleeping gown. The fabric was stained with something dark and brown, with occasional splashes of deep red. The child was extremely frail, like the pictures that people might see of a Holocaust victim. I could only make out one eye, brightly reflecting the light of my flashlight, in between huge tufts of long, dirty hair. It reached down beyond the fingertips of the child, which were caked with dirt. The child moved towards me with difficulty. It wasn't breathing hard, but it seemed that every movement of every muscle took every ounce of strength the child had. The thing that froze me, though, was the eye. Even in that glint, I could feel anger or deep hatred or something like it. I could tell that this child meant me harm, whether it was imagined or not. And it was getting closer. I started to cry. It was getting closer and closer when I heard a voice from behind me. "Hey, Jack," whispered the voice. It was Steve, I was certain. I tried to talk back, fully intending to say, "Open this up and get me out right now." However, given my current state, I'm sure it just sounded like garbled nonsense. I clawed at the door, pushing against it with everything that I had, and finally breaking eye contact with the child. As I did this, the flashlight rolled down the slope, coming to rest somewhere near the child's feet. "What do you see?" the voice asked. "What are you talking about?" I closed my eyes. I remember hearing a reply along the lines of, "Just look at it, tell me what you see." But my own screams of frustration drowned it out. I was mumbling like a maniac when the voice told me, calmly, "Rest for a second, I'll get it." The statement took a moment to settle in, at which point I closed my eyes tight. I pleaded to Steve to get him to just open the door. I opened my eyes for a split second to see nothing but black hair dangling in front of my face. A small glint of light hidden in the mess of tangles. I slammed my eyes shut and screamed with every ounce of energy I had. Just as I did, the door behind me gave way, and I fell onto the dirt, taking in a breath of fresh air. My eyes were still closed, but the first thing that I did was scramble to find the cellar door and close it. Once I had done that, I took a deep breath and opened my eyes. I saw the barn in front of me, illuminated by the headlights of the car. My head was pulsing with pain. I was covered in dirt and liquids that I didn't even care to know the origins of. My knee was, at the very least, dislocated. But despite all that, I was out of the tunnel. I took a deep breath, buried my head in my hands, and said, "Steve, why didn't you just fucking open the door?" I waited for a response, but none came. I looked behind me. My stomach must have been on the verge of falling out of me at this point, because it shifted again. The only thing behind me was the large mass of bushes that I had seen while examining the perimeter of the building. I heard a yell from the front of the structure. A flashlight bobbed up and down in the semi-darkness. Steve was running into the open door of the structure, yelling my name and telling me not to worry. I must have lost consciousness at that point. When I woke up, Steve was standing over me, desperately trying to wake me up. His words were almost incoherent, at least to my ears. He helped me to my feet and began to walk me to the car. As we walked away, I saw my flashlight sitting just outside the cellar door. The light was fading. Steve got me into the back of the car and drove me to the nearest hospital. I fell asleep, but he told me that he drove around for an hour before he found a main road. I don't think I ever told him the whole story. I believe he thinks that I was just injured from the fall. He never really asked about it, and we didn't stay in contact for much longer. It's not like we deliberately parted ways, we just sort of stopped hanging out after that trip, went our separate ways. I've never been able to fully understand what happened that night. There are many things that I can explain away as being hallucinations, but there are still many things that don't make sense. The shower heads were there, and they were leaking something. The door was real. The tunnel was real. Most everything else can be semi-rationalized if I can convince myself that I had a bad concussion. A very, very bad concussion. But the one thing that I couldn't have imagined was that the cellar door was locked, and it suddenly wasn't. I am still as skeptical as I have ever been, but I believe in what happened to me at the showers. I'm not a hermit or a social outcast because of this. I drink a lot, but I am still functional. But I will never return to Nebraska. No one will ever be able to convince me otherwise. I don't watch horror movies either. There's absolutely nothing entertaining about being so desperately scared. That's it, really. There is no typical ending for my story. I was changed by my experience, but there is no way to change anything about it or fight back against it. I can't even convince myself that I wasn't just seeing things. Believe me, I've been trying for years. Prior to this, there was really no way to find any information on the showers. The legend didn't extend outside of the classroom of Mr. Mays. No one told stories like this to keep children away from a certain place or to scare them. It just wasn't known. I guess that's really the point of this whole story. I want people to know, firsthand, what this place is like. Maybe it's a drunk's rationale, or the kid inside of me wanting to spread these kind of stories again. I don't know. I don't care. But it's out there now, for people to mold and warp to their needs. Most importantly, it's finally out of my head.
That was The Showers by Clover 10176. A theater buff is researching an old musical that is making a comeback soon. But what secrets does it hold in its lyrics? This is the Puppetmaster's regime.
Have you ever heard of the musical, The Puppetmaster's Regime? Most likely you haven't. In fact, most die-hard theater lovers are often unfamiliar with this little production. It was a 1934 stage musical written by anonymous authors of the music, lyrics, and book. It starred upcoming performers such as Timmy Cutie Pie Wright, Sally Wilkes, Henry Gregory, as well as many others. At the time, it was the most expensive show to date. It was said to be the biggest, most spectacular stage show to San Francisco and back. From the Testament of Tyler Warwick, 1901 to 1983. The cast was made completely of new people, young children and adults alike who were longing to get back on the stage after vaudeville became old news. It was quite charming, really, but I did take a bit of notice to that odd little playbill. All the playwrights and lyricists and everyone were all unnamed, and that design, it was a little red drop with a peculiar little face in it. Not even a title, just a little red dot. I'd come to New York with my parents on an impromptu vacation after my grandmother had died. A Broadway musical seemed just like what we needed. From the Testament of Carl Hannigan, 1920 to 1993. I do recall most of the first act. Then again, who could forget? The story was a little hard to follow at first. There's a little boy who lived in a puppet shop. Or maybe he lived down the street. No, wait. No, he worked in the puppet shop, but he was homeless, so they provided him with a home there. The kid's name was, Mortem? Something weird. No, wait, that's right, it was Mortimum. No, wait, Mortimer. Mortimer, yes, that's right. Anyways, Mortimer's employer was this old man named Mr. Obsizer. I remember his name because his character was unimaginably unsettling, bouncing all around and getting angry at the little boy, all while keeping this nasal, gigglish voice. Anyhow, the production opened to Mortimer and the odd fellow getting into an argument over the boy not doing his work. Then the two of them sang this peculiar number about puppets. It wasn't a normal song, or at least the musicality wasn't normal. Lyrics were very enchanting, and the music did this odd flowing thing about the room. Instruments would get very quiet without losing any power to it. Maybe it was just the acoustics. I'm most likely explaining it all wrong. Oh well. But in time we got used to it, and the show progressed. From the Testament of Gabriel Johnston, 1919 to 1976. This youngster, Mortimer, something like that, was quite insecure about his stay in the puppet shop, very paranoid that his boss would throw him out. I was an aspiring lyricist at the time, and I'd done the lyrics to a few original community theater projects, so I was fascinated with the wording in these songs. I scribbled down a few lyrics after I'd went home. Unless I'm remembering wrong, little puppet shop boy and Mr. Obi something had an introductory duet, and then Mortimer went off and had a short lament in a different, much more somber tune. If I stay and do everything right, I can live in the day, and stay clear of the night. Out there in the night, in the dark, there's a world of whys, maybe lies. I can hear them whisper, and sometimes I can see their eyes. The eyes comment confused me for a moment, but then I assumed that he was meaning the stars. It seemed as though the number was unnecessarily tragic and poorly situated within the show, but it was a minor quibble. Now, Mortimer had two friends, a girl named Trahunt and a boy named Adelbit. After interrupting the final note in his lament, they all gushed about how much they loved puppets, but they just couldn't afford one from Mortimer's guardian's shop. And so they transitioned into this vibrant little song about joining forces to raise money so they could afford to build their own puppet. After this, the three all headed for school, and the story took a sharp turn in a different direction. Now, they had this really nasty teacher, or headmistress, named Madame Rapiro, or something like that. They had a reprise of the song from before, and she overheard them. And at first, her remarks about the children's fantasies were somewhat comical. But then the light fixed on her, and she sang this heartbreaking song. What the song was about was up for interpretation. It was somewhat about love, but it had all these strange puppet metaphors. The only lyric that stayed with me is, "Stroll through the wood, cracks, show them your pains, the hole in your throat, and the strings in your veins." Then she just went on this breakdown. I assume it was a poorly conceived character trait. She started singing off-key and went to beat one of the kids. The curtain fell, and there was a scuffle heard on stage. People whispered to each other, but a rising new orchestra piece silenced us. The curtains rose again, and we were right outside the puppet shop. From the Testament of Lewis Roberts, 1905 to 1967. Mortimer and his friends went into the town and sang a song about selling dolls, I think it was, because the little girl made dolls in her spare time, and she had to sell them. I remember those strange background characters. The company was so absolutely monotonous. They all wore some form of dark clothing, and each of them were very, very tall. I can remember how they all had their faces covered up by hair or hats or veils. None of them spoke. None of them even sang during the course of the show. They just walked in perfectly straight lines, as if they weren't even part of the production. Anyways, this strange song about buying dolls, it had absolutely no life. But for some reason, these children were putting their all into it. I could see the pain in their faces as they hit those high notes. There was something else. As the lyrics went on, they seemed to get a little... It's hard to explain, really. They all looked like they were maybe hurting a little. They looked so pale and nervous all of a sudden. Coming from a stage family, I convinced myself it was only stage fright, but it still made me just a tiny bit anxious. From the Testament of Carrie Laurie, 1921 to 1995. The kids all got their money from this strange man in a cloak, who sang a simple little tune. I still remember the lyrics. Despite the fall of rain, little kitties, everyone needs a little song. Wooden dolls give you pain, little kitties. Go on, little kitties, run along. This character was never really explained, but I remember how truly gripping the melody was. So haunting, got you right in the gut. Even little kid actors seemed a bit unsettled by the new turn of the show. They all kept stuttering over their lines as they spoke and sang. And the light bulb over the stage went out. Everyone kinda gasped, and one man I think even laughed. The noise it made really spooked the little girl. Little Miss... what's her name? All the names were very strange. All I know is that that light bulb had gone out, and the actors were stumbling across the stage. The whole thing looked like a terrible flop. When the children re-entered the puppet shop, they presented Mr. Obsizer with the puppet pieces they'd acquired when the audience wasn't looking, singing a braggedy sort of chant. We done, diddly diddly done did it. It was obnoxious, but thankfully brief. After that, the light fixed on Mortimer, and he began another tune. The song was a dud, and all I remember was that he flubbed the last line. The lyric had something to do with the final stroke of light, or some sort of long-winded moon-based metaphor. All I know is that he forgot the words, and all that could be heard in the theater was the sound of car horns outside the building. The boy, he didn't seem shocked or embarrassed or anything, but his posture improved out of the blue, and the orchestra stopped. He projected half of the word sorry, and suddenly he burst forth in wordless vocalization. The music resumed. The other characters began to join him. From the Testament of Marcus Edger, 1918 to 1968. So after that bulb went out, the whole set started falling apart. We, the audience, tried our best to ignore it, but it was damn near impossible. I saw two sets of very angry attendees get up and leave. Set piece for the puppet shop screeched its way onto the stage, and we could see in the far back the paper sky background falling apart. Lights went dim in what we assumed was an attempt to hide the malfunctioning set pieces. The kids, with the help of an oddly monotonous Mr. Obsizer, constructed the puppet, and this strange song played. To this day I don't know what they were saying. It sounded vaguely like Latin, but I went on to study Latin in college the next year, and I found that guess of mine to come out flat. I do remember how it enchanted me, though. It enchanted all of us. We all began to feel this thing course through us. I remember a few people around us who were humming in an attempt to rid themselves of the sound. I could hear people in the front rows crying out in what sounded like pain. The actors themselves sounded as though they were about to pass out at any moment. They were doing this sort of ballet and they were tripping all over themselves. And a few more lights started flashing and breaking. We all sat and waited for the song to end. That's when... Sorry. From the Testament of George Frank, 1899 to 1999. The lights were going on and off at random, and we were all praying the damn song would end soon. It had this force going with it. It was sucking us in. We could feel it. Little kids in the Puppet Man were dancing all around when... Well, you see... God, I really thought I could do it. I was right there in the 5th row, so I saw it. I just can't. From the Testament of Carolyn Mark, 1901 to 1949. The lighting was completely out of control. It was a mess. And that song, it was awful. Something about it. It was powerful. It had a force. I watched intently as the dancers began to skip around and we... I thought they were... I thought they were the lights. Conclusion. The actual events of the final scene of Act 1 of the Puppetmaster's regime has been up for debate for many years. Not many people are willing to speak out about what happened on stage during those final moments. Many believe that there is no actual record of an interview with somebody who is willing to tell the story. This is not true, as one testament survives from a Billy Prescott, who was only 6 at the time of the show. At such a young age, one might assume he was less affected by what he recalls happening. I was just a kid, so I don't remember much. All I can vaguely recall is that song. It was giving me a headache. I turned to my dad and asked him if we could leave, when suddenly I saw the stage illuminate with this bright red light. Music stopped as one instrument after another died out. And I swear I heard pounding underneath the stage. Everyone was questioning what was happening, even the actors. I remember that teacher lady being pushed through the door of the shop. Then everyone else came flying in from off stage, toppling on top of each other like rag dolls. There are people who didn't fit the design scheme of the production. Stagehands and technical workers, I assume now. I remember the little girl screamed at the audience, then ran behind the shopkeeper while other actors continued singing. A few people started crying right there on the stage, and suddenly this curtain came forward. It's hard to describe what it looked like. It was like clear plastic wall. It came down from above. Several years later, I saw Carrie the Musical on Broadway during one of its few runs. That thing that came down on the prom goers when Carrie was using her laser lights to kill everyone. It was just like that. A bunch of set pieces from earlier scenes came down on the sides of the stage, trapping all the actors in the center. Then chaos erupted. The actors stopped singing and were pounding on the plastic wall. Then, for some reason, they began to back away, as if some unseen assailants were coming towards them. They fled to the back of the stage, all except the little boy who hadn't stopped singing. Then, Amid all that screaming and crying and shooting, the curtain flew out, and everything was silence. Due to that odd abruptness, the audience thought it was just a horrible ending to a terrible musical. We were about to get up when suddenly the curtain opened up again, revealing the stationary plastic wall, upon which a single light fixed on a little boy, Mortimer. He had clawed his way through the plastic wall. We could see the blood on his hands, but the way he looked was... There were strings attached to every part of his body. We could all see his stomach, or lack of. It was like somebody had put a huge ice cream scooper in his belly. He was sobbing all over the stage, twitching and swinging around. It was a sight so unnatural looking, so painful and twisted and wrong. Even now, I can't seem to wrap my head around how. And everyone looked at him, not knowing what to do. And then he spoke. "Help me. Please, help me." That was all I could make out. And then he vomited and suddenly collapsed. Plastic wall lifted. The lights all came on, and we saw the rest of them. They were all dead. Every one of them looked exactly like the little boy. Everyone had those strings attached. And we watched as all of them, even the little boy, as their strings were pulled on. Their lifeless bodies rose on cue, and they bowed. We cannot be certain that this is a credible account, but unfortunately it's all we have to work with. The Puppetmaster's regime sparked horrible debates among the theater companies. Several audience members had to be treated to special therapy for years to come, and the show itself was covered up by the police. For some time, the theater company, as well as the police department, who had never managed to solve the gruesome murders of the cast and crew of the show, denied that the play ever existed. However, in recent years, the story has resurfaced, sparking much new debate on the subject. The theater that housed the musical still refuses to acknowledge the show's existence, and most theater historians know nothing about the show in general. To this day, the identities of the anonymous lyric and music writers are unknown. And, to our knowledge, all recordings of the songs and police reports have been destroyed. However, through certain pieces of historical documentation, we can gather a bit of information on the production. The show itself had its first workshop in London in 1928. One of the songs, "Get a Puppet," was recorded with vocals by 12-year-old Garris Creeley. However, this recording has been lost, but is supposedly available in the black market of the internet. Other than that, no official records were ever made. Some ancient accounts say that an illegal audio taping of the final scene of Act 1 was recorded from backstage, but we cannot be certain that this is anything but a rumor. As for any official memorabilia, very little of anything has survived. Until her death in 1994, theatrical historian Gladys Masters kept 2 large-scale posters, which she displayed at charity events, but these have since disappeared. Early costumes by Alice Lively, who had been the costume designer on Puppetmaster until she quit after payment disputes, are on display at the Piccadilly Theatrical Museum in Dover, England. Other than that, playbills from its premiere night were given out, but most audience members destroyed their copies after seeing the show. Legend has it, around 10 to 20 survive. On another note, over the years, the show has grown a small cult fan base. And here, recently, an off-Broadway revival has been scheduled to premiere soon. When I had originally approached this topic, I believed that all of the audience members who entered the theater on that fateful night were deceased, but I was incorrect. One lone audience member, Alice Corley James, who was 9 years old when her grandparents took her to see the show, lives in Connecticut with her grandchildren. I gathered this information after my long investigation as to the theater which housed the unfortunate events of 1934. I found myself on a wild goose chase after a long line of theater owners shoved me in different directions via emails or the rare private meeting. I was eventually given the home address of an old man who shall go unnamed. This man had worked in several theaters over the past 50 or so years and had collected many borrowed theater items. One of these items was a box labeled 34-Creeley/Wright. The gentleman claimed that he found it in the vaults of the August Wilson Theater, but I'm not sure if he can be trusted, as his eggs seem to be in quite a few baskets, if you understand me. The oddly numbered box contained several sloppily organized papers, all of which detailed the long-awaited production of the Puppetmaster's regime. The most interesting of these files was a bulky folder that detailed the 1928 workshop in London, where the title of the show was originally Mortimer's Friends, which was later changed to Mortimer's Puppet. As music was refined, however, the title became The Puppet Dressed in Black, and was finally changed to Puppetmaster, which was the title they used during the actual staged readings. The folder also contained a partial script for the show. Although many pages appeared to be missing, none of the song lyrics were shown on the script, although the song titles were printed in their place, along with notes for the young actor playing the part of Mortimer. Most of the notes are from the director, a man named Richard Weber, but one particular note seems a bit ominous. A little less vibrato on this one, Garrus. Make me proud. Make us both proud. Mr. Sheridan. This Mr. Sheridan never showed up on any of the other files. He may have been an unaccredited assistant director, but something about his handwriting just didn't sit right with me. Anyways, some of the song titles are rather fascinating. Tunes with such titles as Never Mind Me, Mister, Mortimer Was an Orphan, and Get a Puppet. They make the production seem like any other. The characters don't seem to be written in any strange way, much to my disappointment. It seems like a harmless little kiddie show, cutesy and upbeat. However, as the script progresses, the notes from this Mr. Sheridan become more evident, and his messages become increasingly disturbing. We love it the way you used to do it. Stop doing what we never told you to try. Your cheeks puff at the end of this number, Garrus. I love it. He loves it. We both love it. They love it. Meet me backstage after the reading, Garrus. He has a gift for you. Meet us backstage again, Garrus. They love to look at you. Never leave us, Garrus. You're too important to Puppetmaster. After reading up to the scene where Mortimer and his friends try to sell dolls, creatively titled The Doll Selling Song, I decided to stop reading and do a bit of research on Garrus Creeley. And I was not prepared for the results. Garrus Creeley was born on November 3rd, 1916. His mother had been a vaudeville stripteaser who lacked the funds necessary to support a child. As a result, he was taken in as a 3-year-old by a man whose last name was Sheridan. His first name is recorded differently in many documents. Most believe it to be either Carmichael or Charles. Sheridan was apparently a Coney Island architect who designed elaborate fun houses and carnival freak houses. He was also a private composer, having written many vaudeville numbers and Coney Island themes. Garris Creeley Sheridan was a semi-popular vaudeville performer from 1921 to 1923, upon which he was removed from the Sheridan home after Garris claimed to have been sexually assaulted by his adoptive father. Garris was taken to live with Annabelle and Henry McGregor, a middle-class family living in Upper Manhattan. Annabelle and Henry, in an attempt to rid him of his childhood trauma, relocated to Worcester, England, with Henry McGregor's relatives. Coincidentally, Puppetmaster began rehearsals for the workshop a year after Garris Creeley moved to England. The music and lyrics were still accredited with Anonymous. Now, one might assume that this is just another depressing backstory to a child performer from the early 1900s. But no, it gets worse. Sheridan, along with being an architect and composer, was also a great patron of child pornography. He was the leader of a small group of individuals who specialized in the production of such articles. What makes this more revolting is that from 1921 to 1923, the years that Creeley was his legal son, Sheridan housed a child-centered burlesque theater/brothel underneath his estate. In 1924, he was placed in the Danvers State Lunatic Asylum in Massachusetts and escaped in 1926, a year before rehearsals began for Puppetmaster. Now, returning to the script for Puppetmaster, we actually have a tangible record for both the end of Act 1 as well as most of Act 2. The actual ending for Act 1, as it was written, was such. Mortimer and his friends design a puppet exactly like the one that Mortimer has seen in his dreams. This was explained in a song entitled "The Puppet Dressed in Black," which I assume was cut in the Broadway production. This puppet then comes to life and calls upon his magical powers to send Mortimer and his friends into a parallel universe. Act 2 begins with Mortimer finding his friends, as well as Mr. Absizer, to be asleep and dangling from puppet strings. The musical takes a more operatic theme. We have 6 songs that are played one after the other, without a single interval of speech. The song titles begin, "Never mind me, mister," reprise, "I can hear them sing," "What is this place?" Mortimer's soliloquy, "Wooden dolls," and "The wind and the whisperings." After this, Mortimer is confronted by the odd man in black from the first act, who, in a long monologue, explains Mortimer's deep, passionate sexual longings. Mortimer realizes his clandestine emotions in a song entitled "Beautiful Music," in which the man and Mortimer apparently fall spontaneously in love. And right before they allude to the thought of intercourse, the puppet dressed in black appears, jealous of Mortimer's affections. Mortimer strips naked in front of the puppet, allowing for the wooden demon to seduce him. Mortimer offers his soul in return for the puppet, releasing the ones closest to him. When the children in Mr. Absizer are returned, the puppet dressed in black and the old man reveal their sole motivations: to punish little children who repress the nature of their sexual responsibilities. They explain this in what would eventually become the show's title song, "The Puppetmaster's Regime." Then, in a spout of randomness, the puppet's face turns bright red, and he shoves Mortimer into a bed shaped like a hand, apparently raping him. In the epilogue, we see that Mortimer's friends have all been returned to the puppet shop, but none of them remember anything about him. As you would assume, the workshop didn't do well at all. Anybody with half a brain would understand why a musical about why children are obligated to have sex with adults and puppets wouldn't work now, let alone in 1928. It was met with such a terrible response that the authorities forced the workshop to shut down, classifying it as child sex tourism. Garrus Creeley was temporarily removed from the McGregor household for their approval for allowing him to participate in the production, when in reality the cast members were contractually obligated to never speak about the show to anyone outside the production. A week after Garrus returned to the McGregors, he was kidnapped from his bedroom. This all happened the day before his birthday. After 2 days, the authorities found Garrus at the theater that had been holding the workshops. He was found in the basement of the theater, tied to a bed, being violently raped by Sheridan. Sheridan, of course, was taken into police custody, where he died 2 days later of a lung infection. However, the most disturbing part about the crime scene was described by Officer James Cartwright. We broke through the door, and we were all fumbling down the stairs. We could hear him, Creeley, screaming. We charged into the basement and saw puppets. Puppets everywhere. All of them were made to look exactly like that Creeley kid. There had to be dozens of them all over the room. Some of them were neatly dressed, like little dolls. Others didn't have any clothes on at all. God, it was disgusting. I feel sick just thinking about it. Along with a recorded 76 Garrus Creeley-esque puppets that were found underneath the theater, authorities also found several articles of the occult in Sheridan's makeshift apartment. He had apparently begun to worship an ancient god he called Podominus, a dark spirit who controlled all life with invisible puppet strings. Most of the investigators believe that Sheridan had created this god himself, using the surplus of insanity he had retained by the time of his death. They also found a 5,023-page novel that Sheridan had written over the course of the past 9 years, entitled Puppets. It was an extended manuscript version of Puppetmaster that was centered around the character of Mortimer Abernsees, a character obviously based on Garrus Creeley. Following the events of Puppetmaster, the McGregors admitted Garrus Creeley to the West Riding Mental Hospital, now known as the High Roids Hospital, in order to repair his obvious mental damages. He was supervised by his adoptive uncle, Dr. Gregory McGregor, who personally documented his progression from 1928 to 1932, when he was released. Other than the folder containing information for the 1928 workshop, most of the documents present in Box 34-Creeley/Wright are mass jumbles of different documentations. Everything from vague police reports to scathing reviews of the workshop, and none of them are in any particular order. The only valuable document I've managed to find is a list containing the names of all the audience members who attended the 1934 Broadway premiere. Seeing as how Alice Corley James is still alive and was seated in the 4th row of the theater, I hope to contact her soon in order to continue my investigation. From the personal diary of Annabelle McGregor, January 7th, 1932. Garrus came home today. He seemed paler than he used to, much more quiet. I I wish there was something I could do. I wish I could bring him back to us. But he's gone. I have to accept that. We all have to. As it turns out, the diary of Annabelle McGregor was used in the writing of a 1998 psychological thesis by Catherine Jacobs entitled From Garrus to Hannah, a study as to the effects of child molestation. In this book, the author uses materials from various different child molestation trials to form an in-depth study on the resulting mental scars such experiences can produce in children. Annabelle's entries themselves aren't that relevant, often repeating the same things over and over, but they do form a cohesive thread between two big events in Garrus Creeley's life: his release from the West Riding Mental Hospital and his journey back to America. According to Annabelle McGregor, 19-year-old Garrus Creeley left his parents a week after returning to them, going off to work in a shoe factory. After being fired for inability to follow proper safety instruction, he worked as an assistant ballet instructor in London. 6 weeks after this, he returned to his parents, where he heard that they had been harboring a secret from him. After Sheridan, his previous adoptive father, had died, Garrus was left to inherit all of his belongings. This included the expansive novel, Puppets, and the script and score for Puppetmaster, the musical version of the same novel. From the Diary of Annabelle McGregor, September 18th, 1932. Garrus called to tell us he was leaving. We asked when he was coming home. He hung up after that. It's been 4 days, and I'm beginning to believe that I won't ever see him again. Not much is known about Garrus Creeley after that. The next existing record of him is in a financial statement in 1933 concerning an inquiry for a choreographer for the Puppetmaster's regime. It would appear that Garrus was continuing his adoptive father's work. Why on earth Garrus Creeley would drop everything in his life to continue the work of his childhood rapist is beyond all logical comprehension. One reason could be that he wanted to understand his father more. He was, after all, Sheridan's son. Perhaps he understood how much Puppetmaster meant to him, and had devoted himself to polishing up the production. In Catherine Jacobs' book, she details a great many examples of this. In the letter from Garrus to the aforementioned choreographer, he writes, "I hope to enliven the production with a bit of playful mystery, such as the essence of the original novel format. I don't have the complete manuscript for Puppets, though Catherine Jacobs apparently does own a small snippet of about 200 pages. God only knows how she acquired this. She lists a total of 17 excerpts in her book. From what I've read, the prose of Puppets is very difficult to comprehend. One might assume that Sheridan had never stopped writing it, and had never revised. The story itself follows the main character, Mortimer Abinses, as he goes off on an adventure to explore his own sexual agenda upon the request of a puppet that he meets in a dream. To get a feel for the odd, flowery nature of the writing, here's a snippet. The puppet was as black as night upon the cold winter eves of Lammastide, light and airy, yet weak and bitterly sharp. Upon sensing the figure's wooden presence, he scattered himself about the room, unable to find a proper door or window to relieve his urge to escape the angry monstrosity. His eyes danced along the riverway of contempt, stealing glances of the form that beckoned for him to remain motionless. Defeated, he rested himself within his own terror, bending as he slipped into his remorse and fear. I have nothing to work on but the vague points provided by Miss Jacobs for this assumption, but I gather that Garrus used his inheritance to fund the production of the Puppetmaster's regime. In the box 34-Creeley/Wright, I found a small folder full of production notes from Garrus that I had glossed over in my previous search. Nothing of great importance stands out, other than the pitch Creeley used to gain attraction of several theater owners who were interested in housing the production. In this, Garrus describes the show as upbeat, fraught with flowery production numbers, and a moral all ages can relate to. I feel like this is a good time to bring up my meeting with Miss Alice Corley James. I made sure to phone her grandchildren for permission to visit, for which I was declined 3 times. After I sent the cake, however, they understood my persistence, and I was granted access. It was a 6-hour drive to the home of Alice Corley James. The granddaughter was hospitable enough. Well, as hospitable as someone can be when they obviously don't want you in their house. She took me to the living room and offered me some cake, which I declined. A few minutes later, I met Alice, who limped her way onto the couch with a plate of cake in her hand. I tried speaking with her, but she refused to talk to me until she had finished eating. I took an instant liking to the old bat, nutty as she was. Throughout the following Q&A, Alice made it very apparent that she had reviewed her facts. They seemed rehearsed and tired coming from her lips, but I didn't think much of it. From the Testament of Alice Corley James, 1926 to present. Question: how old were you when you saw the Puppetmaster's regime? Answer: 9. I had just turned 9 that Wednesday, and we were going to have a party the following Saturday. Question: what do you remember about the production? Answer: I truly don't remember a lot about the show. I was young, I was hyperactive, and I was bored. Bored to tears by the entire thing. It was so very monotonous, and so blandly staged. I recall watching the 3 kids dancing the exact same motion, twist tap, for almost 4 minutes, all while the ensemble walked in crisp lines. It was so awkward. That little boy playing the main character, Maury something or other, was a bit quiet if you ask me. He sort of mumble-spoke, squinting the entire show. Those vague, squinty eyes were bland too. I fell asleep halfway through Act 1. Question: do you remember the end to Act 1? Answer: no. When I woke up, my parents were dragging me out of the theater. I spent the next 3 hours waiting by the street with my mother while my father searched for his brother. Uncle Devin was the assistant choreographer. He died backstage. I think a lift collapsed. I'm not sure. It was only when I was 30 did they actually tell me what happened, though I remember that they never acted the same again. Question: did your uncle keep any documentation of his time working on the production? Answer: I wouldn't know. We weren't all that close to him, you see. Question: if he did, where could I find those documents? Answer: either they're still at the theater, or my father. Now that I think of it, my father probably had them. I remember the policeman delivering the box to us. Your best chance of finding it would be in the attic. We moved all my father's old office documents into a red chest. If it isn't there, it is most likely thrown away. Mrs. James's granddaughter aided me in my search, and together we found the red chest, as well as Devin Corley's belongings. They had been shoved into a small storage crate within the chest, sloppily strewn in wrinkled chunks of paper. I offered Alice the opportunity to rifle through the crate, but she politely shooed me out of her house before asking for another piece of cake. At first, I couldn't make much sense of the contents within the box. There are a few bills, some blasé production notes, and a list of ensemble performers. However, one particular sheet of paper did catch my interest. The audition notes for the role of Mortimer. For those of you who don't remember, this was the character whose actor was seen begging the audience to help him on the night of Puppetmaster's premiere. Not many names are found in this file, oddly enough. Just 14 boys and 6 girls. Underneath the various names are notes over the auditions. Notes such as too cheeky, too quiet, too mumble-mouthed. But about 3/4 into the paper, the name, Timmy Wright, is circled 3 times, a small star etched beside it. He's the one, the note reads boldly. I've done a bit of research on this performer as well. Timothy Cartwright was born on August 16th, 1923. His father, Vincent Cartwright, was a lighting designer for a theater on Broadway at the same time. His wife, Margie, was a costume designer, though little is known about the beginning of Timothy's career. But by the age of 9, he had taken the vaudeville world by storm as Timmy Cutie Pie Wright, or Cutie Wright for short. As far as I can gather, his only Broadway credit before the Puppetmaster's regime was in a semi-successful flop called Joyful Hooligans, in which he played a young British boy who falls off a ship and is taken in by a band of American teenage pickpockets. Devin Corley's diary details the arrival of Timmy to the theater. He says that Timmy was asked to be dropped off in the lobby without his parents. Garris Creeley instructed the staff not to enter the lobby for an hour. At the end of this hour, Garris Creeley himself came through the lobby doors and found Timmy still in his seat by the receptionist desk. He was quoted to have looked confused and scared, with a look in his eyes that likened to an old cat, weak and defenseless. Garris led him back to his office, where he waited for his parents to return to sign the paperwork. The next few entries of Devin Corley's diary describe the hiring of the rest of the cast and crew. Shirley Taxam was signed on to play Trahant for 3 weeks, died in an automobile accident, and was replaced by Sally Wilkes. Henry Gregory, another vaudeville performer who had worked with Timmy at least twice before, was signed on to play Adelbit. Other cast members include Fernando Perrin as Mr. Absizer and Grace Day as Madame Rapiro. The casting for the Man in Black, as well as the puppet dressed in black, are not listed. Set design was done by Abraham Duarte, and costumes were done by Juliana White. Lighting and direction was taken up by Garris Creeley himself. For the first 2 weeks of production, Devin Corley's description of Creeley doesn't seem too interesting. A bit eccentric and a bit of a perfectionist, but he also is described as jolly and surreal, like the Santa impersonators you see at the department stores. He was always cracking jokes and, for the most part, had a good attitude. However, as innocent as his behavior seems, even from the beginning, he has a strange obsession with Timothy Wright. Corley details an instance where Timmy was clearly getting the choreography wrong, and yet Garris berates the other children for messing him up. From Devin Corley's perspective, he coddles the boy and barely even directs him. Now, as lighthearted as he was, Garris Creeley was also a rather strict director. Devin Corley claims that each of the cast members was to arrive at 4 a.m, 2 hours before crew arrived, simply for vocal exercises and warm-ups. One entry states, the ensemble was placed into 3 lines, and the children were lined up in front, Mr. Creeley would spend 15 minutes going over the exact same tap routine each morning. He always had Timmy do it first, then the others were to follow. Afterwards, everyone was to gather in a circle for vocal warm-ups. It would start by going through their ranges, then Garrus had us do that awful dance. There were to be 2 circles, one inside the other, and the cast would hold hands. Then, both circles were to dance around in opposite directions. The outer circle began the chant first, crying out, "Seaman tell, seaman tell," while the inner circle yelled out, "Freyla, Freyla." Both chants were ensemble lyrics that had been cut from the production, but Mr. Creeley saw it fit to include them every morning, saying they were perfect vocal exercises. Garrus's impatience continues throughout the rehearsals. He grows violent, and many cast members report to Devon that Sally Wilkes exhibited bruises on her upper arms. The script was modified weekly, putting the company in great stress. Timmy Wright was the one who took most of the damage, as most of the changes gave his character more lines, placing him under a lot of pressure. He was often asked to visit Creeley's office for private readings, where he'd stay for hours. Tragedy entered the life of Timothy Cartwright on August 13th, 1933, when he and his family had been the victims of an automobile accident which killed his father and severely injured both he and his mother. Devon writes that for a month and a half, Garrus visited Timmy daily, and eventually stopped coming to rehearsals altogether. The principal choreographer, Mandus Thorman, took up the role of director during that time. It was also during this time that they sought out the employment of 14-year-old Rory Atkins to be the understudy for Timmy. Devon writes that it was at the conspiring of Thorman and the producers that Rory would eventually replace Timmy. "This cutie Wright," writes one producer, "is completely inept in the art of performance. His delivery is too big, his eyes are too big, his presence is too big. And for all that bigness, he has a shocking little amount of talent and discipline. Mr. Creeley spoils the boy, and hardly gives a scrap of motivational honesty in the direction of anyone else. In short, Timothy Cartwright must go." While Garrus was gone, the production staff also persisted in cutting certain things from the show. This included a number that occurred midway through Act 2, a gibberish number sang by an army of puppets that they said slowed down the production. Creeley was quite unhappy with this, giving them several angry phone calls about the matter. They eventually gave him an ultimatum: cut the number completely, or put it somewhere else. Garrus placed it at the end of Act 1. Devon notes that Garrus would tell the children to practice this number on their own time, and when they did run through it during rehearsals, it was in segments, never in its entirety. The number itself contained one group of lyrics that was repeated over and over. Garrus made it painfully clear that the company was to sing these stanzas exactly 100 times before they could take up a break during intermission, even if the curtains closed before they were finished. Devon's journal ends with a relief from the notes throughout. Instead, he explains an event that he himself was present for. I think it's best to simply copy the section itself. Nobody was ever allowed in Mr. Creeley's office but Mr. Creeley and Timmy. I assume Mr. Creeley would want to meet Rory, but he never asked for an audience with him. However, Mandus had instructed me to deliver 3 resignation letters to Mr. Creeley's desk, and I went to my task. When I came in, the room was all musty and hot, like there wasn't even air conditioning there. The windows were drawn, but my vision adapted fairly quickly. I saw that on the floor was a worn mattress with plates and cups all around. I blinked in surprise, rushing over to the bedding, I saw that it had definitely been in use for quite a while. I wondered, in astonishment, if Mr. Creeley had been living in the theater. When I considered the idea, I did recall that he had put all his money into this show, and we never heard him ask us to send papers to his house, only to his office. Along the far end of the room were a few piles of shirts and trousers. It was still very dark, so I didn't focus on them too much. I went to set the papers down on the desk when, against my better judgment, I had the urge to snoop around a bit. I looked over the top of the desk, nothing but pens and scrambled folders, then went right to the center drawer. What was inside the drawer frightens me more now than it did when I saw them. Within the drawer was a gun. A bit eccentric maybe, but I thought nothing of it. As well as a worn, hand-painted mask, red in color. It was put into the shape of a doll's face. A puppet's. Beside the mask was a small journal. I opened it. I found the pages to be yellowed with age. The pages themselves concealed mad writings that were barely legible, but I could tell by the drawings that it was some sort of worshipper's guide. There were these charcoal sketches of a puppet, a giant puppet that controlled the world on strings protruding from its fingernails. Other pictures showed the puppet walking amongst common men who could not see it. There was a drawing of a man raping a small girl, the puppet controlling his arms. There was a man stroking the bodies of his wife and children, a young girl being bought for the night by an older gentleman, two twins being held down on their bed by some invisible force. All pictures in which the puppet stood by, grinning. I placed the journal back into the drawer, but when I noticed the mask had the same face that the puppet had. An insane grin, wide eyes, puffy cheeks. It was only when I held it closer to my face did I notice it also shared the features of Timmy. The same mouth, the same nose, same eyes. I shoved the mask back into the drawer and shut it, my curiosity morphing into sickness. I backed away from the desk and hit the wall, turning to my right. I felt my foot come into contact with the pile of clothes I saw earlier. My eyes had completely adjusted to the dark by now, and I could see that not all of the shirts and trousers were in Mr. Creeley's size. At least 4 of them were smaller. The clothes a young boy would wear. I grabbed the papers off the desk and ran out. I delivered them into Mr. Creeley's hand that afternoon. After that, there are 7 blank pages in the journal of Devin Corley. There are no more entries. At the bottom of this crate, however, was a newspaper dated October 3rd, 1935. The headline reads, "Flower Shop Vandal Strikes Again." And on the 3rd page is a small section dedicated to the disaster that occurred at the August Wilson Theater on October 1st. Oddly enough, the article doesn't mention the Puppetmaster's regime by name more than once, but it focuses on the aftermath. In an interview with police officer Jeremy Winthrop, "We don't have any idea what could have happened. We got a call from the diner down the street, talking about some riot going on down at the August Wilson. We came to find a bunch of theater goers crying and begging for help. They just kept saying, 'They're dead, they're dead, they're really dead.' We went inside. We didn't find anything." You see, 76 attendants of that 1935 showing went missing. 98 if you count the theater company, whose bodies were never recovered from the stage. though many testified to have seen them die. Others claimed to have seen people collapsing in the aisles. When police investigated the theater, they saw that one of the lifts backstage had collapsed, but there were no traces of anyone there. The only body recovered was that of Garris Creeley. He had been found in his office, a bullet in his head. Other than that, nothing. No blood, no struggles. And those 98 people were never seen again. After that, there is nothing left in the crate but barely visible photos of cast members and fabric samples for costumes. At this point, my investigation for the Puppetmaster's regime ended, or at least the historical investigation. Do you remember the revival of Puppetmaster I mentioned? Well, the first preview performance will take place in Chicago on September 18th. I've already booked balcony seats. Being a full-time investigator for an obscure pornographic musical doesn't lend itself to much of an earning, you see. I will be attending this showing, where I will record the audio and take notes on the production. I'll do a detailed run-through of the production the day after I see it. Investigation will resume September 18th. Update. September 20th. I arrived in Chicago last week, where I stayed with a couple of old high school friends for a few days. We had fun catching up, but I never took my mind off the Puppetmaster's regime. The theater that housed the production was rather obscure, located a few miles out of the main city. None of the news articles I read post-preview have mentioned the name of the theater, so I can only imagine they don't want the publicity. Upon entering the theater, I was given a playbill by a cheery man in a suit, an older gentleman with a weak smile on his face. The playbill itself showed the white silhouette of a young boy, several puppet strings attached to a scribbly red and black heart that hung within his chest. There were white dolls hanging around him. I remember thinking it was odd that a preview playbill would be in color, as those aren't usually printed until the show starts making money. Anyways, I made it to my seat and began to read through the playbill. I didn't care much about the names of the cast members, though I do recall seeing the picture for the boy playing the part of Mortimer, a 14-year-old named Milton Holliday. The show opened to a long, plodding overture, played mostly with piano, with these odd whistles being played through the speakers all around the theater. After about 5 minutes, the music changed to a more bouncy, lighthearted tune, and the curtain came up. The stage was empty, nothing but the projected backdrop of a village square, with these odd clouds floating above. About 10 children in 18th century German clothing skipped on stage, playing with balloons and dolls. As the music progressed, a small mechanical horse wheeled itself on stage. The lights dimmed, and the children stopped. The horse dragged along a cart, upon which a small curtain puppet box faced the audience. As the cart came to a stop, a large puppet in black robe flew out from behind the curtain. The children screamed and backed away. Then the puppet spoke. "Good day, little ones. What a wondrous day for a bout of play, isn't it? Now don't you be frightened, sweetlings. The puppet dressed in black has a tale to weave, and someone has to hear it. Why, even if a story isn't terribly uplifting, it's the relevance of the story that matters, isn't it? Now gather my popinjays, for this story, I'm afraid, requires the keen ears of a curious child. For only the innocent can see things simply, without the distractions of growth." The children looked at each other and slowly began to gather around the cart. Once they were all seated, the puppet let out a chilling laugh. "That's the spirit, kiddies," he spoke. "Now this is a story about many things, about love and hate, about dark and light, about the difference between right and wrong, and the difference between wrong and right. But at the core, this is a story about a little boy named Mortimer. And with that, light on the cart fades away, and a light fades in on a small boy holding a broom, smiling proudly. Mortimer. The rest of the prologue is rather bland, and I can't remember or decipher the audio to much of the exposition. The puppet, Mortimer, and Mr. Absizer share a song. We learn that Mortimer was an orphan who Mr. Absizer found on the side of the street 5 years ago, and has since put him to work in his puppet shop. The costumes from this point seem much less historically accurate from the opening scene. Everyone's costumes seem faded and bland in color scheme, but each of the outfits are ridiculously frilly and layered. Some of the story's exposition has changed. For example, Mortimer's last name, Abinses, has been reapplied from the novel on which the story was based. The staging and set design is oddly reminiscent of Andrew Lloyd Webber's The Woman in White. Most of the sets are made up of hyper-realistic projections that give the illusions of a moving camera. However, unlike The Woman in White, there are far more set pieces which actually have moving images projected onto them, like the revival of Sunday in the Park with George. For example, during one of the opening songs, I can hear them whisper. We see Mortimer sweep up around the puppet shop. We watch as the front desk and 2 puppet display shelves spin around on the turntable as the projected background spins slightly faster, adding in ominous shadows and subtle lighting changes. It was dizzying, but effective. Most of Act 1's exposition seemed rather harmless in my opinion. It almost seems like the start of a Disney show. However, I did find my inner critic rolling his eyes at some of the puerile lyrics. My personal favorite being, he pretended he was crying, though they told me he was lying, and he was a sickly boy, knowing not of joy. However, upon comparing the new version to what I've heard about the other two, there are some significant changes to the show. For example, the character of Madame Reparo has been cut completely. After the cutesy song, Get a Puppet, we are taken to the center of the village. Here we have one of the songs that had been cut in previous versions, entitled Whittleline, in which the villagers celebrate a holiday of the same name. This celebration focuses on villagers dancing around with puppets and dolls made out of random objects such as twigs, scraps of clothing, and corn stalks. The music is charming, like a folk song, although the lyrics don't seem to make much sense. Dancing as we pither through the withering and woe, evermore aligned along with the ever-growing row, eyes without a trace of tones or livelihood and so. Rise and rejoice for a Whittleline song, and the willows will wander all Whittleline long. Here, the song where the children sell dolls is used as a bridge in the Whittleline sequence. Another change is the rearranging of The Mind and the Whisperings, a song that was originally played in Act 2. In this new version, it's sung monotonously by a group of black-clad people mourning the loss of a young girl, a rape victim. The sequence itself is strange. Around 8 people walk on stage, 4 of them carrying a small coffin. The lighting goes from yellow-orange to blue, and the chorus drones on for about 8 minutes as they somewhat explain how this girl died. The wind was her muse for play, and she pranced along the riverway. She slipped along the side of the weeping willow's hair, and she danced along the riverway with nary a remorse. The whisperings from far away, calling out for her to stay. She stayed there with the wind and the whisperings of yore, and she danced with him until he saw fit to take her source. Again, this uncomfortable ensemble song goes on for about 8 minutes. From what I could assume, the little girl had been playing along a river when a man asked her to stay with him until nighttime, where he raped her and tried to drown her before a policeman stopped him right as the girl had perished. Other than that, most of Act 1 seem the same as the other versions, given there's a small bit where a girl with a puppet mysteriously appears and disappears while Mortimer sweeps up the shop, and a random scene right before the final in which Mr. Absizer sings about the hardships of raising Mortimer, a song reworked from the same song Madame Rapiro sang in 1934. The finale's song itself, which so many people had claimed held some sort of force to it in the 1934 production, didn't seem all that powerful, though this may be due to a rewrite. The 1934 version was said to be significantly longer than the 1928 workshop. At around 12 minutes of non-stop gibberish lyrics, this version has a reprise of The Wind and the Whisperings, followed by a few verses told through the odd language. Lyrics are, in fact, somewhat odd-sounding after 2 minutes of non-stop strobe lighting, but I wasn't that affected by it. There weren't any deaths after the finale, though intermission did last 10 minutes more than it was supposed to, due to technical difficulties backstage. Act 2 was where most of the changes seemed to be. It began with a light on Mortimer being strung up on ropes like a puppet, his friends and Mr. Absizer hanging on either side of him. A new song plays where all the songs from Act 1 are placed into a montage, while the Act 1 finale music plays in the background. Just as the music shifts to the pounding, whittle-line music, Mortimer awakens. Remember when I mentioned that Act 2 was mostly made up of a bunch of songs played one after the other for no apparent reason? Most of that has been cut. The only 2 songs from that long, drawn-out sequence are What Is This Place and Mortimer's Soliloquy, which has been renamed to Mortimer Confronts the Puppet and has been changed to a duet sequence. The lyrics have been improved as well, whereas the 1934 show had lyrics such as this: What is this place? What are you aiming? This isn't well, sir. Why are we gaming? This isn't a game. The improved lyrics are, What is this place? Wait, am I dreaming? This isn't real, no, nor what it's seeming. It's all a dream. Still a bit clunky, but at least they make sense now. The particular scenes I listed before involve a panicking Mortimer confronting the puppet dressed in black, who explains that Mortimer's soul once belonged to a child rapist, and that he died before the puppet could punish him. This is where the set designs became a bit odd. There were several floor-to-ceiling metal dollies that would constantly roll about on stage, as if to symbolize Mortimer walking somewhere. The backdrop went red. There were projections of puppets flinging the corpses of children along the walls. To say it was unsettling would be an understatement. After this, the story progresses in a similar manner as the 1928 workshop, but with different twists. Mortimer learns that the odd-looking man in black from the first act was the boy that Mortimer raped in a past life. The man in black wants to revisit their relationship, but Mortimer wants nothing to do with him. They spend the next 10 minutes singing about what might have been, and Mortimer begins to remember things. He ends up seducing and dominating the man in black, and they have sex on a bed while a group of children acrobats frolic about on long sheets of fabric above them. Just then, the puppet dressed in black shows up and orders the old man to go away. He explains to Mortimer that his punishment is to forever serve him, aiding in the future rape and murder of children in the village where he lives. As they both sing the title song, Several children, including the little girl who drowned in Act 1, join in, all holding miniature puppets dressed in black. The new ending is a bit confusing, but apparently they're saying that pedophilia is some sort of vicious cycle. When a pedophile dies, his soul is placed in that of a newborn child, who will, by fate, be raped themselves. This influences them to become child molesters in their adulthood. Mortimer, as well as several other children, manage to defy destiny by escaping their respective rapist, which results in their being enlisted into the Puppetmaster's regime. Needless to say, it makes no sense, and is very creepy. Then, just like in the 1928 workshop, all of Mortimer's friends are returned to the puppet shop, but none of them have any memory of Mortimer. We cut back to the cart from the prologue, where we see that all the children have disappeared. From the back of the puppet box, Mortimer and the man in black exit from behind the curtains. They hop upon the horse and begin to trot their way out of town. As they exit the village, they hear a small girl's terrified screams, and she lunges out in front of the cart. She begins to beg Mortimer and the man to help her, just as an old man rushes out in pursuit. He insists he is the girl's father, but she sobs that she has never met him before. Panicked, Mortimer pulls on the horse's reins and runs over to the man, killing him. The man in black turns to Mortimer, his voice low, and whispers, "Mortimer, what have you done?" before the lights go out. However, right after this scene is where things quickly became wrong. The light slowly faded from the green tint of the forest into a deep blue, similar to the lighting during The Wind and the Whisperings. The entire company slips out from backstage, holding their miniature puppets, staring directly at the audience. Just then, lights began to flash, and the puppets. I know this sounds kind of stupid to say, but they sang. And I don't mean that the children sang while controlling the puppets' mouths. The puppets actually sang. And that song, it was the same gibberish from the Act 1 finale. The children, the adults, all of them were holding puppets. They chanted those horrible words over and over again, their eyes unblinking, focused on the audience. Trapped in our seats, we were forced to listen to the song repeat itself over and over. I saw that the cast had begun to move the puppets around in jerking, near erotic dance moves, every now and again twitching in unison with the rest of the company. After a while, I began to feel sick. We were all sick. I could see people in front of me leave their seats, ready to leave. I tried turning out the chant. That only seemed to make them worse. Music pounded within me, causing me to jerk about with each pounding drum. As I leached back in my seat, I realized something. The pounding within me wasn't just from the orchestra. It was from beneath me. For a moment, I could see that everyone else could see it too. For a faint moment, we could feel the ground beneath us quake along with the chants. I looked up to see if the cast had noticed, but then I saw the puppets. They were still dancing and moving within the performers' grasp. But the performers themselves were not moving their arms. And then, for a moment, they all found relief. From backstage, several crew members rushed onto the stage, pushing several actors away in the process. One of them screamed out, "Fire! Shit!" And then the chaos began. From above the stage, all the lights began to shoot off. The projections behind the actors flickered briefly before shutting off entirely. The company screamed, as did the audience. In a flash of fire and sparks, the actors began to leap off the stage. We all began to pile out the door. I still had a headache. I could still hear the pounding. The fire department arrived shortly after the theater was evacuated. About 10 minutes before the trucks arrived, we heard the back of the theater collapse. I've since checked the articles online, and 60+ attendants of that show, 9 of them being the cast and crew, have gone missing. As it turned out, most of the people who didn't leave the parking lot were either helping out, like me, or were too shaken to drive. When I finally began walking towards my car, a gurney was wheeled right past me. The man I saw laying there, unconscious and hooked up to an oxygen tank, was the same man who handed me the playbill. I drove back to my friend's apartment and went straight to bed. Even in sleep, I could still hear the pounding. By morning, my headache had stopped, but the memory of the night before still lingered. I went to my computer straight away to upload the audio I had recorded. My camera tends to divide long videos into smaller ones, and I immediately deleted the last video. Nobody ever needed to hear that, especially not me. I listened through the recording again, making notes in word processor as I went along. I found myself humming to some of the more bouncy tunes. The pounding slowly faded away. My fear of the show had lessened. The idea of supernatural forces destroying the theater seemed far too ridiculous for me to take seriously, and I brushed my fear aside. Once that was done, I went to work scanning the playbill. After scanning the front, I went to work scanning the interior pages. A bit curious, I skimmed through some of the production names. And it was then, right there on the 3rd page, I saw the picture of the man who handed me the playbill. The man was the head producer/director, I learned. A cheery old man with a wrinkled face, looking away from the camera. Below his picture, in bold letters, read the name: Timothy Cartwright. My face scrunched. My breath went still. All I could hear was the faint memory of the pounding. That isn't right, I told myself. It isn't possible. It's a different person. It had to be. Timmy Wright died on October 1st, 1935, at the premiere of the Puppetmaster's regime. Everyone saw it. Everyone saw him begging for help, strung up on strings. This isn't possible. Then I remembered something. In my interview with Alice Corley James, she mentioned Mortimer's squinty eyes and his monotonous acting. Timmy Wright was known for his wide-eyed expression and over-the-top delivery. It's what made him famous. The person performing Mortimer that night in 1934 must have been Rory Adkins, the understudy. That and Garrus Creeley had been found dead, killed by a gunshot to the head. Everyone assumed it was suicide. Nobody even suspected murder. I remembered Devon's journal, the puppet mask, the clothes, the fascination Garrus Creeley had with little cutie Wright. Nobody even suspected murder. Why would they? And then, to add to my revelation, I realized that among the cast members who had escaped from the theater, there was one boy sitting in the back seat of his mother's car. The vague, empty face of Milton Holiday. Mortimer. The Puppetmaster's regime is not a simple musical, I've come to realize. It's more than just a production. It's a force. An entity, even. It's not just a madman's sick, elaborate scheme to rape his own son. It isn't just a young boy's obsession over destroying his father's work. It isn't only an innocent victim's last attempt at showing the world how he was wronged. It's a greater monster than that. Within the writing and music of the show is something. I don't know what. And I don't want to know what. Some kind of monster that refuses to die. People who saw the Puppetmaster's regime both in 1928 and 1934 were said to have suffered from lifelong mental effects, causing them to hum tunes they had only heard once. Even now as I type, I quietly hum the sick, demented tune of Never Mind Me, Mister, when I sleep. The wind and whisperings refuses to rid itself from my subconscious. I find myself thinking about this production night and day, singing and thinking about possible depths to certain subplots and songs. What's worse is that I know that someday another revival of the demented work will make its way onto the stage. Milton Holiday is still alive, isn't he? And this evil won't rest until it remakes itself again. I've decided not to post any more of my findings. This includes the audio taken of Revival, and I suggest that none of you attempt to look further into the matter. It simply isn't worth it. Update. September 20th. I was able to find some articles about the fire at the theater. Those 60+ missing people. The fire department has been searching through the rubble. None of the bodies have been found.
That was The Puppetmaster's Regime by Hagen Is Not a Cat. When a mad scientist discovers a radical new medicine, his testing methods are less than ethical, but the result speaks for itself. This is the elusive genius of Dr. Monroe.
Ladies and gentlemen, members of the board, I have two wonders to share with you tonight. First, allow me to present the next evolutionary milestone of our species: immortality. Ever for theatrics, Dr. Monroe says with his arms outstretched, his burgundy dress coat flowing with every gesture. There's a collective gasp from the audience when the curtains drop, and the pale, topless form of a seated man makes his appearance. Shackles pin his wrist to the arms of the chair. His face eerily mirrors the confusion of the onlookers. This man, A thief, a murderer, and admitted pox to our society, has generously offered to help demonstrate the latest breakthrough in medicine. He pauses for effect, before removing a small, decorative vial from his belt. This was born of my research into xenotransplantation. I'm sure you must remember Sir Winston. They did. They would never forget last year's unveiling of a genderless human body, naked and draped callously on the floor, nor the drooping eyes of the basset hound's head that had surgically replaced the original. For hours they watched with abated breath while the monstrosity lapped up water from a dish, only for it to seep freely through stitches at its throat, the fingers and toes twitching as if deciding whether to obey their new master. Dr. Monroe smiles at the recognition sweeping the room. Yes, beyond cellular rejection, it all came down to one thing. The secret was in the temperature. But I digress. It was through this previous research that I observed the secret electrical blueprints all living organisms use to repair themselves, and thus developed the Invictus toxin you see here. When ingested, and given ample time to spread through the vascular system, it will open the sodium ion channels of the body and react to an electrical field. Grinning, he flips an enormous switch. The unnerving sense of buzzing fills the air. Brilliant blue sparks appear to walk along every surface, and John Haynes of Phillips & Sons becomes sure that the entire room will burst into flames. There is also the bizarre side effect of rendering the drinker impervious to pain. I imagined the limitless benefits this would have as an anesthesia. But then, of course, the rueful surgeons could never perform surgery. The patient would simply keep healing before even a minor incision could be completed. He produces a long shaving razor and waves it for all to see. This is it. Exodus acta probat. Slowly, suspensefully, he brings the razor to rest below his captive's ribcage. Sensing what's to come, the man cries out, whipping his head frantically while struggling against the restraints. Ignoring him, the doctor slices inward and down the specimen's skin, which separates like softened wax. But no blood pours out. He doesn't cry out in pain, nor does he seem to have noticed the damage done. And then, miraculously, the wound begins to close, starting from the top of the gash, heading down until the skin appears as unblemished as before. The crowd is dumbfounded. Some doubt their eyes, even their own minds. But it had happened there, before them. Before anyone can truly react to what they've just seen, with purposeful speed, Monroe reveals a pistol from beneath his coat, presses the barrel against the forehead of the nearest audience member, and fires. The target, Rosa Smith of the St. Mercy's Herald, slides to the floor screaming. Though it's clear from the damage to the wall behind her that the bullet had passed completely through her skull, she continues screaming, as lively as before. It is fortunate that Miss Smith had the forethought to drink Invictus. Indeed, you have all been preparing yourselves this evening. He points at the empty champagne flutes that stand at every table. The silence that follows is malleable, like taffy, locking shut the mouths of every guest. And then, curiosity wins out. A diminutive man nearest the stage gently nibbles on the back of his own hand. His eyes grow wide when he senses not even the faintest of pain, and he clamps down, peeling the flesh from the back of his thumb to the wrist. Again, as before, there is no blood, only a small shimmer of blue light as the skin curls back into place. The violence begins subdued as the guests test the waters of the vast oceans before them. And then, it erupts. A large man from 2 states north practically begs for the pistol from Monroe. When he receives it, he dares the others to fire at him, vividly living out his fantasies as an indestructible hero. A woman who couldn't stop reminding everyone how she'd traveled for 3 nights by train is absorbed in twisting the long nails off her right hand, and then watching as they clitter across the table and back onto their roosts. "This is going to be marvelous," she says. "Think of all the women who would die to never have another broken nail." Amidst the chaos of snapping limbs and frantic stabbings, Dr. Hears stops, panting for breath. "You've really done it, Dr. Monroe. A world without pain, suffering, injury. Though I fear you may put me out of work." He laughs, stroking his white goatee. "But you said there would be 2 items to present tonight. With your first as earth-shattering as this, I can't imagine how you could top it." That's when he catches sight of it. The first drop of scarlet they'd seen all night. The prisoner's thumb is bleeding. Horrified, Dr. Hears turns to Monroe. "Doctor, what do you make of this? Why hasn't he healed?" Monroe doesn't answer at first, but instead appears absorbed in the pocket watch he's holding. "Oh, don't worry, good doctor. He clearly was injured and subsequently healed while we restrained him. It simply opened up again, roughly 8 minutes after the toxin had been metabolized." Everyone stands silent, hanging on his every word. Despite my greatest efforts, the Invictus toxin passes through the human body in 1800 seconds. That is to say, half an hour. Thus, we move on to the final experiment of tonight. An exercise in inevitability. He glances at his watch again before bowing and pointing towards the test subject. As they follow his gesture, the pale man begins screaming and convulsing in a fit. The wound along his stomach opens as if cut by some phantom blade. A glaring red crescent, much like the grin of the elusive Dr. Monroe.
That was The Elusive Genius of Dr. Monroe by A.R. Scroggins. When a cave guide brings a group of fellow explorers with him, he discovers there are things in the deeper parts of the world better left in the dark. Would you venture into the cave?
There were originally 9 of us scheduled for this spelunking expedition, but Murphy's Law dictated that 2 of the group had to pull out due to various issues. It was a disappointment having fewer members to share in the experience, but then again, there were benefits. Less logistical problems, more space, and so on. I personally wasn't that affected by it. While most of us were close friends, I hadn't known those 2 well. Our rendezvous was the cave entrance at the crack of dawn. I was the first one there, as usual. Those who knew me often remarked at my attention to punctuality. Slowly, the rest of the group arrived, parking their cars and unloading the equipment that we had organized between us. As the expedition leader, I had the emergency provisions on me, first aid kit, flare gun, GPS locator. It seemed quite odd that a flare gun would be taken into an underground location, but I'd rather have it and not need it than need it and not have it. We assembled at the cave entrance. There was Jason, Alex, Karen, Samantha, Vincent, Ashley, and of course, myself. Alex and I were experienced spelunkers, while the rest had varying levels of skill. Moderate, Karen, Vincent, and Samantha. Poor, Jason. And first-timer, Ashley. Normally it was against my instinct to take a first-timer into an unexplored cave, and in such a large group. But he had promised to obey every command I gave him, and had agreed to carry the most cumbersome equipment on the safe parts of the trek. The cave loomed in front of us. It was typically dark and rather foreboding. Not for the first time, I wondered why it was, according to every available record of local geological sites, unexplored. Perhaps it was the isolated location, or the fact that until recently, there had been no way for vehicles to access it through the surrounding forest. "Are you sure it's all right?" Ashley nervously asked, shifting from foot to foot. His earlier bravado had deserted him. "Yes, you can't change your mind once we're in, so decide now," I said, flatly, turning around without waiting for an answer. He'd make his own mind up, with or without further input from me. The rest of the group followed me. After a few moments of apparent indecision, Ashley hurried in after the rest of us. Soon, the darkness swallowed us whole. Inside, the cave was quite larger than it appeared. It proceeded inward for about 200 meters and sloped down quite quickly. As per usual, I ordered the group members to buddy up, a system in which the group divided up into pairs and threes and were responsible for keeping together. Ashley and I were partners, given that I was the most experienced and he was the least. It isn't as fun spelunking when you had to care for somebody else, but it was a necessary evil. Besides, he was a quick learner. Soon, the sunlight from the cave mouth faded. "Flares out, everybody," I ordered. One by one, the expedition members cracked the flares. As per local guidelines, each member carried 2 packs of 30 handheld flares. It may have been excessive, but the flares weren't very strong, and only provided enough light for the immediate area around the user. I took a glow stick from my pack and wedged it into the rock beside me. Only I carried these, and they were quite stronger than the flares, able to last up to 12 hours with diminishing light after 8. I would use them to mark our trail back up. Slowly, we continued down. The handheld flares lasted for 15 minutes on average, and soon we reached an edge. I ordered the group to stop 5 feet from the precipice, where the ground leveled out. As you may have noticed, I am a stickler for safety measures, but not without good reason. I didn't want a death on my hands. "Ashley, crack a flare and throw it down," I said, watching to see how he did it. Ashley withdrew a flare from his pack and lit it. Then, without moving, he tossed it forward, down the hole. I nodded in approval. He hadn't moved forward from the 5-meter guideline. I crept forward to the precipice and looked into the abyss. Then I saw it. Descending into the darkness, barely half a meter from the cliff edge, was what appeared to be a staircase. The light of the flare made one thing quite clear. It wasn't a man-made staircase. At least, it didn't look like one. It appeared to be hewn out of the descending rock, meaning that the original cliff would have extended further into the cave. The stairs were rough and uneven, but it was close enough for government work, as the saying goes. "What is it?" one of the group members asked from behind me. Looks like a natural staircase of sorts," I answered, distracted. I withdrew another glow stick from my bag and planted it at the top of the stairs. "Let's go." We descended cautiously, for caves are notoriously deceptive. Ahead of me, the darkness grew thicker. It seemed palpable, almost physical, as if my thoughts were true. The flares we held seemed to diminish in the face of the abyss. After 50 or so steps, I reached the bottom. That's when I heard the crack. It sounded like a gunshot, loud and sharp. I spun at the foot of the stairs. Behind me, Jason was tumbling roughly down the last few steps, straight towards me. I spun out of the way, and he crashed onto the floor, moaning in agony. The rest of the group hurried towards me, concerned as I bent to inspect the injury. It was obvious. His ankle was twisted at an unnatural angle, clearly broken. Jason's face had rapidly lost color. "Karen, Vincent, grab him by the arms. Careful," I said, quietly, unwilling to exacerbate the situation by panicking. They picked him up, slowly, his ankle dangling grotesquely beneath him. Something glinted under the crimson light of the flares. I knew it was bone. I reached into my pack, taking out 2 small batons and white bandages. "This is gonna hurt," I warned. The caution was wasted on Jason. He was half conscious. I grabbed his ankle and twisted. His ankle cracked again. That roused him from his stupor. He screamed piercingly, loudly enough to hurt my ears. Quickly, trying not to prolong his agony, I wound the bandage around the batons, which braced either side of his leg. The screaming stopped, but not because the pain had faded. He was unconscious. "Get him out of here. Take him to a hospital. If he wakes up, give him these painkillers," I told his helpers. Karen and Vincent nodded and began the arduous climb up to the surface, holding their unconscious ward. "Shouldn't we go with them? I mean, his ankle was..." Ashley began, but I cut him off. "No. We came this far and we're not going to stop now. I want to investigate this cave to the end. And remember, I told you that you couldn't change your mind," I said sharply, taking out my anger at letting the accident happen under my leadership on him. Ashley, known as Ash to his friends, but I never used that, fell silent. I felt a fleeting sense of guilt at my attitude. I brushed it off and spun around. Already, Jason and the others were out of view. Around the group, the darkness surrounded us like a malevolent entity. The landing we were on led further into the cave for quite a while, and we proceeded incident-free, thankfully. I marked our progress with the glow sticks at various intervals. Strangely, like the flares, they gave off less light the deeper we progressed. It began to unnerve me, and I could tell the others noticed it too. Alex and Samantha, who were incidentally brother and sister, fell a few steps behind us. Ashley, to my right, was silent. Finally, as the flares grew ever dimmer, I saw something in the wall to my right. I called the diminished group over, and cracked a new flare to provide extra light. It appeared to be some sort of carving in the wall. I studied it carefully. The scene depicted a few humanoid forms on the ground. A few scratches of red seemed to indicate wounds. Various pillars around them rose to the roof of the cavern. But that wasn't nearly the worst part. In front of the people, the victims, I now corrected myself, was a large figure. It may have had detail in the past, but only the outline remained. The body was scratched out. It was a disturbing scene. Then I looked beneath the scene, and my eyes widened. It had a message. The strange thing about the message was that it was in English. The carving looked entirely authentic, meaning that a caveman, if you'll pardon the pun, had created it. I found it impossible that the same person could have scrawled the 5 words below the picture. Behind me, Alex read it out loud. "The jackal and the cave. How strange," he said. Indeed, that was the message, written entirely in capital. I dismissed the painting and turned back to the main path. It was obviously a hoax. There was no way a caveman could write in any script, let alone English. Probably some kid mucking around in days long past. But it still made me uneasy, regardless of what I assumed it to be. If it was a hoax, then why does it look so authentic? Eventually, the 4 of us had had our fill of the jackal and the cave, and after Ashley had snapped a photo of it for a keepsake, we continued into the cave. I was forced to light 2 flares at a time now, to ward off the choking darkness. The diminishing effectiveness of the flares puzzled me. In all my time spelunking, I had never encountered anything like it. I had wondered whether or not it was a defective bunch. Behind me, Alex and Samantha were still locked in conversation. I picked up snatches of the heated debate as we walked. They, like me, were still pondering the origin of the admittedly ominous cave drawing. I wish they dropped it already, or at least quieted down. I looked down to my right, saw nothing but a sloping cave wall, looked away, back to the trail. I froze and turned. There, among the rock that I had just glanced at, was another carving. I felt sick as I hurried over to it. The red glow of the flares flickered on the wall, dancing over the picture, making it look demonic under the sparse light. It depicted a scene much like the last, except there were only 2 bodies on the floor. The third was in midair, seemingly held by an appendage. Not quite an arm, not quite a tentacle, from the titular jackal. The pillars around the scene appeared again, except with small, indistinct etchings on them. Like before, only the faint outline of the jackal appeared. The rest of it having been scribbled or scratched out, I couldn't tell which. Underneath it was another 5-worded message, one that I read quickly and immediately wished I hadn't. Go back. The jackal waits, it said. I turned from the carving as the others moved in to get a good look, tried not to panic. The air felt thin and dry, much like the air in the Andes. I'd gone climbing there a few years ago, and terrible things had happened, which explained my preference for underground rocks as opposed to aerial ones. Around me, the darkness was thick. I could no longer see without the flares in aid. Suddenly, irrationally, I knew if I stayed in this underground labyrinth for much longer, I would lose my sanity. But that was the mind of an irrational man talking. And down here, irrationality is how you end up falling down into a crevice, splitting your head open, and you don't come back up. I leaned against the opposite wall, breathing deeply and slowly to regulate my rapid heartbeat. Spots danced in front of my eyes momentarily as I oxygenated my blood rapidly. Slowly, the panic faded, to be replaced by a sense of calm. I didn't get overworked often, but when I did, I tended to edge towards to hysteria. Taking one last deep breath, I straightened and looked around. That's when I realized that Ashley was gone. Slowly, I stood, scanning the passage for any sign of him. Samantha and Alex were still arguing over the cave carving. They were typically argumentative, of identical twins. As Alex drew breath to continue his opinion, I stepped between them, holding my hands up in peace. "Have either of you seen Ashley? He's gone," I said, stepping back once I saw that they had ceased fighting, and listened to what I said. "No," they said in unison. I sighed in frustration and looked around the cavern. There was no trace of Ashley anywhere. Well, he couldn't have gone far, not with that massive pack strapped to him, Alex said reasonably, possibly sensing the panic that I felt. The entire expedition had had problems from the start. First the dropouts, then Jason, now this. Despite my disbelief in a subject such as curses, it sure felt like we had one. He could have only gone forward or back, Samantha said, walking forward to the edge of the light, looking around. "We should split up and—" "No," I said, resolute. "We are not going to split up under any circumstances. If Ashley went back, he'll eventually get out of the cave by himself. So, we go forward, and hope that stupid prick hasn't done anything reckless," I interjected, turning away from the duo, proceeding into the darkness. After a shared glance, the meaning of which was undecipherable, at least to me, they followed. And so, we went. As we progressed, I felt the path lead downwards. It was a marginal slope, undetectable by the naked eye. But I felt myself pushing harder into the rock with each step, thanks to the extra gravity of descent. It wasn't of any concern to me. Such natural formations were common. We proceeded even further into the depths of the cave, calling out Ashley's name as we went. Then we saw it. It was over to the right, like the others. Another carving. I felt sick as I scanned it. The jackal had increased in size yet again. The appendage was shorter, as if the beast had pulled it back. The previously held corpse was ominously absent from the scene. I tried not to think about what had happened to it. The pillars with carvings on them also appeared. As before, the jackal had the majority of its detail erased, making it little more than an outline. However, there was detail on the edge of the beast this time. I knew the short lines represented skin, apparently leathery and cracked. Then I read the message. Once again, 5 words. And the dread in my stomach only grew more. "This is your last chance," it said. I stumbled back from the carving in fear, raising my hands in front of me as if it was alive and coming for me. As I hit the back wall, I saw Alex and Samantha close in to study it. They seemed unaffected by the ominous message as I had been. I gasped for breath, winded by the sudden impact of the wall against me. I tried to clear my mind, to cut through the mix of panic and fear I now felt at having read the carving. The carving, which I no longer thought was the work of a prankster. I turned to my left, hoping to see Ashley. Instead, I saw the gateway. It appeared to be a stone arch, hewn from black granite. It followed the contour of the cave precisely, creating a strange effect. Carvings of various things, symbols, letters, and pictures. They covered the gateway, which appeared to be seamless, without join or cut. I approached it almost unwillingly, feeling my heart rise into my throat as I stared at the ground immediately behind the gateway and onwards. The walls, floor, and roof of the cave from the gateway onwards were covered in fine, white dust. Alex and Samantha joined me at the edge of the gateway. We were silent, studying it. I looked at the top and saw yet another 5-worded message carved there. "The gateway to the jackal," read the message. And to hell with it, I thought. Then, I heard the scream. It was Ashley screaming. "We have to get to him," Alex yelled, turning to me. With every fiber of my body, I resisted stepping through the gate. I knew if we did, terrible things would happen. If I stepped through, I knew sooner or later I would meet the jackal. But I had to know. About Ashley, the carvings, everything. I had to. So, with a deep breath and trying to still my hands, I made my choice. Together, we stepped through the gateway to Ashley and the dark beast beyond. The first change I noticed was the ground. The fine white dust was coated on the entire cave, right past the gateway. I didn't know the origin. It didn't appear to be from any sort of mineral or rock I had encountered before. It was strange. But then again, given the nature of the rest of the cave, that made it almost normal. The darkness grew progressively thicker as we advanced. I noticed we were running low on flares, about only 20 each. It was a problem, but not one I was particularly concerned about, considering the current situation we were in. Ashley hadn't made any noise besides his original scream. It concerned me far more than if he had just kept screaming. There could be a logical reason for him not screaming. Perhaps he ran deeper into the cave. Maybe he was conserving his voice, I thought. But I was throwing up improbable answers to cover my fear. My true thought rose unbidden to my mind. What if whatever made him scream stopped him from doing so again? I felt sick. Ahead of us, not even 100 meters from the gateway, was a crossroads. The first such divide in the otherwise linear path. I had appreciated the lack of divergent paths so far, because it meant that we didn't have to divide our group, stunted as it was. Appearing now, as it had, seemed like extraordinarily bad luck on our part. Seemed like, that's the key point. Nothing in this godforsaken cave had been left to chance. Lost in my grim thoughts as I was, I didn't notice the object ahead of us, until Alex exclaimed and ran towards it. Startled, I looked up. Alex blocked my direct view of it. All I knew of it, apparently, was that it was quite large. I ran towards it as well. It was Ashley's pack, ripped and torn. Blood covered it and the immediate area, in irregular patterns. Beside me, Alex stepped back tentatively, lost for words. Something attacked him, tore the pack right off of him. It must have injured him as well, judging by the blood. I said, quietly, surprised at how cynical and calm my assessment of the scene had been. "That's it. I'm out. I'm going," Alex said, turning away quickly. But not before I saw the fear in his eyes. He was terrified. Samantha nodded in agreement, turning to leave as well. I didn't try to stop either of them. They would be back. "You won't get a foot past the gateway," I called to them, certain that it would prevent them from leaving. I turned back to Ashley's pack, slowly, and began searching through it quickly, taking only a few items. I hesitated when my hand landed on the flare gun, but I took it and kept it in my hand. I knew from experience against various types of wildlife that it made an effective weapon. If I met anything that wasn't Ashley, I would fire without mercy. I stood and chose the right-hand passageway. I didn't feel scared anymore. In fact, I didn't feel a thing. Adrenaline was coursing through my system, leaving no room for fear or anything else. It grew progressively darker. The darkness was thick and cloying, As a lifetime asthma sufferer, it reminded me of when I needed my inhaler. I knew the flares would soon be useless, regardless of whether they should have been effective. Beside me, I noticed, scrawling in the dust, apparently of human origin. That, at least, was no mystery. I glanced at each in turn, almost mechanically, knowing that it couldn't be any worse. It appeared that we weren't the first people to stumble into this place. I have seen it, and it blinded me. This is its domain, taller than any human. Suddenly I stopped. The last was different from the others. In lowercase and appeared to be freshly written. It cut me. I'm running for my life. Ashley's writing. And then, as if by magic, I heard two things. A scream and a roar. Ashley, the jackal, and they were close. I ran forwards. I felt, rather than sensed, that I had breached into a massive cavern. To prove my theory, I impulsively punched the air to my right. If I was still in the claustrophobic cave, my hand would surely be shattered on the wall. As I expected, I hit nothing but the stagnant air of the cave. The flares provided nothing more than a dim glow. I looked at it in horror as the glow faded, slowly. The fading light represented my last defense against the virulent darkness of the cave, and its sole inhabitant. The light faded completely. I was alone. The moment I was, I heard the voice. It was terrible and loud. It reverberated around me, seemingly without a source or direction. I spun in the darkness, the cloying, constricting darkness, and felt my heart in my throat. I knew that if I walked backwards, I would no longer find the passageway that had led me to the lair of the jackal. Once you entered this central cavern, there was no leaving it. Just like the carvings promised, I thought.
This is my cave.
It bellowed. I screamed and ran. It was a futile gesture. The voice boomed around me, terrifying in its alienness. The jackal was not human, nor was it even some revenant or ghost of a forgotten culture. It was something that had no place in this universe, and something that I never wished to see. My heart thundered in my chest, and my eyes vibrated. I could no longer even control my own body. I was a prisoner inside of it.
The other one screamed before I took him.
Boomed the jackal, interrupting my thoughts. I cursed at the thing. I screamed hysterically into the darkness around me. It was a petty rebellion. I doubted the jackal even knew what the words meant. But I felt better for it all the same. Around me, the darkness coalesced. It's alive, I thought. I tried to stifle a scream as an image popped into my head. Thousands of millions of bugs crawling over me, in the darkness, biting, scratching, and running, and was banished moments later by the jackal's next terrible oration.
You will remain here forever.
And howled. After the voice came the footsteps. I sensed. I could both feel the tremors and hear the steps, hundreds of them around me, pounding the floor in a rapid and terrifying rhythm. Rolling thunder, I thought crazily. The darkness, millions of bugs, rolling thunder. The jackal and its influence over the cave, and consequently, those inside it. I doubted if Ashley was still alive, that Samantha and Alex had escaped. I didn't even think that Karen, Vincent, and Jason had escaped alive. Even as I considered this, the jackal howled again, the voice echoing throughout my dark prison.
They all died, as will you.
The jackal roared, creating a queer, wavering effect that hurt my ears. My throat burned from the lack of moisture. A headache pounded in my head, and my ears throbbed, strangely in time with the footsteps. Then, I considered what the jackal had said. It can read my thoughts. It was not such a foreign idea. The jackal had only ever spoken after I had had a thought. A coincidence? I don't think so. After I considered the mental connection, an idea formed. I stopped running and emptied my thoughts, banishing the sensory manipulations the jackal used on me. The footsteps around me intensified, but I heard none of it as I shut down my senses and opened my mind. Then, exposed without the cloak of my previous panic thoughts, I felt it. The jackal's mind. It was a colossal, alien thing. Like a structure too gargantuan for the human mind to comprehend. It would dwarf me, swallow my mind whole, and leave me a gibbering wreck if I considered it for too long. It wasn't even natural, let alone human. Thoughts and ideas seemed to be constructed in a fashion that was incomprehensible to the human mind. In a word, the jackal's presence was dark. As I felt its presence wash over me, I steeled myself and sprung the trap. Instantly, before the beast could retreat, I thought of light. A blinding supernova, more light than any human has ever witnessed. A bright inferno of light. I let the mental image expand in my mind, and over into the jackal's colossal presence. I guessed that such a creature had never seen light, or if it had, it spent too long underground, bathed in the darkness which it controlled. Such light, even as an image, would do tremendous harm to it, considering that the jackal's mental abilities far outclassed my own. I was right. The instant the supernova image touched the jackal's presence, a tremendous shriek filled the chamber. I grinned savagely, despite the pain the high-pitched squeal caused my ears. That, at least, sounded vaguely human. It felt empowering to know that I had hurt the jackal. I heard rushing noises around me, and opened my eyes. and possibly the virulent darkness was retracting around me. I spun wildly in the grip of the receding darkness. As I moved, I glanced around me. I was in a huge chamber, one that extended far into the distance. I saw columns and pillars and carvings, and realized that this really was the jackal's feeding ground that had been the subject of the ominous cave paintings. I had no time to consider that, however, as the final darkness receded. A cave that was lit by light that had no source. My mental light, I thought, exposed its only occupant, and that occupant's slave. Just like that, I saw them. Ashley, the jackal. I could never truly describe the beast before me. It wasn't because I didn't know the right way to articulate it. I knew exactly what to call it. I simply could not comprehend the jackal. It was as if I were viewing it from the extremities of my peripheral vision. It was blurry and soft and weak. Weak because it had no hard angles or edges, no matter how hard I looked, how much I stared. The jackal remained hidden to me, a formless shape hidden under a veil of unreality. The cave paintings, carvings, whatever adjective I attached to them, were truer than I thought. Even after the jackal had turned out to be real, they depicted a blurry, formless creature. And so it was. I knew exactly what it was. Indistinct. Ashley, however, was not. I looked at him in horror. His body was covered in blood, flesh, and other less identifiable materials. I could count at least 8 visible wounds and more red lines that I couldn't distinguish from the gore saturating his form. A gaping wound across his stomach, revealing intestines, pink and rubbery. Blood flowed from multiple slashes on his arms and legs. He was probably dead, certainly unconscious. But that wasn't the worst of it. His entire right ear had been torn off, clean from his head. Bile rose in my throat as I stared at his prostrate form, horrified. The jackal had done this to him. As I thought of the beast before me, I realized that the cavern around me was silent. The jackal's screech, so loud to begin with, had been cut off instantly, some moments previous, unlike the gradual decline that was characteristic in humans. Then again, it isn't and has never resembled anything close to a human. I would wager every possession I owned, it has no similarity to any creature of this dimension. Even as I watched, it got worse. Until Ashley began to move through the air, I hadn't even realized that he had been airborne. So enthralled I had been by his ravaged body. Slowly, never wavering in speed, Ashley began to recede towards the blurry shape that represented the jackal. I thought back to the carvings. With every sacrifice, it gains form, and so a greater foothold in this dimension. I wanted to rush forward and tear Ashley from the jackal's thrall, but to come within reach of the creature would mean an unspeakable end, one that I would have already faced had I not wounded it with that mental image. Suddenly, Ashley stopped moving, mere meters from the jackal, and I realized with a shock how the jackal had previously communicated. Through Ashley. His mouth opened, and from it roared the jackal.
You will suffer for using the glow against me. Suffer as he did.
Screeched the grotesque Ashley-jackal hybrid. Evidently, it only knew the light that had heard it as the glow. It didn't matter. The important thing was that it had been hurt, and badly. I probed my mind. No trace of the jackal's presence remained. Apparently, that part of it physically manifested in the virulent darkness and had been either destroyed or banished by my mental counterattack. Even if I die, I will do as much as I can to bring you with me. I responded as bravely as I could. The saturating fear and accompanying thoughts which had so crippled me, both mentally and physically, were gone. Now I could see the jackal. Regardless of how well I could comprehend it, much of the terror that I had felt at the hands of it was gone. Just like the virulent darkness. Even the voice was less intimidating now that it had a definitive source. It spoke again.
I have consumed many. This one is the last. I will be free from my prison.
The jackal bellowed, drawing Ashley towards him. No, I whispered. I sprinted towards them, no matter the cost, even if it were my life or my sanity. I could not allow the jackal to consume Ashley and escape whatever prison it was incarcerated in. Such a beast would wreak unimaginable destruction on the surface. I pulled a silver piece of equipment, the last thing I had taken from Ashley's pack, the flare gun. As the jackal and Ashley came together, I drew and fired, and the world exploded around me.
That was The Cave by Archfeared/Ethan I. This has been Radio Tenbond, the best station to pass the time by while at work or driving. Thanks for listening.